growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screams immense. Salty tears where shadows roam, silent screams where far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the cave where lives are played. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers
Test, test, test.
endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain
Okay,
in the realm of virtual rain.
let's get into this.
Warriors rise and rulers fall,
Okay,
screaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense.
let's see here. That's the one. There we go. Okay, welcome back. I'm pretty sure we got our audio back on track. Okay, we have game sounds. We have the in-game sounds back. Yay! Oh, the wind has risen. And there are meteor strikes happening around here. It's pretty good. I think the dark clouds are actually the indicator for meteor strikes. So we're going to take this and we're going to move it. Oh, it's got like floaty toast or something on there. Anyway, we now have our traditional old school Thanksgiving banquet table set up. Got traditional old school food, apparently. Not quite sure what the food is. I know the one in the middle is a turkey, or supposed to be. I don't know what the hell that's stuffed with, but I don't know. Maybe it's stuffed with a turducken. I I don't know. I don't know what it's stuffed with. It's stuffed with all the goodies. Running across the old stone bridge. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do, but whatever. Okay, and we have our air elevator. Ow. Wow, that shoots us way higher than I wanted to go. Anyway, we're gonna build a bridge and stuff this morning. Not only will this be a bridge for getting up here, it'll be a bridge for getting out of here too. Be able to run over to the little platform over here and just jump up and take off. Because that wind gust goes pretty fucking high. Let's go grab some wood and we will add on to this simple bridge. The simplest of bridges. And then we'll do some leveling and some other shit too, but right now let's just let's build it out of birch. Birch is pretty readily available. It looked weird from down below. That looked weird from down below. Just saying. Let's see. Oh, come on, you turd. That's better. That's not right. Oh, maybe it is right. Fuck, I don't know. I wanna hold your hand. Don't think this will let me. It might. It might let me build one more. Hello? That's not going to let me do it. Not going to let me do it. It said no. Give me that great big fat middle finger and said, go fuck yourself. Oh, don't know where that one went. Very simple yet cool looking bridge. I like it. I like it. If you don't like it, I don't care. I think it looks good. Do I want to cover it though? Or do I do this? Because that actually, oh, that looks very grand. So we're going to take this off. Oh, that looks cool. I like that. That's cool. I like it. Let's do that before I go and fuck something up. And then I think what we can do is go. Yeah. That's cool looking. I like that. Okay. We will add those afterwards. Let's get part of this done first. Mm, Hi, Looney. Thank you for the resub. Appreciate that. 18 months. Dang. Insane support from Looney Boy there. How are ya? How you doing this morning? Doing all right? I hope. Hopefully you're doing all right. About to leave work or leave for work? Hopefully you're leaving work and you're gonna go home and eat some tasty foods and chillax and hang out. Be back in 5 hours to work. Hmm. It's interesting. Spend all that time working, man. So I can't do that shit anymore. I am not a young man. I can no longer keep up those kind of paces. That kind of pace will put me in an early grave. Yes, yes, indeed. I would be dead long before my expiration date was due. It's getting to me though. About 2 weeks ago, I was in Vegas for SEMA, got sick on the last day, and still trying to recover. Yeah. Yeah, public places, dude. Public places. You go around all those people, they're not sick, but they're carrying the sickness. Oh, see, even my guy's like, whoa, what? That's gross. And it doesn't matter how much hand sanitizer you use or anything like that. It takes one person to cough in a public place, and everybody that's there comes down with whatever sickness they have. Dirty bastards. Dirty bastards. Spreading the disease. Anthrax reference there. Yep. It only takes one person, and then all of a sudden, everybody that was there is just sicker than fuck.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm
Be
out.
back in a few. Gonna
Don't
head
mind
home.
me.
All
I'ma
right,
just
buddy.
grab my stuff and leave.
Be safe in your travels.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Let's see. Whoa, what? No, we don't want a gate. We don't want the gate. No, nope, nope. Oh, doop. And doop. And let's see. Uh, Vertical. It's not what I want. I want that right there. And not put that on there. I can't do that. I have to remove some stuff first. Um, let's just get rid of those. We'll go vertical. Yep, we. Yeah, there we go. That's a little better. Now we can go this on top of that. This on top of that. And then on the end ones we'll go. Well, maybe not. There we go. Yeah, I like that. I like it. I like it. I like how it looks. Like it was carved out of one gigantic fucking tree. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. There we go. That's better. Oh, fucker. This shit I'm out. This shit I'm out. Alright then. Oh, you fucking. Ugh. Hate that. They need to take away the doubling up on the controls. You need to take that out and change it to a specific keybinds for changing shit over. This might be easier if we go down here and start on this end and go like this. Oh, you fucking whore. Doesn't let you speed build anything. You can't do anything fucking fast because it has multiple snap points on it. Which is irritating as fuck. Yeah. That's fairly grand looking. I like it. I probably could have changed that texture though, because these beams look pretty good when they're done in the birch. That's why I wish there was a color wheel so that I could just change shit over to different colors and textures and shit like that. Ah, um, hmm. No. Um, wait. Well, that looks cool. I like that. That looks fucking cool. I like it. Hmm. No, no. No, that's a no on that one. That one's getting a little out of hand. On the ends though, that does look cool. I like that. That's pretty cool. I gotta say, that's pretty freaking cool. I like it. Now, can I put the thing I don't like though is their beams are scaled just a little bit smaller. They're narrower. They're a narrower set. I don't like it because it does something different with it. But we can see what it looks like if we put beam. Why does it do that? That's annoying. See, I don't. I don't. No, we're not gonna. That just it looks weird. That just looks weird. I don't like it. It's offset. It's offset, and I don't like offset shit. Offset looks fucked up. Makes my OCD start to cry. Can't make the OCD cry. It's not good. That's not what I wanted. Next to the wrong ends. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of cool looking. I uh say or uh, no, that's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Take them out. Take them out. Turn them back into sticks. Turn them back into sticks. Um, hmm. Should we listen to some cryptid shit? I think we should listen to some cryptid shit. Just because I really like cryptid stories. I know they're not real. In fact, most all that shit is just completely fabricated, but they're good
But beyond the
stories.
famous legends, America hides a collection of strange and mysterious. We've all heard of Bigfoot and the Mothman, but beyond the famous legends, America hides a collection of strange and mysterious creatures few have ever heard of. These lesser-known cryptids have haunted the imagination of locals and left behind eerie mysteries that defy reason. Today, we're shining a light on the hidden figures that don't always make the headlines, but are just as chilling. Grab a seat and your favorite drink and join us as we explore the forgotten cryptids of American folklore. The Gallinipper is a fascinating cryptid from African American folklore, often described as a gigantic mosquito. According to legend, these creatures were so enormous that their bones could allegedly fence off a sprawling 140-acre field, making them the stuff of nightmares for those who heard the tales. In popular lore, the Gallinipper is depicted as a monstrous insect, with stories suggesting it was capable of clearing vast areas of land, such as 140 acres, when it extracted its bill from a tree trunk. This imagery underscores the creature's exaggerated size and terrifying nature. The tales often evoke a sense of fear and awe, reflecting the community's relationship with the natural world and its larger-than-life threats. The Proctor Valley monster is a cryptid said to inhabit Proctor Valley. The legend is often associated with Proctor Valley Road, a dirt path that links the community of Jamal in the northeast to the East Lake neighborhood of Chula Vista in the southwest. Descriptions of the monster vary among locals, contributing to its mystique. The two most commonly agreed upon versions depict the creature as either a tall, hairy being reminiscent of Bigfoot or as a bizarre, disarranged cow type. Interestingly, the Bonita Museum and Cultural Center claims to have on display an unknown humanoid footprint attributed to this creature, which many residents believe serves as concrete evidence of its existence. This mixture of uncertain sightings and rumored evidence keeps the legend of the Proctor Valley monster alive in the community, attracting curiosity and intrigue from both locals and visitors. The Beast of Busco is a legendary giant snapping turtle that became a sensation in Indiana folklore after being sighted in 1949. The creature is said to reside in a lake near Churubusco, Indiana, and despite a widespread hunt, it was never captured. The tale of the beast dates
Oh,
back to
I
1893,
wonder
when a
why.
farmer named Oscar Falk reported seeing a gigantic turtle in the 7-acre lake on his property. Although he shared his sighting with others, Falk eventually abandoned the story. Fast forward to July 1948, two local fishermen, Ora Blue and Charlie Wilson, claimed to have spotted a massive turtle weighing an estimated 500 pounds while fishing in the same lake, now referred to as Falk Lake. Farmer Gail Harris, who owned the land at the time, also reported sightings, leading to increased interest in the creature. In early 1949, the story caught the attention of a reporter in Fort Wayne, and soon the Beast of Busco gained national notoriety. Crowds of curious onlookers flocked to Harris's property, prompting the state police to intervene for traffic control. Doubts about the turtle's existence arose, leading Harris to initiate several attempts to capture it. He even drained the lake to try and catch the creature, but the plan was thwarted when the dam holding back the water broke just before the lake was fully drained. Despite additional efforts, including a failed attempt to send a deep-sea diver into the pond due to equipment issues, the turtle remained elusive. During the hunt, Life magazine photographer Mike Shea took 299 photographs at the site, but none were deemed usable. The Beast of Busco has since become a part of local folklore, symbolizing the enduring fascination with cryptids and the mysteries of the natural world. While the giant turtle was never found, its legend continues to capture the imagination of residents and visitors alike. The Walgren Lake Monster, also known as the Alkali Lake Monster or Giganticus brutervius, is a cryptid reported to inhabit Walgren Lake near Hay Springs, Nebraska. Descriptions of the creature vary widely, with accounts ranging from an alligator-like beast to a giant catfish or mud puppy. One of the most notable early sightings came from a local man named J.A. Johnson, who described the creature as being dull gray or brown, much larger and heavier than an alligator, with a horn situated between its eyes and nostrils. Johnson and two companions claimed to have observed the monster from about 20 yards away, estimating its length to be around 40 feet. Other witnesses have suggested it resembles an unusually large beaver, while some legends describe it as a horned beast that preys on livestock.
An unusually large beaver.
The origins of the Walgren Lake Monster legend are intertwined with Native American stories about similar creatures. The initial reports of a lake monster causing havoc by devouring livestock sparked widespread curiosity and were even reported by the London Times. Articles from the time detailed attempts to capture the elusive creature, though these efforts proved unsuccessful. In her 1935 biography Old Jewel, author Mary Sandoz highlighted the notoriety of the monster, noting that some local fundamentalist Christians believed it to be a creation of Satan meant to test the faith of the community. As the legend evolved, the creature was ascribed supernatural abilities. Reports in the late 1930s described its massive size, causing the ground to tremble whenever it moved, leading to farmers feeling seasick from the vibrations. An article published in Outdoor Nebraska in January 1962 reiterated these fantastical claims, stating that the monster's movements could even displace unsuspecting travelers, propelling them over 100 miles away. While the Walgren Lake Monster's legend may have been a sensational creation by John G. Maher, a Nebraska politician and newspaperman known for other hoaxes, it has nevertheless become a beloved symbol for the village of Hay Springs. The community has embraced the legend, producing commemorative merchandise like shirts and buttons, and even creating a replica of the monster based on Johnson's original description. The Pend Oreille paddler is a cryptid believed to inhabit Lake Pend Oreille in North Idaho. Many skeptics dismiss sightings of this creature as misidentifications of naval submarines on practice dives, oversized sturgeons, waterlogged trees, or even stolen boats and off-the-rails railroad cars. The first reported sighting of the Pend Oreille paddler dates back to 1944. Upon learning the date, many locals speculated that the creature might actually be a submarine from the Farragut Naval Training Center, which is now Farragut State Park. The practice of submarines diving in Lake Pend Oreille began during World War II and continued through the Cold War, leading some to believe that odd shapes seen below the water could be these vessels. Sightings resumed in the 1970s, reviving rumors of a large silver monster in the lake. A notable incident occurred in 1977 when a young girl playing at Sandpoint City Beach survived an alleged monster attack, leading reporters to dub the creature the Pend Oreille Paddler, a name that has since persisted. In 1983, a local professor at North Idaho College, James R. McLeod, established a cryptozoology club and became intrigued by the legend after reading an appendix in Lauren Coleman's book, Mysterious America. McLeod's team of researchers set out to investigate the lake. Their investigation led to the discovery that a tabloid photo claiming to show the paddler was actually a 12-foot-long papier-mâché catfish used in a 1974 Sandpoint play. Despite this revelation, McLeod proposed that the monster could be a real deep-water fish, potentially a prehistoric
Good
sturgeon.
morning, Will.
Another sighting occurred in 1985 when a Coeur d'Alene teacher named Julie Green spotted a gunmetal gray object just a few hundred yards from her boat. Supporters of McLeod's
That's right.
research argue that this description lends
I tap it
credibility
with my
to a
hammer.
theory suggesting that the U.S. Navy may have created the monster as a cover for secret nuclear submarine and sonar testing in Lake Pend Oreille. The last officially documented sighting happened in 2007, when a photo purportedly showing the paddler was sent to the Cryptomundo website and reported by cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman.
Just like in DayZ, how you use the sharp end to build with
Dr. Michael A.
and hammer
Fitzgerald
stuff
from Washington
in.
State University created a monsters
The
course
sharp
in
end
English
of a
development,
hatchet.
incorporating McLeod's research into discussions about lake monsters. The study of local folklore continued with the release of Nicholas Redfern's Monsters of the Deep in 2021, keeping the legend of the Pend Oreille paddler alive in contemporary culture. And there you have it. If you enjoy our content, please like this video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel.
Blah, blah, blah.
Before we get started, my fairy fantasy novel.
Let's see.
For several years, I'd experienced the same dream. At least, I initially assumed it was a dream. In the middle of the night, fast asleep in my bed, I'd be rudely awakened by a furious wind raging over me. At times, it was like a swarm of angry bees. Other times, like a powerful jet engine. But each time, it was wholly terrifying. Each time, I felt as though I were awake, in that I knew that I was in my bedroom and my critical faculties were online, but I was unable to move. Figuring it must be a type of dream, I always tried to goad myself to awake.
What do you
with
think,
some
Will?
success.
Is this a cool looking bridge? I think it's a
Had to
cool
endure
looking
the
bridge.
Since this event was happening fairly regularly, about 4 times a year, and since it was so disturbing, I attempted to research it. My research led me to believe I was suffering from sleep paralysis, although I could find no reference to such a wind in any of the books I consulted. Time went by.
I like
As
it.
someone who likes to pass their time with a good book and with an interest in history, I was browsing books on a popular online retailer and came across Emma Wilby's book, Cunning Folk and Familiar Spirits. It's a well-researched book and I highly recommend it. But what I read inside was of immense interest to me, for in it she mentions the phenomenon of the fairy whirlwinds. There are several fairy tales in which an ordinary mortal is transported to the other world via a sudden whirlwind. This is what I think was happening to me. Soon enough, it happened again. I woke up in the middle of the night because of a hot blast of wind, but this time, instead of fighting against it, I just kind of relaxed. And a good thing, too, for what happened next was the most remarkable experience of my life. The wind picked me up, and I was swept feet first through the window. I felt that I was fully awake when this happened, but I wasn't afraid because I also felt that this must be a dream because what was happening wasn't possible. I was floating, flying over the most amazing
Oh, you
city.
rotten.
Beautiful music drifted up from below that I can only describe as a radiant kind of soul music. The city, which was in the sky, floating on a cloud, extended as far as my eyes could see. There were towers, spires, and domes, each constructed of stone of various hues. The city was not static, but seemed to be in a constant state of movement. Great tenements floated past each other. The city felt as though it were alive. Eventually,
You run
I
down the
landed
bridge
in
and
a
you can sit
small,
here and go,
landscape, a rock that was floating among the clouds. From this vantage point, I could see various buildings serenely floating by me.
And take
The
off.
music is loud and clear, as if I had headphones.
And it shoots you way up in the
A little later
sky.
on, I found myself in a darkened room. I'm not sure how I ended up there. There was a wardrobe from which a scuffling noise emanated. I opened it up and found a small stone statue.
But you can also go from the ground and it'll shoot you up in the air.
The creature was about knee height. It had a wizened head and grayish green skin.
And
I
it'll
remember clearly that it had some form of ritual scarification on its face.
let you fly all the way around.
Each cheek. Overall, there was a sense that
And that way I can get rid
was
of
tremendously ancient.
that area
My
down there.
reaction
The
was,
low area.
brownie. And at
Turn
once
that
I
into like a
understood what
landing
it was
area
saying.
or something.
But having read later of the taboo of sharing fairy names, it shall have to remain a secret. For although I was an atheist at the time, I am no longer. My companion took me by the hand in the way a child would, and together we sat on the bed. It was talking to me, but I couldn't understand a word of it. The language was all garbled, high-pitched, and whispery, but I was able to discern a single word: goal. The meaning of this was made clear, for in the next moment we were playing a game similar to basketball, but played with a teddy bear. I took a shot, and the teddy bear went through the hoop, and I immediately woke up. And then I knew the whole thing had been a dream, no matter how real it had seemed in the moment. I know people will say it was just a dream, and that may be, but it was no ordinary dream. For throughout the experience, I had the sense that I was awake, and the visions were rendered into my eyes in the most sublime detail. Since waking life is basically a series of moving images and sensations, why should I dismiss this experience as a mere dream when those images and sensations were so utterly real? I've since read that many witches reported that they'd been lying in their beds when they were taken away to fairyland. I can now understand this predicament. The experience was just so convincingly real that to this day I'm certain I've been to fairyland. What are fairies? I have no idea. But this experience utterly changed the way I conceive of the world. I'm a practicing pagan, and my experience happened during a full moon ritual. I don't belong to a specific sect or group of pagans. I'm a believer in all things in nature, including that which most often can't be seen. So one night I was in a little spot where I often went for these rituals. It was in Seattle, and I was near a wooded area. So while there, just meditating and thinking about my intentions for the full moon, I started to notice these zip type noises. It was like a hummingbird flying by, sort of zippy. Trying to stay focused and not be distracted, I didn't look to see what the noises were. I started blessing some jewelry and stones for a friend when I suddenly realized I was surrounded by a circle of mushrooms that weren't there before. At least I didn't notice them, and this is the type of thing I would have noticed. But I wasn't frightened or disturbed by this so much. Instead, I had this feeling of deep warmth, love, and happiness. And I remember thinking that something magical was happening, like the earth itself was guiding me. I looked up toward the moon and saw tiny lights flickering white and blue. I felt drawn toward the lights, and I got up, left my ritual space, and followed them to the wooded area that was nearby. But when I got to the woods, the lights were gone. I returned to my ritual space and realized that several of my things were missing. I looked through everything and realized that the list of things that were missing were some honeysuckle, cord, and a small marble-sized moonstone. I can't explain how these things went missing. They were there like 5 seconds earlier. I have heard from people in the area that there are places in the woods of Seattle where fairies can be found. The feeling I had at the beginning of the experience and after are something I can only associate with fairies. I think fairies are creatures that guard nature. I'm a pagan witch, and I've had many encounters with fairies. I do not work with the fairies, but I do my research and have run these encounters past those I know that work with them. One of those people is Mint Fairy. She's actually how I found your channel a couple of years ago. The longest story I have is still happening. I have a gnome in my house. I've always been able to feel energies, and I've been around spirits my whole life. As I got older, I started to be able to see the things I was feeling. One night, a couple months ago, I was talking with my sister and her boyfriend who were sitting on the couch across from me. And I felt something behind my sister's boyfriend. I told them there was something in the room. They're used to me saying this stuff by now. They asked me the typical questions like, is it evil? What is it? Etc. I told them I didn't know, but as I focused on the area, it became clearer. In my mind, I saw a small, round man who was sitting almost on my sister's boyfriend's shoulder. He was kicking his feet and sort of giggling at me. And then when I blinked, suddenly I could see him perfectly clearly, sitting right in front of me. I blinked again, and then he was gone. Later on in that home, when my sister's boyfriend was trying to sleep, he heard something running around the bed in the dark. I did divination later in that room and was given enough evidence that it was a gnome. I think the gnome took a liking to me or became interested, I guess. I'm not sure because I would see the same creature out of the corner of my eye or running around the corner. When I moved to a new apartment, I did a money spell on my altar. I had a small statue of a gnome since they symbolize wealth and money. I took some pictures of the candle spell and sent them to a witch friend, and in all of the pictures and video, there's this one green orb flying around the statue. This gnome also likes to knock things over and sit in my closet. Before I was 100% sure about any of this, I asked a friend of mine who is sensitive to check things out. I didn't tell her any details. I just said, the closet in my room. You feel anything there? She took one look at it, looked at me, and goes, I didn't want to tell you, but I think there's a gnome in there. So yeah, I have a gnome in my home. And every seasonal holiday, I'll leave
She has a
little
gnome in her home.
with some honey. Or when I do money or prosperity magic, I'll leave something out for him.
Oh, see, why can't I
This
put
happened in
that up
Croatia. I was watering
there?
my plants on my balcony when I turned and noticed by my right side, at the height between my elbow and shoulder, a weird shimmering air mass. It was without a shape, but similar in appearance to hot air when emerging from hot asphalt. But it was not hot outside. It's actually hard to describe what this looked like because it was like tiny sparkles forming a mass, like a small ethereal cloud. I had never seen anything like it before. For the first moment, I thought, I'm hallucinating. But I blinked several times and averted my eyes, and it was still there, moving, like millions of very, very tiny, shimmering, transparent fireflies forming a moving cloud. I don't believe in fairies with wings and sparkly little creatures hiding in the flowers, although I do believe in the Danish she and nature spirits. So this was quite a surprise for me. This cloud moved in place while my breath was taken away, trying to figure out if my brain was deceiving me. But my sight is great, and I'm completely sane, and I don't take any alcohol or any sort of drugs. The strange thing was that I had a rush of some strange energy that I can't quite explain, like I never felt it before. Not strong feelings like sadness or happiness, just a different feeling which passed through my whole body. Then I tried to touch the mass, and these tiny lights moved between my fingers. I removed my hand and they disappeared. But it was definitely something I had never seen before. There was something there. It was not due to heat or a gas mass evaporating. They weren't insects. They shimmered. And it was not some sun reflection. It appeared during the day and the light was good, but there was no sun. It was a cloudy day. And that feeling I had was something entirely strange. It was just this cloud or mass of tiny, ethereal, transparent things. What can I say? Like fireflies, but not fireflies. And they shimmered like air plankton. They shimmered when moving. I don't believe fairies are little beings in sparkly dresses hiding in the flowers. I never have. But I was raised a believing and practicing pagan. My personal view of fairies is old-fashioned. I have Irish ancestry, and I perceive them more as human-sized beings or forms of energy, and not like sparkling masses flowing around plants. But this is what I actually saw. Not with my mind's eye, but with my real eyes. I do believe in different energy forms, like essences, to avoid using the word soul, and that energy is everywhere, in all the realms. I do believe in parallel realms, and I believe that each energy is different, and it can take different shapes. I believe there are different beings, and that some of them are much higher forms of life than mortals. I think fairies are ancient gods, and I do believe they exist in between what mortals can perceive with physical senses. This happened in England, the West Midlands. I was on a long drive and I decided to park to make a call and have a cigarette. As I sat there, I glanced toward the side of the road and saw two fairies sort of drifting around some fireweed. They were humanoid, fairly opaque at times, shining. I watched them for what seemed like a couple minutes before they flitted off. This wasn't completely out of the ordinary for me. I used to see them regularly as a child, but these sightings became less common as I got older. This incident was 8 years ago. I'm a hereditary witch and contact and work with fairies a lot. But although I sense them and they can cause mischief in my house, I can no longer see them. But that day I saw them. Why do I think they were fairies? Appearance, feeling, activity, family knowledge of fairies. As for what fairies are, well, that's a good question. I think nature spirits. I think fairies might be related to the Native American belief that everything in nature has its own energy, and that energy sometimes manifests and is personified by us.
Oh, rotten fuck shit.
This happened in Ireland, County Down. It was a summer's day in 2016. I was sat in my garden relaxing. I should add, I'd been through a traumatic experience a few years before and feel like it adjusted my aerials, as it were. I dabble in witchcraft and have been interested in fairy lore for a while, and had been leaving offerings by the pond in the garden. It was one of the rare times I had no technology with me whilst I was sat there. I believe this may be significant since I was unable to take a photo. As I was enjoying the sunshine and totally relaxed, all of a sudden, in front of my eyes, about 1 to 2 meters away, something materialized. There was no obvious flight path into my vision that it took. It just appeared out of thin air. My brain did that thing where it tried to make sense of what I was seeing. So I ran through the options. Is it a bird? Not like any bird I've ever seen. Is it an insect? It was the size of my hand, so I ruled that out. As I began looking more closely, I noticed a pair of tiny feet dangling off the bottom of the body. It's a flippin' fairy, came into my head as I sat frozen, watching it hover in front
Not
of me.
just any
For
fairy,
a short
it's a
time that felt like
flippin'
ages,
fairy.
it flew off over the roof. And I burst into tears as the whole thing was very overwhelming. It appeared as a typical Victorian era fairy, a very small humanoid with wings. It was all brown in color. The thing is, I know that fairies typically look a lot different from this sanitized version I saw, but maybe it was presenting itself in an image I'd understand. I don't know, but that's what I saw. It was small, about the size of my hand, all brown in color with double wings. I know Ireland has lots of connections to fairies, but wasn't sure about the particular area I was in. I think fairies are an ancient race that exist in a parallel dimension to us, but can slip between worlds.
That'd be cool.
About 2 a.m., late August 2010, I encountered something. I was just lying down to finally go to sleep. At the foot of my bed, there's a big dresser, not easily moved. On said dresser is my witch's altar, and on that altar is an abalone shell with about 5 gold bells. When I laid down and pulled the covers up, one of the bells rang for a solid 10 seconds. It was a steady, faint chiming of a singular bell. I was still fairly wide awake at this point, so when the chiming stopped, I told my grandma in the other room, but she hadn't heard a thing. Other general paranormal stuff happens in our house as well, and paranormal things run in our family. I should also note I had recently built, about 2 months ahead of the encounter, a small fairy house in the backyard in its own little nook. It was just 10 seconds of a single small metallic bell chime. From what I've heard, usually when bells chime, among other signs, it signifies that a fairy is near. I knew it was a fairy specifically in part because I had recently built
Also,
my house
angels
from
get their
stone.
wings that
Since then,
way,
I've
don't
left
they?
heaps of honey, milk, crystals, glitter, and surrounded their home with parsley, sage, and a few other plants. I don't know what else to say. I believe fairies are real, but I don't know if what I encountered was a malevolent or benevolent type, because both do exist. Like I said, this isn't the first paranormal thing my family has encountered, and certainly not the first I've encountered. Although none of the other encounters were specifically fairy related, just general spooky stuff. But this one, to me, felt fey. Thanks for watching, and thanks to all those who submitted their stories for this one. If you like what I do here on this channel and you haven't already, please make sure to check out my novel, The Ghost of Nothing. It's about a girl from a famously haunted town that turns out to have a bigger fairy problem than a ghost problem. It has a similar vibe to this channel and is based on a huge amount of research I've done into fairy folklore. It's available in all different book formats, including now as an audiobook on Audible. It's been getting very positive reviews, and it's now a finalist in the Wishing Shelf Book Awards. So if it sounds like something you enjoy, please don't hesitate to check it out. Links in the description and in the comments. If you have a story to share, you can check out my channel's website at scaryfairygodmother.com, link in the description. It has a spot where you can submit your stories, comments, questions, or suggestions. You can also sign up for my mailing list that's dedicated to the channel, Fairy Lights. You can also head over to my writing website, also linked.
Being out in the desert, it's not uncommon to see strange things. Lights in the sky, weird sounds, even beings. And I have an account that is absolutely terrifying to the core. In fact, I'm sure you may not even believe me, but all my friends who were at this bonfire can testify that what we experienced was something of the evil supernatural realm. So let's clear out some details first. We're all about 18-19, and since the pandemic, we've been driven crazy. So on this night, we were looking to go out into the desert and just have some fun, away from being locked in, and our parents, of course. It was a group of about 7 of us: me, my girlfriend, a buddy of mine, his girlfriend, a couple mutual friends, and one of their family members. And so we drive out to this small area that's not too far from home, build a pretty good bonfire, and, of course, like any 18-year-olds do, bring some booze and some snacks, and get ready to have just a fun night of just letting loose, because we were all getting pretty tired of being stuck inside, for one. This was actually, too, about a year ago. Maybe last June, or maybe last May. It was still right when the pandemic was in the thick of everything. So we got the bonfire going, we're having a good time, cutting up, laughing, and talking. I think none of us had had dinner yet, so we were eating some snacks and just talking. We did have beer set aside, but nobody at this point had even drunk yet. And, for whatever reason unknown, my friend's family member, we'll call him Craig, starts talking about skinwalkers, which really creeped all the rest of us out. Because the conversation was, I think, about some funny memories or something, and he just starts talking and going on about skinwalkers, something some of us had never even heard about. And then my buddy is like, you shouldn't talk about them, you're going to draw the energy of them here. Even more so being nighttime, all alone in the desert night. They start bickering and arguing.
He got
back and forth.
spookied.
And then my girlfriend and his girlfriend start to get really creeped out, while the rest of us are trying to tone it down. I mean, the argument or discussion got pretty heated. It ended up with them calling each other a few names and voices rising for sure. But maybe after 5 or so minutes, we're able to calm both of them down and successfully change the topic of conversation. But it doesn't seem like that lasted long, because Craig just shut up altogether and just sat there. Just as I start to feel the good vibes coming back, of everybody smiling and laughing again, we all 7 of us, hear the sound of what appears to be large, multiple animals coming towards us, like staying and circling around the fire. Like they were just outside the light of the fire by, I don't know, a couple car lengths, however many feet that is. And this was maybe 20 some odd minutes after the initial conversation of skinwalkers was started. And we all hear it. And so we all turn around, looking for the source of this noise, and whatever animal or animals are making them. It kind of reminded me personally of a couple of loose cows, except extremely aggressive with the way their footsteps were. But they did not sound bipedal. It was definitely 4 legs, and there was at least 5 or 6 of them, just kept circling us around the fire. We try not to think much of it, like maybe it was just some loose cattle, or maybe horses. There's gotta be a reason for it, right? But as time went on, and by time I mean 5-10 minutes, we're trying our best to ignore this, but the noises, all the strange sounds are just getting more and more apparent. Like the hoof sounds, or so it sounded like, the snorting, the hissing, even growling. And not long after, we were all freaking out. So, one of our buddies decided he was going to walk the quarter mile or so back to the car to grab an adequate flashlight and expose these, what he thought were loose steer for what they were. So, he starts jogging back the direction of the cars. And not even 2 minutes later, comes sprinting back towards the fire, and we see him running from a distance. And so we're calling out to him.
Yes! Hey! Hey!
Candy.
We know each other!
Sweet, sweet
Spread
candy
the word.
bear.
I had never seen Devin.
How are you, dearie?
I'll call him Devin.
That's right, I build these things.
He was as pale as a sheet.
Oops,
and
except
he
for
was
that
his
one.
own
That's
eyes,
not good.
and his eyes are as big as a plate.
I messed that one up.
He was chased. And we're like, what? What do you mean chased? He said that he got a good look at this
Oh, I
because
shouldn't even
one or
be
two of
putting
them
one on there.
broke off from the other few and followed
Well,
him
that
as he
was a
close to the car in the night.
good thing I
He
didn't
said
put that
he
one
couldn't
on,
see what it
man.
was. He described it as being half man, half reptile.
How are
It
ya?
was skeleton,
How you doing?
and he was all choked up and scared and shaking as he's telling us this.
Gotta run to
Now,
bed.
maybe
I
20
have to
minutes,
leave in
a
like
couple of
5
us
hours.
continued to circle around
Oh,
us.
geez.
Maybe, I
Well,
don't know,
we'll give you a
tried to get
quick
us to
shout
stay away
out,
from
and then
the
you can
light
be
of
off
the
to
fire.
bed.
But they would never get closer than that. Even as the fire died down, we had already planned on being out here most of the night anyway, until the
Thank
early
you for the
morning
raid.
so
Thank you for bringing everybody over. Hopefully I can be entertaining. And you have yourself a good sleep.
The entire night was incredibly fearful.
Hopefully you're going to sleep. You're going to sleep,
And
right?
unsure what was going to happen to us.
Get some snooze in
Something
before you
decided
gotta
that
bail
we're just
out.
gonna have to stay within the light of the bonfire until light.
We'll have to find out where you're going when you
And
come
I've
back,
never in my life
or the
thought
next
I
time
would
you
ever
get
do a
on.
Hollywood horror movie until this night.
But thank you.
And it
I
seems
will
like
try to
there
be
was
entertaining with
just
the
too much to
creepy
it for it
pasta
to
stories and the
and a couple
bridge
of my
building.
buddies ensued because the buddy, not the one that saw this thing,
Love ya.
but the other one,
Have fun.
flipped out on Craig saying, "You caused this. You brought these things here to us because you mentioned skinwalkers."
Be careful.
And a fist fight ensued. They're fighting, going back and forth. We had to break that up, and it seemed like whatever these things were really drawn to the violence. Like it excited them, I guess if you want to call it that. It was very strange. But we were basically forced to stay up all night and keep the fire going until there was just enough light. And as the dawn came, and just enough light peeked over the horizon to expose somewhat beyond the light of the fire, we didn't see anything.
Watch out for Bigfoot.
So maybe whatever it was knew the sun was coming up and retreated. Either that, or they were very well camouflaged. So we put out the bonfire as soon as we had enough light to run back to the car, and we all bolted. And it's not like we were anywhere special. We'd all just pulled randomly off the side of the road at a spot we all thought would work. And if you have the car, you can look out and see clearly right where a bonfire was. And like I said, you're out here in the desert. It's flat. And there ain't nothing to hide behind. And that was the last time we've done a bonfire. I still talk to my friends, but we've not done anything like that since, at least at night. And as a matter of fact, I just tried mentioning this probably about a week ago because the story popped up in my head and I felt like talking to one of my buddies and wanted assurance that that actually happened. He flat out refused to acknowledge that it even happened. I've not spent any time questioning the friends who were there, asking them, "What do you think?"
Okay,
Did you see something?"
that looks
But I
even
feel like
cooler.
if he stand witness for it, we all could, which is why I stated
Yeah.
in my opening paragraph. There was
I
no
like
dispute.
it.
We all experienced
I
this
like it.
as a group. No matter how terrifying it may have been. Oh, and one last
Yeah.
thing. If you do decide to read the story, which I'm not sure if you will, please leave my real name out of this. Thank you. I'm only 1/4 native, Chickasaw to be specific. My grandfather, who the majority of this story is going to be about, married a white
Looks
Slovakian
like
woman. He, of
I'm
course, was
missing.
full-blooded Chickasaw. He's got all sorts of terrifying tales of a creature that he saw that he described going from being a man to shapeshifting into this reptile-like thing, or as he called it specifically, the man dragon, because of how terrifyingly fierce that it looked. It was also extremely violent, not towards just him, but the tribe itself, and any man that it came across. It was full of bloodlust.
There we go.
He says that the entity, although disguised itself as a man, distinctly still looked different and tried to blend in with the tribe. But everybody knew what it was, and it was always opted out. On several occasions, it had tried to kill several of his grandfather's siblings and other fellow tribe members back in the day. And at one point, they just stopped seeing it altogether, and that was the end of that. It really makes you wonder exactly what it is they experienced and saw. It got to such an extreme, though, that the tribe, at one point or another, had sent about 3 of their top warriors to go after this thing. They returned unsuccessful and were not able to locate it. But that at nighttime, this creature would
Yeah, there we go.
within the village.
That fixed it.
Often trying to attack several of the tribe's members.
That's a problem with repetitive
Really anybody who could. The tribes knew this
items.
was some sort of reptilian reptilian shapeshifter creature.
But it's
or
also a good way to
shapeshifter
be able
dragon
to spot
they
the
often refer to it
differences.
as in the Chickasaw native tongue. Because I'm only like 1/4 native, I don't know enough about my own culture to really understand the language that much since it was never spoken to me. Although my grandfather has taught me some of the language, very small amounts though. My parents, and even he, mostly talks to me in English. I'm just glad I never had to see this thing myself. And I guess other tribes in the entire Oklahoma area and northern Texas also have written and verbal stories passed down of the Dragon Man and how it has the ability to take shape and form of people and can shapeshift
I
at
like it.
will.
It
Knowing the
looks
very limited amount of
cool.
knowledge I do about my own culture and my own people,
It looks
is
very
it possible
cool.
this is some sort of skinwalker? Or maybe something else entirely? I don't know. I mean, my people do have a lot of stories about Bigfoot too, and dogmen, puckwudgies, and several other cryptid-like creatures, even flying ones, and ones that live in the water. My people even
Oh,
had
you
lakes that were marked
fuck.
as not safe because of certain beings that lived in them and dwelt at the bottom of the lake. Is it possible that this dragon man surrounded itself in the woods nearby and was just waiting until the right time to strike? Which it probably never got because my people pursued it endlessly until it just stopped coming around. These are questions I'll probably never have the answer to, and my father doesn't have many answers to them either, or my grandfather, but it's something I look to explore more and hopefully come back to you with a lot more terrifying stories. This was back in 2016. I was with my friend Josh on a run in the Pine Barrens in southern New Jersey. It was a cool autumn morning. The sun was out, and the leaves were just starting to change color. It was the perfect morning for a run. We were running a trail, just for exercise and to get some good fresh air. A nice, brisk pace always helps the body, and this particular trail was slightly challenging, with it being uphill. We were both talking about how nice it was out and how much we enjoyed being out here in the woods. So, here's a quick note, before I go any further with my story. Yes, I'm aware that Pine Barrens is home to all sorts of strange stories and encounters. Things like UFO sightings and bright lights, alien abductions, Bigfoots, and yes, even the Jersey Devil. I've heard it all, but I've never experienced anything myself. Never seen anything, never felt anything weird, and I've lived here for a long time. Not all my life.
Thanksgiving dinner.
Hiking and running around that I feel like if those things were true, I would have seen something at least once ago. Well, that mentality that I had was proven wrong this day. As I was saying, we were running on this trail when up ahead of us we see something. Now bear in mind here, this is what we saw. We saw something big climbing out of the ground. At first, we kind of stopped thinking, what is this? But it happened very fast. This large, lizard-like thing pulled itself out of the ground within a matter of seconds, like it just kind of dug itself out. Think of how in the movies where it shows, zombies digging themselves out of a grave and pulling themselves up. It was similar to that, but it was way faster. It was like a slick, solid motion, just arms out, body coming up out of the ground. Boom. I feel like the phrase pooping bricks is a severe understatement to how Josh and I felt.
Pooping
We
bricks.
were frozen as this being had pulled itself out of the ground, and its expression was kind of stunned and shocked that we were there. Like it wasn't sure how to react to the fact that we had seen it. And we were kind of just locked in a stare for maybe 5 seconds before Josh just grabs me and takes off in the opposite direction.
My
My
elevator.
as fast as we could. Somehow, we managed not to scream, and I'm really surprised I didn't scream like a little girl.
This is a
seeing what we did.
cool freaking bridge. I like
We
it.
stopped and tried to catch our breath.
I like that design.
Breathing heavily.
That
That's why
design's
we're finally able
dope.
to breathe enough where we can ask each other, "What was that? Did you see
Yep.
that? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!"
And it fits
And
in
after
with
that,
the rest of the
we can't believe
motif.
we saw that. What was that? None of us knew. None of us could even think about what it could have been. Like I told you already, I have lived here for at least 10 plus years, and I've never even heard or seen of anything remotely like that. Let me give you a good description of what it was, since we had such a good view of it. This thing was a dark
Had
green sphere.
0
It was round.
visitors today, but
Its
that's
head was square.
because this place
It
is
had a body similar to a human,
way out of the
with
way.
broad hands and feet, and the head was almost kind of
We
like
are
this round thing
way
that was
up
the shape. The eyes
northwest
were
of
very
everybody
contrasting yellow,
else.
very piercing, actually. We never saw any teeth, but I guess the best description I would call it is a dinosaur man, because it was like half man, half
Yeah, we
dinosaur,
are
I guess.
way out there.
I also didn't see a teeth, but this thing was also
We
ripped.
are
From
way
the
out
skin,
there.
you could see its rippling muscles, all over its arms, all over its chest and stomach.
Oy.
I did not see any genitalia. It was not wearing any clothing or
Ah,
anything to cover that. I don't know what it was, and I don't want to go back in those woods to find out, if we're honest. We lived very close to a wetland down south,
way,
and we had a collie
way
that had a talent
out
for finding the
there.
messiest, most rancid filth in the swamp and bringing it home. Our yard, our porch, and from time to time, our house looked like it had been attacked by a large terrestrial slug, leaving a slime trail every.
Okay. I thought the lizard stories were going to be better, but they just suck. I think we were better off with the fairy stories. If we can find something that hasn't been done on here yet. What's this one? This is
Hello,
different.
friends. Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to Listener Stories, a chilling series where we delve into the depths of the unknown through spine tingling tales submitted by you, our listeners. From eerie encounters with the supernatural to inexplicable phenomena that defy all logic. Join us as we navigate the shadows of the human
Oh, this
experience
guy's
and
pretty good.
explore the darkest corners of the
I like him
imagination.
so far.
Each episode promises to leave you on the edge of your seat, questioning what lurks in the darkness and what secrets lie hidden in the night. So dim the lights, settle in, and prepare yourself for a journey into the realm of the unexplained. A story from the early 1900s in Wales, UK. My grandmother would often warn my brother and I of the dangers of the woods and the mountains. My gran was a typical British lady. She had never told a lie in her life and would often relay this to us if we were planning to go for a hike. As a young lad, I'd often dismissed the story as sort of folklore until I read the missing 411 books and discovered channels like yours. The story was always the same, even in her later years of life. As children, she would warn my brother and I of the dangers of getting lost in the mountains and forests and how we must always stay close to each other. She lived in Sarno in Gwynedd, North/Mid Wales for her whole life. When she was younger, she would play in the mountains and woods that surrounded the area. One day, she and her brothers were wandering through the forest collecting blackberries. I know, berries. They had ventured into a part of the forest they had been to 100 times, berry patches they knew and had always visited, not far from their home. Somehow, she became separated from her brothers. She didn't ever go into detail about how they got separated, just that one minute they were there and the next they were gone. She wasn't scared, as she knew the area and decided just to walk home, assuming her brothers would be there. As she's walking, though, the forest around her no longer seems familiar. She's no longer on a path she recognizes, and, being a little girl, she begins to get scared. She said she walked for hours and hours until it was completely dark. Now, this was in the early 1900s, so no phones or torches to aid her through the forest. She walked through the night, but eventually fell asleep, scared, cold, and alone. When she woke up, she could hear her father shouting for her, and the path that she hadn't recognized before is the path that leads to the fields at the back of her house, a path she would have recognized, and a path she was adamant was not there before. Her father and brothers had searched the woods for the whole night and into the morning when they finally found her. They found her not only a kilometer away from home and not more from 100 yards from the edge of the woodland, a part of the woods her brothers and father had searched before. She believed that something had tricked her mind or physically altered the forest around her. She was always adamant that she hadn't wandered off and that the paths and forests that she was walking in that night were not the same as it always had been. She never went in the woods for the rest of her life. Even as an adult, she wouldn't go near them. Unfortunately, she passed away in 2010 at 99 years old. The story happened when she was around 9 or 10. She was reported missing, and people from the village helped search for her. I don't know if there would be a record of this. I have no other information for now, but when I speak to my grandmother, her daughter, next, I will ask her to relay the full story again, as I'm sure I've missed bits, and it's been at least 15 years since I've heard it. Update: I spoke to my gran last night, and she went over a few more details that I'd forgotten. When my great-grandmother went missing, she said that the entire forest went quiet. No birds, no wind, no nothing. The whole time she was walking, she felt as if something were following her, like she was being watched, and any time she turned around, there was nothing there. It became even more intense once it got dark. The woodland she was walking through was only about 20 acres, but surrounded by mountains one side and a lake called Kirini on the other, which was surrounded by large boulders, and above that a long stretch of marshland. Her father and brothers searched the entire woodlands along with locals, and then in the evening the police from the closest town, Bala, came, and eventually there was around 40 people. They walked through the woods in a line from one end to the other and didn't see her. The only thing they found was her basket she used to carry berries. She was adamant that she never left the forest, but her father and everyone else didn't believe her. She was found at around 2 p.m. the following day, laid down less than 500 meters from her house, right on the edge of the woodland. She said in the night she could hear people calling her name, but when she screamed, it was as if they couldn't hear her. She could see lights, but any time she moved toward them, they moved further and further away. Eventually, she stayed in one place in the hope she would be found. When her father found her, they took her back to the farmhouse they lived in, and she slept for over 24 hours. She was 11 or 12 at the time, born in 1914, so this would have been around 1925 or 26. My gran's going to try and dig out the newspaper article about it. Thanks, Danny. My odd story. What happened to me was long before knowing that there was any problems with people going missing in our national park system. This happened the summer of 2001. My family and I were camping in our local canoe livery/campground. My kids were both real young at the time, and we had planned on spending the weekend there. Friday night came and went, and we had a lot of fun. So Saturday, we awoke and made a good camp breakfast, then went fishing. As the evening came, we had a nice fire, making s'mores and laughing, etc. When out of the blue sky, I started to feel sick, and I mean sicker than I had ever felt. Chills, headache, body ache, the whole 9 yards. We all then decided to turn in early with plans on waking up early and packing up and going home. As I lay there chilling with a high fever, it started raining like crazy. About 5 minutes into the monsoon, we started hearing branches breaking. First far away, but minute by minute they came closer to our campsite. My wife woke me up and she was scared. She could hear her kids crying in their tent. I, as sick as I was,
I need
jumped out and grabbed my
to
14-inch hunting knife and
snatch
unzipped
a
the tent. I
potato.
ran toward the noise, knife in one hand, flashlight in the other. I approached the area that I figured it was coming from. To my relief, there was nothing there. I know I couldn't have been back in my sleeping bag, now wet and my fever was off the chart, and we heard motorcycles not 25 feet away. We didn't wait. 2:45 a.m., we packed up the Bronco, left the tents, and rushed home. I never thought much about it, nothing more than a ruined weekend due to my not feeling good. But around 2 years ago, I heard about David Politis and how some people have experiences like this prior to them going missing. I now wonder if I was up next. Signed, Anonymous. Cry
Anonymous.
in the Night, an experience in Palmdale. I've had more than one paranormal experience in my life, and a couple of them have been downright frightening. But the story I'll tell today will not be as frightening as it is intriguing, and it goes back to a time when I was approximately 14 years old. At that time, my parents had become discontent with where we lived in Texas and decided that we would move from there to sunny California in hopes of starting a new life. The decision that my parents made wasn't altogether as irrational as it may sound, because my parents did have friends living in Palmdale. And so, having been invited by them to come live on their property till my dad could get work and we could get a new life established, we took the camper and loaded our vehicle with all things near and dear to our heart and headed for Palmdale. Keeping their name anonymous, our friends, the Smiths, lived approximately 5 to 8 miles outside of Palmdale. Being only 14 years old at the time, I don't recall the exact mileage, but where they lived was what we referred to as out in the boonies, and it was definitely a sight that I'd never seen before. Out on a vast expanse of the Mojave Desert, surrounded by Joshua trees, cacti, and thick dunes of sand, stood the Smiths' home. It was truly an amazing sight for a young teen to behold. It was wide open desert as far as the eye could see. The only other structure in this dry and barren land was an old abandoned 2-story building perched high on the corner where we made our last turn, which led to the Smiths' house. This building stood about 150 yards from where the Smiths lived. And unbeknownst to me, this abandoned building would play a key role in one of the strangest nights of my life. The Smiths had 2 sons and a daughter. The boys were about my age, and they also had a big, fun dog who loved to dig in the sand. With a fence all the way around their property and a wide gate to pull a camper into, my dad pulled the camper inside the fence and got it set up. And at that, we began our new life in Palmdale, California. As the days went by, I got to know my newfound friends, and we had great fun together. One day, we even went down to the old abandoned 2-story building and rode skateboards around it. And well, here's a good place to start telling the main part of my story, and it begins one night after we had all gone to bed. Everyone at the Smith's house had turned in and gone to bed, and my family and I had gone into our camper and bedded down.
Lorenzo.
On this night, I was awakened with the sound of a baby.
Hello, Lorenzo.
I didn't look at the time, but it had to have been in the wee hours of the morning because everyone in the camper was sound asleep. When I awoke, I was very intrigued with the sound of this baby crying, and for some reason, I was very compelled to get up and feed the baby. I still remember how drawn away I was that night in my desire to find this crying baby. I never woke my parents up to tell them there was a baby crying, nor did I wake up either of my 2 siblings. I just got up out of my bed and walked out of the camper into the desert night. I kept on hearing the baby crying, and I felt a desperate need to find it. I remember clearly that it was as if I was under a spell or in a trance. I wasn't afraid, I just wanted to find that baby. I began to realize that the cries of this baby were coming from down the road, and like a moth drawn to a flame, I was drawn down the road toward the origin of these cries. I walked through the Smith's yard by the light of a light pole. When I got to the gate of the fence, I opened the gate and stepped through it, and began walking down the road toward the abandoned building. The baby was crying and crying, and it sounded so innocent, and I was so compelled to find this little baby. So I continued on my walk toward the abandoned building in search for the crying baby.
Kurisu.
This abandoned building, as I mentioned earlier, was about 150 yards from the Smith's house, and there were no street lamps on the street. As I searched for the baby, I sincerely wondered to myself, why is this baby crying? And where is this baby at? Then suddenly, all at once, about halfway down the road, it was as if I came to my senses, and I thought, what am I doing walking down the road at night? I knew that I'd been hearing a baby cry, and I knew that I was searching for the baby. But when I realized where I actually was, I turned around and quickly got back to the Smith's yard and went back into the camper, laid down, and went to sleep. The next morning, around the breakfast table at the Smith's home, I told them about the experience that I'd had the previous night, but I had never expected to hear the profound statement that came from Mr. Smith after he'd heard my story. He said that the old abandoned building down the road was, at one time, an clinic. This was all the information I received from Mr. Smith, but I was very grateful that he told me what he did about that building. If I may say for the record, I've never sleepwalked in my life, and I know that this was not a case of sleepwalking because I was aware of everything that I did from the moment I woke up that night until I got back to the camper and laid back down. It still astonishes me today when I think back on that night and what Mr. Smith told me the following morning. But it adds one more piece to the puzzle in the search to solve the mysteries of the supernatural and paranormal realm. I still don't completely understand what the reasoning of this experience was, but it could definitely have more than one meaning. Was it some malevolent entity luring me down the road by exploiting my natural instinct to bring aid to a baby in distress? Or was it truly the spirit of an infant that I heard, who had been a very building? Many years have come and gone since that night.
I gotta say, the recording of this is not very good.
Things that go bump in the night. I enjoy very much learning new things in the world of paranormal, but I go nowhere without spiritual protection. My spiritual protection is Jesus. Thank you so much for presenting my story. Sincerely,
My protection is Jebus.
My demonic haunting.
I make Jebus protect me.
Which is not my real name, of course, but you understand why I'm not giving it in full, I'm sure. I'm 35 and I'm from and grew up in the Appalachian Mountains with my grandparents. I've loved hunting and being in the woods, and after this happened, I couldn't get enough of the paranormal. I just had to know what I was dealing with, and then I wanted to help others that had their childhood ruined by these types of spirits. In doing research,
Save me, Jebus.
My grandpa.
Oh, we got all kinds of stuff in there.
Something very bad happened to him one night where a demon came to him and said for the life of sin he had caused, he would burn in hell forever, and it was too late. My grandpa went to church that Sunday and never said that his health was so bad he couldn't make it. The demons told me in the middle of my haunting it was this reason they came for me. They were so upset that my grandpa had changed and took the path of Jesus, our Lord and Savior. Please understand this is very hard for me to speak about because the amount of fear these entities put in me was so great I often would pass out, and this only made them stronger. I'm so afraid that talking about it will bring them back to me, and I don't know if I could go through that again. But I believe the Lord would want me to educate others and be brave and strong, for I know that good always overcomes evil. So here goes, and please understand this may take a few emails. And if you want to share with the listeners, you can tell them I will make sure you get an email each week. And Steve, all this is 100% true. I believe that you've read enough emails so you can just tell, so here's the story of my demonic haunting. The first time I noticed anything was on a cold, cold night in 1988. I slept beside my grandparents because I had asthma, so my bed was by theirs.
Cocaine, it's a hell of a drug.
It was very chilly that night and windy as all get out. Nothing like the howling of the wind in the mountains. It was like a huge train the size of a mountain itself flying by the home, running 90 miles an hour. That night, I had a dream that scared the life out of me, but I don't know why it was only with me in a room staring at a TV screen, and all that was on it was fuzz, and it would get bigger and bigger and bigger. The fuzz would get so big it would terrify me beyond belief. I woke up so scared it took my grandpa hours to convince me it was only a dream. Weird, I know. And to this day, I still have no idea what it symbolized, unless it was the opening of a portal. These evil entities can use your dreams to open portals and come straight to our existence. That's all I could figure out, and the reason I know that the dream was important was the very next night I woke up 60 yards from my bed, outside at my mailbox, around 2 or 3 a.m. I ran back to the house, but the door was locked. I had to beat on the door screaming for my granny and grandpa to let me in. I was only 7 and it was around 12 degrees. I will never forget staring at the thermometer when the porch light was flipped on when they came to the door. I fell in my granny's arms and broke down, trying to explain I woke up this way and didn't sneak out. She and I wondered why I locked the door, and I honestly knew I didn't, but how I would not know until later. This entity communicated with me telepathically. 2 nights after this, all would be put into a horrifying realization. It was cold, and I had finally fallen asleep, which was hard after waking up outside and awoke in such instant panic and fear that I knew there was something very, very bad in that room, and it was close. I felt it as much as I could in my own body. Then down at the foot of my bed, near the nightlight, stood a very tall, dark, cloaked figure. It had on a cape with a hood and looked just as the Grim Reaper, with only its outline visible and without the blade. It just stood there, and I was so scared I couldn't move. I knew it was real, that it was standing there, and it wasn't a dream or me seeing things. I could feel the heat coming from it. Not cold, as some say, but heat. And as scary as this was, the nights and days only got worse. After the last entity I saw, or the second one, not sure if I told you about this one, but it was shortly after the close. This time, though, from the light coming in from the bay window, I saw a face, and it turned to glare at me. And I know it wanted me to see it very clearly, and when I tell you it was the most demonic-looking lady-like face you could ever imagine, God knows I mean it. This girl was a cross between the girl from The Exorcist, but older, with short hair that was disheveled. At the time, I could not describe it, but as Hollywood moved a little, it's now closest to what I saw. My body froze with a terror you could never imagine in your deepest and darkest dreams, any fear you could receive from anything but looking straight into this demon's eyes. It kept walking right through the wall, I'm guessing outside of wherever a demon goes. After this encounter, things went quiet, and I don't really understand why, but it did. So much, in fact, I decided to move across the double wide to my own room. Now at age 10 or 11, I wanted my own bedroom and privacy. It was time to grow up and become a big boy. I was so excited. Now, from my new room, I could see the living room out of my door and a straight shot where I could see the kitchen over the bar and to my grandparents' room. I could see if their lights were on at least, so I felt comfortable. As the lights went out, I scrambled into bed. I just got a new bunk bed. It was a new style that came out in the Sears catalog. It had the full size on bottom and a twin on top and was made out of red colored metal. It had a cool little ladder that went to the top. I loved it. I had my radio on 97.3, which played easy music of the 90s back then in the North Carolina mountains. Things like Bryan Adams and Angel by Aerosmith. Perfect music for an 11-year-old kid to fall asleep. I was just getting ready to doze off when, bam, this very loud pop sounded right above my bed. I later learned that this is a portal opening. But at this time, I come to realize that pops and glass breaking sounds means the monsters are coming. Then my closet, which were the metal sliding door, sounded as if something or someone just punched them very hard. I could feel all the fear coming back. I could feel the sweat popping out on my little face. I was so scared. But before, where I was next to Granny and Papa, but now so alone and no one to jump into bed with if I feel as if my life were in danger. Back when it first started, I would take the fear. It was taught in my family, we work hard, we love and respect one another, and fear was okay, but we overcome it, and it's what makes us stronger. But when I felt my life was in danger, I would sometimes find myself leaping into bed with my grandparents. A single leap almost. A leap caused by intense, horrific, and traumatic fear. Fear of the devil dragging me to hell and my life being no more. My grandpa going to church taught me as the Baptists
Ugh,
did and do of
creepy.
hell and the devil coming to get us if we sin. I knew I couldn't sin. I was a young kid. I did think maybe this was happening because I backtalked sometimes or told a few fibs. It was my way to condone this in any way that would make sense at all. The closet never opened, just hard bangs there in the walls, and I heard chewing and scrambling. To be continued. Signed, Bry. There you have it. Let us know what you think about these stories in the comments below, but please be respectful of the opinions of others. And if you have any strange stories that you would like to see featured in an upcoming video, email them to nationalparkmysteriesYT@gmail.com.
Well, that was kind of a letdown. That was kind of a letdown.
Good evening, and thank you for sharing my story. This encounter still troubles me to this day. It was the summer of 2010, and I had recently turned 13. My family thought it would be a great summer for a cabin trip, a departure from my usual Boy Scout camp adventures. We embarked on a journey from our home in Florida to South Carolina, where my grandparents from Canada would meet us. The cabin we had rented was nestled in a serene location, offering a breathtaking view of the lake and even its private beach. My excitement knew no bounds as I was the first to jump out of the car upon our arrival. However, my initial enthusiasm was met with an encounter that would haunt me for years to come. As I explored the surroundings, I came across a man who seemed to be in his late 50s, the owner of the cabin. He greeted me with a warm smile that gradually morphed into an uneasy grin. This strange reaction caught my attention, but being a shy kid, I decided to move along and continue my exploration. My curiosity led me to a peculiar circular pit beneath the cabin. It was an unsettling sight, but it didn't initially bother me. I then spotted a treehouse under construction by the owner down the beach. Ignoring his warning to be cautious, I ascended the ladder.
I should have set up a new forest base last night.
But I managed to find a secure spot to
That way we could have just
the wood cabin, while appearing
transported.
old, exuded an air of sturdiness. It boasted a spacious porch and outdoor storage underneath, where my attention was drawn once more to the enigmatic circular pit.
Well, we'll just have to run it out, I guess.
Spinning ball dipped into the earth. I pointed it out to my father.
Run.
Still present, casually remarked that a bear used to nest there but had long moved on. His explanation didn't sit right with me, considering the strange appearance of the pit. Shrugging off my unease, I entered the cabin and claimed one of the bunk beds before my siblings could. The initial days of our trip were filled with outdoor activities like hiking and swimming, typical summer fun. Once our grandparents arrived, we would spend more time.
Run away, fuzzy fuzz butts.
On the seventh night, something unsettling occurred that would forever change the course of our trip. I was roused from my sleep by strange sounds outside. The shifting of dirt near the left side of the cabin caught my attention, where trash cans were placed next to the kitchen door. I heard something pushing the bins around, and I assumed it was raccoons or some curious animal. Being a Boy Scout, it was my duty to shoo them away. I climbed down from my bunk, and as I did, the noises abruptly ceased. I noticed a few rays of sunlight streaming into the room, which struck me as odd. I made my way to the kitchen window to investigate, but before I could reach it, I heard long, scratching noises emanating from the walls of the cabin. It sounded as if long nails were digging deep into the sheets of the bed. Fear gripped me, and I slowly backed away from the source
Oh,
of
you
the
think
eerie
it?
sound.
You think he looks like he's got a turtle head poking out like this? Check this out.
My brother and our loyal dog were the only ones downstairs with me at the time. My dog,
Now he's really got a turtle head poking out.
barking and growling as if ready to confront whatever threat lurked outside.
Uh, I gotta make it to the windmill. Maybe I got a toilet.
He grabbed me and handed me his hunting knife.
Uh,
His eyes glistening with
please
fear.
have a toilet.
He
Please
immediately
have an
walked straight into our
outhouse.
parents' room while he
I'm
opened
gonna
the door,
poop my pants.
swinging it open and stepping out. My dog followed, barking fiercely. The barks and running soon receded into the distance as I climbed the stairs and woke up my father. It took about 30 minutes for my brother and father to return. My dog was limping but had displayed remarkable courage throughout the ordeal.
Okay.
My brother, who had always been a brave and capable older sibling, now wore an expression I had never seen before, and one I would never see again.
Makes him look like he's running normal now, huh?
But this experience had unnerved him to the core. With our dog's wound attended to, my mother and grandmother rushed me to the local vet. While they were gone, my father, grandfather, my oldest second brother and I inspected the cabin for evidence of the strange events. I stayed close to the cabin, still trembling with fear. The trash bins had been punctured with gaping holes, as if something had punched them open. Above the bins, the cabin wall bore deep claw marks, reaching about 6 feet from the ground. Amidst the eerie aftermath, I detected an unusual odor that didn't originate from the trash cans. My anxiety grew as I crouched down to peer over the cabin, where the strange pit had piqued my curiosity earlier. There, I discovered a gruesome sight: a dead fox, torn into pieces. I immediately alerted my father, and he, along with my brother, swiftly removed the remains using a shovel and disposed of them. My father contacted the cabin owner, who tried to downplay the situation but provided us with a flare gun and bear mace as a precaution. A few days passed, and my parents took the rest of the family to a nearby restaurant, leaving me behind with my oldest brother, who had chased the intruder previously, and our injured dog. An hour after they departed, I found myself gazing out of the second-floor window in the direction my brother had run towards during his previous encounter. At that moment, I was petting our dog, who suddenly raised his head, alert and sniffing the air. I glanced outside and saw a monstrous, bear-like creature perched high in one of the trees. This creature defied typical bear characteristics. Instead of a rotund body, it possessed a lean, muscular physique, resembling that of a human. Its eyes were the most unnerving part, piercing and yellow, akin to perfect human eyes that locked onto mine. Fear surged through me, triggering a fight-or-flight response. My dog, sensing my distress, joined in by growling and howling at the window. In a state of panic, I turned and sprinted towards my brother's room, tears streaming down my face as I yelled about the terrifying beast outside. My brother, with a worried expression, told me, "This territory doesn't belong to us." He then rose from his bed, grabbed his knife and baseball bat, and descended the stairs. I armed myself with the flare gun and bear mace, preparing for the possibility of the creature breaking in and attacking us. Suddenly, a tremendous impact against the cabin's rear wall sent the entire structure shaking like a boat. My dog's barks and growls continued, and I could hear heavy breathing from outside, accompanied by objects being hurled at the cabin. A rock shattered one
We
of the
can go
windows, struck my brother's
southwest.
leg,
That's
causing him to
fairly
fall
close.
Without hesitation, I
Set
turned
up
and
a
stared
force
toward the
base
window.
over here.
A bright burst of light followed by a chorus of profanity.
That way we're closer to that.
Then, abruptly,
Just in case we happen to get annihilated.
the dog remained vigilant, growling and fixated on a corner of the room that lacked a window. I couldn't see what had captured his attention, but I could only assume that the creature was lurking there. Several minutes of tense silence passed before my brother and I decided to call the police and our parents. With trepidation, we ventured out the front door and cautiously made our way around to the right side of the cabin. A slow snarl emanated from behind a bush, and my dog inside went berserk, leaping and scratching at the door. My brother began shouting at the creature and hurled his baseball bat in its direction. The sound of it didn't hit a tree. It struck the creature. It emitted a pained grunt before a massive, black, furry mass darted out from behind the bush and sprinted down the dirt road. We lost sight of it in an instant. Panicked, we rushed back inside the cabin, barricading the doors and retreating upstairs. Moments later, gunshots echoed in the distance, and my father's truck pulled into view. I flung open the door, and the rest of my family rushed inside. My father recounted that a large bear had been chased away, and he had fired a few rounds at it. The police eventually arrived, after some difficulty locating the cabin. We provided them with a story about an aggressive bear attempting to breach our cabin. That night we left, and my family often recalls the tale of how my son and my oldest brother bravely fended off a hungry bear. However, for my brother and me, the truth was far more unsettling. Upon our return to Florida, I retreated to my room, still shaken by the harrowing experience. My brother entered, locking eyes with me, and uttered the chilling words. It looked human, didn't it? I simply nodded, prompting him to elaborate on his earlier remark about territory. He explained that every animal has its territory, but when something bigger comes along and takes it, that's when things change. The memory of that encounter remains etched in my mind, and I can't help but wonder if the cabin owner knew more about the danger in the area than he had let on. It's a story I can't forget, a tale of a nightmarish encounter with a creature that defied explanation, and a lingering sense of unease that continues to haunt me to this day. A year ago, I had the opportunity to meet a fascinating man who would later become a close friend. Let's call him Jake to protect his identity. We both shared a military background, which naturally led to conversations about our past experiences. However, Jake had a story that was unexpectedly haunting, and when I finally got this channel up and running, I knew I had to share it with you. So, here we go. This story takes place on an undiscovered military base, deep within the damp jungles of a remote island. Jake recalls the wilderness being unnervingly quiet for at least a week leading up to the incident. The personnel stationed there attributed the silence to a change in season or something of the sort. There were rumors of bizarre sightings, fast-moving creatures that defied explanation. Anyone who dared mention these sightings was typically met with ridicule by fellow soldiers. These strange sightings were notably inconsistent with one another. Some claimed to have seen large, unblinking eyes, while others reported smaller ones. Some heard the thunderous trudging of a massive creature through the woods, while others described the sounds of something small and rustling through the underbrush. No one had seen anything worth defending against, let alone risking their
Booga booga booga. Booga booga.
at the time, served as the desk sergeant, which meant he heard every report that came in. Anyone who saw or heard something unusual that could potentially impact the base's security would typically seek him out to have it documented and logged. He never took the more fantastical reports seriously enough to record them officially. Unbeknownst to the concerned soldiers who came to him, some of them just wanted to talk about their experiences off the record. These conversations often ended with them sharing ghost stories of their own. Without any question, Jake and his team were stationed on the far side of the island, an area completely uninhabited, with no human presence for hundreds of miles in any direction. This location had been chosen by the military for storing weapons and explosives. Jake had a partner named Barry, and their mission that night was to conduct nightly checks on the magazine storage areas, which were several miles deep into the uninhabited zone. As they drove slowly in their Humvee with the windows down, the jungle remained eerily quiet. The silence was almost comforting for their mission, which involved detecting any foreign intelligence operatives, or tampering with U.S. equipment, or dealing with the occasional refugee group that washed ashore. They were traveling along a narrow road that rested in the valley, between two imposing mountains, bordered by gigantic hills, thick with tall grass. Then, Out of nowhere, they heard it, a heavy thud coming from the woods. It was a completely unexpected and unnatural sound emanating clearly from the tangled growth. The first thud caught their attention, but it was quickly followed by other, equally unsettling noises. Barry decided to shut off the headlights and engine so they could stealthily approach whatever was out there. They knew that anyone attempting to navigate the dense vegetation would have to do so carefully, taking time to avoid injury. But what they encountered next was truly unexpected. Surprisingly, they could hear fast-paced footsteps, accompanied by rustling through the tall grass. After a few moments, the sounds began to move parallel to the road. They decided to restart the vehicle and pursue the noise. The walking continued for a while as they followed it, illuminated only by their running lights. Suddenly, it stopped. They thought they had lost track of whatever was out there, so they turned the headlights back on, assuming it might be a deer or some other animal. As Barry turned on the high beams, both men's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. Approximately 30 yards ahead of them stood a humanoid creature. The creature was over 2 meters tall, with a small oval head. Its movements were eerily swift for its size, almost reminiscent of a massive mammoth crab. Witnessing this creature instantly sent a chill down Jake's spine, as if he had been punched in the stomach. His heart raced, and adrenaline coursed through his veins so rapidly that he began to feel nauseous, on the verge of vomiting. Jake later lamented the fact that neither he nor Barry had the courage to chase after the creature. The overwhelming feeling of being at such a disadvantage in the darkness was absolutely petrifying. They couldn't shake the unsettling notion that they might have become the hunted, with this mysterious creature having the tactical advantage in terms of position and mobility. In a panic, they turned their truck around and sped off into the night, leaving the creature behind. The woods remained silent for at least another week before returning to the usual droning sounds of the local wildlife. In the undisturbed heart of Georgia's wilderness, there's a piece of land that's been mine since the day I was born, passed down through generations since 1810. I often think about how the oaks and pines here
Yeah,
have seen more history
Ali
than the
said
trees.
C.
My property, a sprawling expanse of a few thousand acres, complete with a serene,
I think it should let you
lake,
log that you visit all these places instead of just lighting 3 reliquaries. You should be able to click on it and say hi. Little more friendly. Hang tight, guys. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
letting the day's work sink in. This land, it demands a lot, but it gives back in peace, in a sense of belonging. But recently, that peace has been different, disturbed by things I can't quite explain. It started with the knocks, not the kind you hear at the door, but a distant, rhythmic thumping against the trees. I first thought it was just the wind or some animal, but the pattern was too deliberate, too human. Then came the rocks, small ones at first, hitting the side of the house in the dead of night. I'd go out with my flashlight, scanning the trees for some prankster, but there was never anyone there. But it's not just the knocks or the rocks. There's a feeling, a change in the air when the sun dips below the horizon. It's like the land itself shifts, becomes something older, something wilder. My wife feels it too. She's got that intuition, a sense of things that can't be seen. We don't talk about it much in front of the girls. They're only 5 twins, and the world to them is still simple, still safe. Just last week, I was out at the edge of the property, checking the fences. It was getting late, but I wanted to finish up. That's when I heard it first, the footsteps. Heavy, deliberate. I've tracked deer, chased off coyotes, but this was different. It wasn't fear I felt, not exactly. It was an awareness that I wasn't alone, that something was sharing the woods with me. I stood still, listening as the steps seemed to circle, then fade away into the twilight. That night I started digging into the history of this land. There's an old family journal, leather-bound and worn, speaking of the Cherokee who once used these woods as a refuge. Maybe, I thought, there's an answer in the past, a clue to what's happening now. I don't scare easy. Life out here, it toughens you. But there's something going on in these woods, something that doesn't fit into the world as I know it, and I intend to find out what it is. The days on our land are filled with the usual rhythms of nature, the chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, the distant calls of coyotes as evening approaches. But it's the nights that have started to feel foreign, as if the land itself is whispering secrets it's held for centuries. Last night was different, though. It was a night that etched itself into my memory, as clear and as sharp as a winter morning. My wife and I were sitting on our back porch, the one overlooking the lake. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, and the sky was a canvas of deep blues and purples. We sat there, like we often do, watching the day give way to night. But as the darkness crept in, the usual chorus of wildlife sounds abruptly ceased. It was as if someone had pressed a mute button on the world.
Okay.
Very silent, I heard it. Footsteps. Not the light, familiar tread of a deer, but something heavier, purposeful. They crunched through the underbrush, breaking the stillness of the night. My heart beat a little faster, not out of fear, but a kind of primal alertness. I've lived in these woods all my life, and I know every creature that calls its own. This was different. Then came the sounds that chilled my blood. It wasn't words, not in any language I've heard. It was a chanting, a guttural rhythmic sound that seemed to resonate with the very trees around us. My wife gripped my hand, her eyes wide. We've heard stories, old tales passed down through generations. This was no story. This was real, and it was happening just beyond the veil of darkness that shrouded our view. I reached for my battery-powered spotlight, a heavy-duty thing that could light up a good stretch of the woods. But as I struck the light through the trees, there was nothing. No eyes caught in the gloom, no movement. Just the trees and the darkness and the sound of that chanting. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The night returned to silence, save for the sound of our own breathing. We sat there for what felt like hours, neither of us willing to break the silence. The darkness felt different now, heavier, as if it was pressing in. The last straw was the rock. It came from nowhere, a sudden jarring thud as it landed on the porch near our feet. It was a big thing, easily
Well, that's a cool looking tower.
I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. It was just a rock, but it felt like a message. I bagged it, thinking maybe there'd be something on it. A print, a mark, something.
But has no door?
With trespassers, poachers, and the occasional lost hiker. But this was beyond my understanding. Something was happening on our land, something ancient and unexplainable. And I was determined to get to the bottom of it. The morning after the incident with the rock, I was up before the sun. There's something about the stillness of dawn that makes it easier to piece together the puzzles that life throws your way. As I sat on the porch, coffee in hand, I knew it was time to delve deeper into the history of this land. Maybe the past held answers to the present. The
Holy
a relic
fuck,
from
I didn't even.
sat on my desk. Its leather cover.
Wow.
The pages yellowed with
And I thought my shit was fucking
tales of
oversized. Holy fuck.
Now was the time.
Homie's made some big shit over here.
A time when this land was a wild frontier. It mentioned a Cherokee tribe that used these woods as a refuge. I'd always known about the Native American presence on this land, but I'd never connected it to what was happening now. The more intrigued I became. There were mentions of sacred rituals, of a deep respect for the land and its spirits. The Cherokee believed in a balance, in a harmony between man
I
and
can get rid of the grass.
also talk of a darker side.
We can get grass somewhere else.
The details were vague. The words tinged with a superstitious fear that was hard to fully grasp. That afternoon, as I walked through the woods, the journal's words echoed in my mind. The land didn't feel just rustle in the leaves, to flow in the streams. I turned to the internet, to the vast repository of human knowledge, and typed in cryptozoology. It was a shot in the dark, but what else could explain the rock? The screen filled with tales of creatures that lived in the fringes of our understanding. I had always considered such things to be the realm of fantasy, but now I wasn't so sure. The idea of Bigfoot being real, walking through my woods, was both absurd and terrifying. The more I read, the more the pieces seemed to fit. The descriptions of the creatures, their elusive nature, the way they were said to communicate, it all mirrored what I was experiencing. I didn't know what to believe, but I knew I couldn't ignore it. Something was happening on my land, something that defied easy explanation, and I was determined to uncover it, to understand it. I kept my findings from my daughters. They were too young, too innocent to be burdened with these questions. For them, the world was still a place of wonder and simplicity. I wanted to keep it that way, at least for a little while longer. As the day faded into evening, I resolved to explore the woods again. This time, I'd go further, deeper. I'd find answers, or at least I'd try. The land was speaking, and I needed to listen. The next day, armed with a sense of resolve and a backpack filled with essentials, camera, flashlight, some food and water, my wife and I set out into the heart of the woods. The morning was crisp, the air fresh with the scent of pine and earth. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were stepping into a story much older than ourselves, a narrative written long before our time. We walked in silence, our eyes scanning the dense forest. The woods were alive with the sounds of nature, yet beneath it all lay a hushed anticipation, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I couldn't help but feel we were not alone, that unseen eyes were watching our every step. As we ventured deeper, I kept an eye out for any signs, any clues that might shed light on the
Oh, that's kind of clever. They got that blended in there pretty good.
anything out of the ordinary. But the forest gave up little, its secrets well guarded. We reached a clearing where the sunlight streamed through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the
Okay,
trees.
okay.
Here, we paused, taking a moment to rest and gather our thoughts. My wife, always more attuned to the subtleties of nature, suggested we split up to cover more ground. I hesitated, the protective part of me wanting to keep her close, but I knew she was right. We agreed to meet back at the clearing in an hour. As I walked alone, the silence of the woods seemed to deepen. Every snap of a twig underfoot, every rustle of leaves, felt amplified. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, a primal instinct I hadn't felt since I was a boy. Then, about half an hour into my solitary exploration, I saw it, a series of deep, indistinct impressions in the soft earth. They were too large for any deer, too irregular for a deer. My heart quickened as I followed the trail, the camera in my hand now a lifeline to reality. The trail led me to the edge of a steep ravine, the ground falling away into shadow. There, perched on the edge, I saw something that defied explanation. A figure, large and looming, its back turned, covered in what looked like thick fur. It stood motionless, as if gazing into the depths of the ravine. I raised my camera, my hands trembling slightly. This was it, the moment of truth. Just as I was about to take the picture, the figure turned, and for a brief second, our eyes met. There was an intelligent stare, a knowing, that shook me to my core. Then, in the blink of an eye, it was gone, disappearing into the thicket with a grace that belied its size. I was left standing there, heart pounding. The
Ow.
image of those eyes seared into my memory. I made my way back to the clearing, my mind racing.
Holy,
I found my wife.
I thought that was part of the landscape, but it's not part of the landscape.
Our shared look said it all.
It's like the fucking tower from Sauron.
But we had changed. We had touched something ancient, something wild.
Freaky.
We had been changed ourselves. The land had spoken, and we had listened. And had the opportunity to hear the
Tower at
stories
Mordor.
during what started as a casual conversation quickly evolved into a gripping interview. Gabriel had recently moved away from our neighborhood, and this was my chance to hear his first-hand account of a spine-tingling experience. As we delved into the realm of the unusual and bizarre, I couldn't help but notice a certain spark in his eye, a passionate glimmer that hinted at personal encounters with the
Kind
supernatural.
of cool looking chandelier.
Max, originally from Costa Rica, had spent most of his life there before immigrating to the United States. Intrigued by the unusual topics that emerged during our conversation, ghosts, vampires, dogmen, and glitches, I sensed there was a story waiting to be told. Max's eyes widened as he responded to my inquiry whether he had ever experienced something strange. Yes, I have, he said, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension.
Gliders.
The tale he was about to share revolved around a dark night in San Jose, Costa Rica, when he was just 10 years old. He lived with his parents and older brother in a quiet suburb named Las Animas.
Glider of fire. Basic glider. Basic glider. I can make the basic gliders.
Given the high crime rate of the town, Max's father, a metalworker, had fortified their house with steel doors, door frames, and window frames. Their small backyard was surrounded by walls that stretched off into the open, and guarded by Fred, their royal Doberman. Grandpa was trained to accept food only from Max's father, as local thieves were known to poison guard dogs in attempts to gain access to homes. There was an unspoken curfew for children after dark. If they were away from home and without parental supervision, they were expected to stay put to stay safe. One fateful evening, Max and his brother Miguel were visiting at their house, the haunted ridge on the only other house on the street. Time slipped away, and it was well past nightfall when they decided to head home. The debate about walking back ensued, despite both houses being well lit with floodlights. The daunting prospect was the unlit dirt road and knee-high grass that stretched for about 25 yards between them and home. Their mother, ultimately waiting beside them, they started jogging toward home, bidding Carlos adieu. However, as they turned back to look at their mother one last time, she had disappeared. In her place, across the street, in the middle of the field, stood a dog. The boys slowed down, their old tennis shoes scuffing the unpaved road as they tried to make sense of the situation. It was undoubtedly a dog, a far larger than a thick chain was wrapped around its neck. The eerie sound of metal rattling in the night air sent shivers down their spines. For a moment, they consoled themselves with the thought that it might be rambling
That's kind of
through
cool.
the tree.
Like a little lookout.
Whether it was their faithful guard dog, but as they continued to approach,
I think I'm being followed, chat.
the mysterious dog seemed to grow in size as they got closer, and it became evident that this was not their beloved Rambo. With hearts pounding, the two young boys froze in their tracks. Max looked at Miguel, whose expression revealed fear he had never seen in his older brother before. They didn't know it at the time, but what they were facing was a hellhound, as we know it. The black dog fixated its ominous gaze on them, alternating between their house and the boys, as if acknowledging that a confrontation was imminent. It stood as an imposing barrier between them and safety. The boys realized that returning to Carlos's house was too far, and continuing down the road felt like certain doom. Their only chance was to retrace their steps. Turning back, they heard the front door of their house open, and their mother emerged, shielding her eyes from the floodlights. Fueled by fear, the boys sprinted toward her, their adrenaline surging as they ran harder than they ever had before to reach her. The hound's head snapped toward their mother, and it launched itself into the air, covering at least 30 feet in one terrifying leap before crashing to the ground. The beast began its relentless pursuit of the house, tearing through the tall weeds in the field. The metallic clinking of the chain intensified as it closed in on them. somehow they managed to reach their mother just in time, slamming the door shut behind them. Inside, their mother prayed in disbelief as the front door quivered from the furious blows of the enraged creature outside. After a few agonizing moments of terror, the noise abruptly ceased, replaced by a blaring car horn from outside the garage. Max's father shouted at them to activate the metal-clad garage door from inside the house. Miguel quickly complied, opening the garage door and earning a scolding from his father for supposedly letting the dog out. With trembling hearts, Max and Miguel cautiously opened the front door and looked around, finding no trace of the hellhound. As they continued their investigation, they discovered poor Rambo cowering in fear, hidden in a small crawl space beneath the porch stoop. As I sat in my studio, listening to Max recount this harrowing experience, his eyes welled up with tears. He confessed that despite all the movies they had gotten into, it was the first time he had ever seen his big brother scared. The encounter with the hellhound left an indelible mark on my mind, forever etching the nightmarish image of the hellhound into my mind. Max concluded his tale with a quick smile, saying, "You know what? I have another story for you. Have you ever heard of La Llorona?" I nodded.
No, but I've heard of my Sharona.
We both understood that the chilling legend of La Llorona would have to wait for another time, leaving me eagerly awaiting the next chapter of Max's spine-tingling tales.
My Sharona.
It's funny how some nights start so ordinary, you'd never expect them to turn your world upside down. That was how Halloween of 2022 began in Bolton, a quiet subdistrict of Manchester. Around here, we don't really make a big fuss about Halloween. You know, just a few kids in makeshift costumes, wandering about with their little pumpkin heads. That's about it. I remember settling down in the living room with my family that night. The TV flickered with the eerie scenes of The Exorcist, a classic horror movie that seemed fitting for the occasion. My mom had popped in the corner, and my little sister was curled up under her favorite blanket, eyes wide with suspenseful sleep. Dad, as usual, pretended not to be interested, but I caught him peeking at the screen from behind his newspaper. Just as Reagan was about to do something particularly spooky, a sharp knocking sound cut through the room. It wasn't the front door. That sound was familiar. No, this was coming from the back door. Weird, I thought. To knock there, someone would have to get through our wrought iron gate, and that thing was always bolted shut. We all paused, the movie forgotten. The knocking continued, growing louder and more urgent. It wasn't the kind of sound you could ignore. I glanced at my family. Their faces mirrored my confusion. Dad finally set his newspaper aside, his eyebrows knitting together in concern. "Who could that be at this time?" Mum muttered, more to herself than to anyone else. I stood up first, a mix of curiosity and unease churning in my stomach. At 15, I was already 6 feet tall, thanks to the boxing training that started last summer. Not that I felt particularly brave at that moment. As I moved towards the kitchen, the knocking persisted. I peeked through the window, half expecting to see a neighbor or a lost trick-or-treater. But what I saw made my heart jump into my throat. Out on the lawn, something was moving. Something big, dark, and definitely not human. I stifled a gasp and stumbled back, my mind racing. "There's something out there," I managed to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. My mum was at my side in an instant. "What is it, love?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. I pointed towards the window, struggling to find the words. "It's big, bird-like, but not a bird. It crawled to the garden corner," I stammered. Mum squinted through the glass, but smiled. "Are you sure?" she asked, sounding skeptical. I nodded, unable to shake off the image of that creature from my mind. We returned to the living room, where the knocking had finally stopped. Dad suggested it might have been some local kids playing a Halloween prank, but I couldn't believe that. What I saw wasn't human, and it certainly wasn't a kid in costume. That night, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, every little sound in As dawn broke, I made up my mind. I had to find out what that thing was. I waited until the house was stirring, not wanting to alarm anyone with my early morning escapade. Slipping on my jacket, I grabbed a torch from the drawer and quietly made my way to the back door. The garden looked different in the morning light, less menacing than it had the night before, but the memory of what I had seen was fresh in my mind, propelling me forward. The grass was dewy under my feet as I walked towards the spot where I had seen the creature. I scanned the area, half expecting it to jump out at me, but there was nothing, just a youthful hedge of bushes and trees. My heart raced as I approached the corner of the garden, the place where the creature was. I could still feel the adrenaline from the night before pulsing through my veins. As I reached the spot, a sudden rustling sound from the bushes made me jump. I pointed the torch towards the noise, my hand trembling slightly. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the vastness of the garden. No answer came, just the sound of leaves in the wind. I took a step closer, the beam of the torch cutting through the dim evening light. That's when I saw it, a pair of eyes, reflecting the torchlight back at me. My heart stopped for a moment. It was here. The creature was huddled against the fence, its body obscured by the foliage. It was smaller than I remembered, about the size of a small child, but its features were unmistakable. The talons, the wings, the pointed face. It was all there, just as I had seen it the night before. I stood frozen, not sure what to do. The
Show
creature
her
stared back at me. Its eyes
Bloodcraft.
It looked scared, almost vulnerable, but I couldn't shake off the feeling of danger. I took a hesitant step forward, the torchlight revealing more of its form. It was like nothing I had ever seen before, part bird, part something else. Just then, the creature spread its wings, a hissing sound escaping from its feet. I stumbled backward, fear gripping me. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The creature's wings fluttered, and it seemed to grow in size, its shadow looming over me. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the creature took off, soaring over the fence and disappearing into the trees. I was left standing there, my heart pounding in my chest, the torchlight now illuminating the empty patch of garden. I turned and ran back to the house, my mind racing. What was that thing? Where did it come from? And more importantly, would it come back? As I burst through the back door, my family looked up, surprised to see me panting and disheveled. I saw it again, I gasped out, my words tumbling over each other. The creature. It's real. But as I looked at their faces, I could tell they didn't believe me. They thought it was just a child's overactive imagination. But I knew what I had seen, and I was determined to find out the truth. As I sat at the breakfast table, trying to explain what I saw in the garden, I could feel the skepticism hanging in the air. My family exchanged glances, the kind that said they were humoring me, but not really buying my story. I couldn't blame them. Even to my ears, the tale sounded fantastical. A bird-like creature in our own backyard. But the fear I felt was real. The image of those glowing eyes etched in my mind. My dad, always the rational one, suggested it might have been an unusually large bird, perhaps an escaped exotic pet. My sister Lily laughed it off, saying it was probably just a Halloween prank by some kids from the neighborhood. But the more they rationalized it, the more isolated I felt in my conviction. I knew what I saw wasn't normal. It wasn't something that could be easily explained away. Later that day, I found myself at the local library, flipping through books on local wildlife and mythology. I was desperate for any clue that might explain the creature's identity. But the more I read, the more I realized how little we know about the mysteries lurking in our own backyards. I stumbled upon
Losing
the
time.
floor, and there it was, an image that made my heart skip a beat. It was a depiction of a gargoyle, eerily similar to the creature I had seen. The book described gargoyles as protectors, warding off evil spirits, but sometimes they were said to come to life. I shivered at the thought. Could such a thing be possible? That evening, I brought up my findings at dinner. I talked about gargoyles and how some legends legend spoke of them as more than just stone sculptures.
Potato seeds. What's that?
I chuckled, dismissing it as another one of my wild
Undiscovered
creations.
atom.
I could see the disbelief in their eyes, and it hurt. I felt like I was the only one taking this seriously. The following days were a blur of unease and frustration. I felt torn between wanting to prove what I saw and the fear of encountering the
Potato.
creature again. I spent hours gazing out into the garden, half expecting, half dreading to see those eyes staring back at me. But there was nothing, just the ordinary, peaceful garden I always known. At school, I overheard some classmates talking about Halloween pranks and strange sightings around town. For a moment, I considered sharing my experience, but the fear of ridicule held me back. I was the new kid in the boxing class, the tall, quiet one, and I wasn't ready to be labeled as the guy who saw monsters. As Halloween approached, I couldn't help but feel apprehensive. What if the creature returned? What if it wasn't alone? These thoughts haunted my nights, turning my dreams into a swirl of shadows and flapping wings. I realized then that some mysteries might remain unsolved, and some truths might be too strange for others to accept. But I couldn't let go. I needed to know. And so, I decided to keep watching, keep searching for answers, even if I had to do it alone. Because deep down, I knew what I saw was real, and I couldn't just pretend it never happened. As Halloween drew nearer,
Oh,
the memory of the creature I saw in the
that
garden
scared
began
me.
to fade away. My family seemed to have moved on, dismissing it as a product of an overactive imagination. But I couldn't. Every shadow in the corner of my eye, every rustle of leaves in the wind, brought me back to that night and the morning after. I was trapped in a loop of uncertainty and fear, with more questions than answers. Despite their skepticism, my family noticed the change in me. I spent less time with them, more time alone in my room, or wandering aimlessly around the house.
Oh, there's one right there, so.
And my boxing coach commented on my lack of focus. I knew I had to pull myself together, but the thought of that creature lurking so nearby made it hard to concentrate on anything else. I started to avoid the garden, especially as dusk fell. The place that once brought me peace now filled me with dread. My little sister, Lily, who loved to play with me, asked me one day why I didn't come out with her. I didn't know what to tell her. How could I explain that the garden no longer felt safe to me? Halloween night arrived, and with it came a sense of foreboding. I watched from my bedroom window as kids in costumes roamed the streets, their laughter and chatter filling the air. I wondered if they knew what might be hiding in the shadows, waiting, watching. My parents decided to hand out candy, keeping the tradition alive. But I stayed in my room, the lights off, pretending not to film.
Oh, you think so,
I
do you,
dreaded the
little piggy?
possibility of seeing that creature again. I felt like a coward, hiding away,
I'm gonna turn you
but
into
fear was
bacon,
stronger.
homie.
Then, there was a knock at the back door. My heart stopped. Not again. I heard my dad's footsteps as he went to answer it. I wanted to shout out, to warn him, but my voice was stuck in my throat. I waited, every second feeling like an eternity.
What did he want?
Finally, my dad called out,
Sauteed
"Just the right
mushrooms.
Relief washed over me, followed by fear.
Wait, do I have sauteed mushrooms?
Fear
I don't
controlled
even
me,
know if I can
affecting not just me,
make
but the family as well.
sauteed mushrooms.
The next day, I made a decision. I couldn't live like this, jumping at shadows, afraid of my own backyard. I had to face my fear, whatever it was. I stepped out into the garden, the autumn sun warm on my face. I walked to the spot where I had seen the creature,
Uh,
to examine, but there was nothing. Just the
fireplace. I've
maybe
got to make one so that I can make some sauteed mushrooms.
it was just a figment of my imagination. But I realized that
It's probably
to move
a
on,
bit too
live my
close.
life without fear of the unknown. As I turned to go back inside, I took one look at the garden. It was just as it had always been, peaceful, beautiful. And in that moment, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. I was ready to let go of the mystery and embrace the world in front of me, with all its wonders and uncertainties. Life was too short to be lived in fear, and I was ready to start living again.
Oh, more gravel.
Those perfect Michigan summers where the air was just the right kind of warm, and the skies were a canvas of unending blue. I was 18, and ready for adventure. My name's Emma, by the way. I've lived in the countryside of Michigan all my life, but the thrill of exploring the wild still gets to me. This particular weekend was special. My boyfriend Tony, my older brother Brad, and a couple of our friends decided we'd go camping. Tony's parents owned this old cabin out in Ludington, surrounded by nothing but woods and a private lake. It was our secret getaway spot, miles away from the nearest neighbor. As we packed our bags with enough snacks to feed an army, and the kind of supplies only teenagers would think of bringing, I could feel the excitement bubbling inside me. I threw in my favorite hoodie, some jeans, and of course, my worn-out sneakers. Tony was in charge of the camping supplies, a cooler filled with drinks and enough weed to last us through the weekend. We were rebels in our own right, seeking a break from the mundane. We piled into Tony's beetle truck, the back filled with camping gear, and set off. The drive was a mix of loud music, off-key singing, and laughter. Brad, sitting beside me, was his usual
Gravel. Where do I find gravel at?
and even he couldn't resist the infectious joy of our little group. The cabin was as rustic as I remembered. Nestled in the heart of the woods, it stood like a relic of simpler times. We unloaded, claiming our spots in the dusty old rooms. There was no cell service out here, which was part of the charm. It was just us and nature, no digital world to distract us. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, we started our bonfire. The crackling of the fire, the smell of burning wood, and the warmth against the cool air was
Fuck it.
enchanting. We gathered around, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. It was one of those moments where you
Fuck
wish you could.
it.
Brad, who had been unusually quiet since we arrived, seemed a bit off. I nudged him, trying to get him to join in the fun, but he just smiled weakly and kept staring into the fire. I knew he had a lot on his mind with starting college in the fall, but I wished he'd let loose for just one night. As the night deepened, so did our conversation. We talked about our dreams, our fears, and the exciting, uncertain future that lay ahead of us. In the glow of the fire, with the stars twinkling above us, I felt a sense of peace all around. Little did I know, this reality was about to be shattered, and our little adventure would turn into something out of a nightmare. But for that moment, we were just teenagers, laughing and living without a care in the world. It was the kind of night that memories are made of, the kind that you look back on and smile. And as I looked around at my friends, their faces illuminated by the firelight, I felt grateful for this moment, this night, and this wild, beautiful life. The bonfire crackled and popped, sending sparks dancing into the night sky. We sat around it, the 6 of us, engulfed in its warm embrace against the cool night air. I remember thinking how the fire's glow made everything feel more intimate, more real. Laughter filled the air as we shared stories and teased each other. It was the kind of night you'd see in movies, perfect and carefree. Tony was in his element, entertaining us with his ridiculous expressions, while the rest of us lounged on logs and makeshift seats. The alcohol made our heads light, and our hearts lighter. I sipped my drink, feeling the warmth spread through my body. It was one of those rare moments when everything just felt right. But then, I noticed Brad. He was usually the life of the party, but that night he was different, distant, and quiet. I nudged him a couple of times, trying to draw him into the fun, but he barely responded. His eyes were fixed on something in the woods, towered over us, at least 6 feet tall, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. We all saw it then, and the air was filled with gasps.
It's a werewolf runt.
The creature's lack of a tail was eerily noticeable, a detail that seemed to unnerve us even more. Tony's friend Mark let out a strangled sound, half gasp, half whimper. "What is that?" one of the girls, Jessica, asked, her voice trembling. Tony muttered something under his
Ew,
breath.
get it away from me! It won't fit in my purse.
His face pale in the firelight. He looked more scared than I'd ever seen him, and that scared me more than anything. In that moment, my mind cleared, the alcohol's haze lifting as adrenaline surged through me. I remembered the stories my grandmother used to tell us, stories of creatures that roamed the woods, creatures that weren't quite animal and weren't quite human. Skinwalkers, she called them. The realization hit me like a
It's not a
tornado.
werewolf.
We
It's a
were in
skinwalker.
real danger. And as that creature stood there, watching us with its unnerving gaze,
Oh, Strick.
but before we could move, before we
Oh, my horrible posture.
the creature let out a sound. It was a scream, but unlike any scream I'd ever heard. It was otherworldly, chilling, and it cut through the night like a knife. In that moment, I knew we had to run. We had to get away from this thing, whatever it was. And so I yelled, "Run!" and the night erupted into chaos. My heart was pounding in my ears, a rapid drumbeat echoing the terror that gripped me. The scream of the creature still hung in the air, a haunting sound that seemed to freeze us all in place. But it was my own voice, yelling for everyone to run, that shattered the paralysis. We scrambled up, tripping over each other in our haste to get to the cabin. The darkness of the woods felt suffocating, as if the trees themselves were closing in on us. I could hear my friends' panicked breaths, their feet pounding against the ground. I was running blindly, fueled by adrenaline and fear. Brad was ahead, leading the way. He kept shouting something in our native language, words that I didn't understand but sounded like a prayer or a plea. His voice was strong, determined, a stark contrast to the fear I felt. We reached the cabin, and I've never been so grateful for a door in my life. We piled inside, slamming it shut behind us. Brad was moving quickly, turning off all the lights, his movements methodical and deliberate. In the dim moonlight filtering through the windows, his face was a mask of concentration. He pulled a small pouch from his pocket, spilling its contents, a grayish powder, into his palm. He started at the front door, sprinkling the powder along the threshold, then moved to each window, repeating the action. I realized it was ash, something I remembered our grandmother using in her rituals. "What are you doing?" Tony whispered, his voice laced with fear. "It's to protect us," Brad replied without stopping doing it. "It's supposed to keep evil spirits away." I watched him, mixed pride and fear churning inside me. By a certain time, I became profoundly, deeply at a loss, but I'd never seen anything like this. Brad had always been the skeptic, the one who laughed off the old stories. But now, he was chanting, his voice steady and sure, as he moved around the cabin. The rest of us huddled together, too scared to speak, our eyes wide and fixed on Brad. The cabin felt like a sanctuary, but also like a trap. We were safe for the moment, but the creature was still out there, somewhere in the darkness. After what felt like hours, Brad finished his ritual.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Checking it before setting it within arm's reach. The sight of the gun, a
Come
stark
to
reminder of the
talk
danger
with
we were in, sent a cold
King.
wave of fear through me. No one slept that night. We sat in silence, listening to the sounds of the night, jumping at every creak and rustle. The reality of what had happened, what we had seen, was too much to process. It felt like a nightmare, but I knew it was all too real. As the first light of dawn crept into the cabin, I looked around at my friends. Their faces were drawn, pale, their eyes haunted. We were all changed by what had happened. The innocence of our carefree camping trip was gone, replaced by a harsh, terrifying reality. I knew we couldn't stay there. We had to leave, get away from this place. But as we began to pack up in silence, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't enough. Whatever we had encountered his eyes red.
Ray mushroom.
In his lap. The ash he had sprinkled
Did I not bring any mushrooms? I didn't bring any mushrooms, did I?
Morning, I mumbled, my voice hoarse from the tension. No one
Well, that sucks balls. This was a wasted trip over here.
But at what cost? Tony was the next to move. He stood up, stretching his limbs, his face etched with worry. We should go, his voice barely above a whisper. No one argued. We all knew we couldn't stay here.
From a whisper to a scream.
We moved mechanically, each lost in our thoughts. The fun and laughter from the previous day seemed like a distant memory. Now there was only the urge to leave, to escape this place that had turned from a haven into a horror scene. As we loaded the car, Brad took a moment to look back at the cabin. He mumbled something under his breath, a final farewell, or perhaps a little prayer. I could see the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He had protected us, but I knew he was thinking about what could have happened. The drive back was quiet. The roads, once welcoming with their promise of adventure, now felt ominous, as if they were hiding secrets in their bends and curves. Every shadow in the woods seemed sinister, every rustle in the trees a potential threat. At some point, one of the girls, Sarah, broke the silence. "What's that thing?" she asked, her voice shaky. But no one answered. Some truths are too frightening to speak aloud. We reached home in the early hours, the sun high and bright, a stark contrast to the darkness we had left behind. My parents were surprised to see us back so early, but didn't press for details. They could see something was wrong, but I wasn't ready to talk about it. None of us were. In the days that followed,
I don't want to talk about it.
but something had shifted. The carefree spirit of our youth had been replaced by a sense of vulnerability, a knowledge of the darkness that lurked just beyond the light. I still think about that night, about the creature in the woods. I've done some research, talked to my grandmother about the legends of our people. She believes we encountered a skinwalker, a being of immense power and danger. She says we were lucky to escape with our lives. I haven't gone back to the woods since then, and I don't think I ever will. Some experiences change you forever, leaving scars that are invisible but deeply felt. That weekend was supposed to be a fun adventure, a memory to cherish. Instead, it became a lesson in respect for the unknown, for the mysteries of the world that are better left undiscovered. As for my friends, we've grown closer in some ways, but there's also a distance now, a shared trauma that's hard to bridge. We don't talk about that night, but it hangs between us, a silent acknowledgement of the fear we faced, and the unspoken questions we all have. What was that creature? Why did it come to us? Will it ever come back? These are questions I don't have answers to. Maybe I never will. But I've learned to respect the unknown, to understand that some things are beyond our understanding. And sometimes, the best thing you can do is walk away and be grateful for the escape.
Hello, a chilling series where we delve into the depths of the unknown to find and explore the darkest corners of the imagination. Each episode promises to leave you on the edge of your seat, questioning what lurks in the unexplained. Backcountry camping trip in 1975. My brother and I just loved to backcountry camp in the beautiful Shenandoah Mountains nestled in the soft rolling ranges of Virginia. We had a spot we picked out years earlier that was about a mile from the nearest fire break. Each year we would all out just a little more equipment to make the experience more comfortable. year, we actually went through the trouble of bringing out a car band
Oh,
to provide a party atmosphere around the park.
okay, okay.
As usual, we stopped at the ranger station before we drove up Skyline Drive to let them know where we'd be camped. At the time, the rangers informed us that the bear population had increased to about 1 bear per square mile. We both looked at each other and were probably
I'm gonna
simultaneously
say that's
that
frostbite right there.
Anyway, that didn't stop us.
So we're gonna head that way,
Halfway
but we need to find a spot to
near our favorite camping spot,
drop
started
our
hauling everything to
forest base fucking thing.
The campsite was incredible, as it abutted a natural overlook that had a sweeping view of the Shenandoah Valley. At night, from some rocky
Shenandoah.
you could see the faint lights of some farmsteads way down below and a bountiful starry sky above our heads. We just sat out there on the rock.
Wait, do I have a tundra?
The great music
Yeah, tundra base.
drinking whiskey oh so slow. We were feeling quite peaceful after finishing off about half of the
I have a
interview.
mountain
We decided to
base.
hit the sack and walk the short
Forest
trail back to the
base.
campsite.
Don't have a tundra
We
base.
were way up in a tree, a good distance from the campsite, so as not to entice any bears that night. At the time, we had noticed that it was very, very quiet.
And that should be tundra
Even the faint
up
wind
there.
on the cliffs seemed to die off.
So,
Thinking it was strange, we then settled in and were talking to each other from tent to tent, laughing about whatever came
I
to
don't get it though. The windy one looked like it was in the tundra area.
You could tell it was a thick branch from the low-pitched thunk it made, and it had to have been made by a large animal. It seemed like the
Anyways, we're gonna go to desert one first.
we had heard, and were anticipating the sounds of some creature walking.
We'll hit that one and then we'll go to that
The
one.
sound of another large branch cracking in two.
Because that one is right nearby.
And just listened intently. James whispered that it was probably a bear. I wasn't so sure after that because what I heard next sounded more like a bipedal creature, as I could definitely hear what seemed to be the footprint of 2 large feet crunching the earth. If it was a bear, we would be able to hear more of the crunching of certain leaves. We had previously seen and heard no bears
Mm.
I kept quiet and transfixed with fear, just waiting for what may happen next. Then, all of a sudden, the creature picked up its pace and ran towards my tent. Whatever it was, it stopped just on the other side of my tent waiting. I softly said, "James, it's at my tent." He didn't say anything back. Then I heard a soft grunt outside my tent. Then the grunt changed to kind of snort, then grunting again. I was guessing it was a bear and just hoped it would move on since the food was tied off in the tree. I couldn't tell what it was.
Oh, you can't even.
It didn't sound like a
Oh,
bear I'd ever heard before. I was trying to decide if it could be a deer.
can't even get into a lot of this shit.
We're gonna be wandering around the woods at night, what would probably be bedded down for the day. I kept as still as a statue while this thing was just on the other side of my tent. Then my brother's voice suddenly pierced the air, saying, "Okay, whoever you are, we have a gun and we're going to shoot you, I swear." Thank God he said something. I thought I was going to die of a heart attack or this thing was going to charge through my tent and snatch me, never to be heard from again. James then repeated his threat. Just then, whatever it was started to slowly back up and away from my tent.
Bone shovel.
Very heavy
Okay.
and walking bipedally. We could hear the steps continue until the forest became quiet again. We never got out of our tents either, possibly foolishly thinking they were providing some protection. I don't know how I ever got to sleep that night, but I must have. At the time, though, I was still curious about how the creature sounded like it was walking on 2 legs. It couldn't have been a deer, and I wondered if it could have even been a bear, unless it was walking on 2 legs. There were no wolves in the forest either. At the time, I'd never even heard of a Sasquatch.
Frost
That actually
now.
occurred to me until many years later. I passed off that experience for decades.
Snow.
Started hearing about and researching about the Bigfoot. Then the experience came flooding back about the weird sounds of hearing such a heavy 2-legged creature back then. Always assumed it had to be a bear, despite what I basement, never outside.
Well, we're taking the frost mound.
He describes them as being about 7 or
It,
8 inches long,
um,
and they're all one solid color, as if they were wearing morph suits.
that out.
Red ones, green ones,
Taking that
yellow ones,
frost mound with us.
no facial features.
I gotta dig in here. Taking this shit with me.
People in morph suits. They were completely silent. No sound while running, no talking, etc. But he did hear them open and close drawers, cabinets, and other things. Whenever one would see that he saw them, they'd run off into a bathroom or the laundry room. He would follow them, but they'd be gone by the time he got there. Once he saw one run in the cabinet under his bathroom sink in the basement, and when he looked, it was gone. There was always more than one at a time. He never saw just one. He said they used to weird him out, but not really scare him. They were usually running along the walls, and not really out in the middle of the room. The basement was well lit, and he could clearly see them. Of course, his family didn't believe him because he was a child. He had friends sleep over one night, and they were in the basement playing video games. His friend stopped playing and asked him something like, "Did you see that? I just saw 2 small red people run into the bathroom." That's when he got scared and told his friend how he was hoping it was only his imagination and explained everything to him. The two of them saw them a few more times until they just weren't there anymore a few years later. My husband thinks that they were either collecting something or looking for something. They seemed very exploratory in nature. Nothing was ever missing that he noticed. He was a kid, so he hadn't been drinking or anything like that at all. My husband absolutely does not lie. His friend, sadly, passed away, so I can't ask him about the little men, and no one else saw them. My husband doesn't really like talking about these beings. He said it was okay if I asked you. He always got the feeling that they weren't malicious, but that he shouldn't go hunting for them too much. So, does anyone have an idea of what these may have been? Thank you all so much for allowing me to share his story. Signed, Oliver. My experience living on evil land. It began in the summer of 2013. I got a divorce and had to move out of my home in the suburbs of Southern California. I met someone, my current husband, pretty soon after the divorce, and things moved quickly, and he asked me to move in with him, and I accepted. He had just bought his dream cabin on a local mountain range from an inheritance he received. We're in Southern California.
Hi, Gluggy.
Like a popular tourist destination. At the time, I was struggling a lot. I had to quit my teaching job due to severe stress and had lost a substantial amount of weight and was barely 100 pounds. Looking back, I was probably an easy target due to my vulnerable state. We moved that winter just in time for me to vacate my previous home I once shared with my ex. It had just stormed and there was ice and snow on the ground. The new house was
It's good.
sad,
Good.
especially on cold, snowy days. But it was a beautiful cabin that was on a long private dirt road to the woods. The house was a larger chalet-style home with dark wood beams.
How's your week going?
Big old burning stove. Shortly after moving in, we found that the lady that had previously owned it was hit by a drunk driver and had to move into a care facility with severely impaired, which kind of creeped us out a bit. I immediately realized I didn't quite like living in the mountains. The people in the town, especially a handful of neighbors, were really strange, paranoid, and rough. There was just a negative energy there, especially in certain parts of the mountain.
See if we can interact with this one. Honeycomb.
Well, I spiraled down at home. I got diagnosed with a severe illness that no doctor could really explain.
Bing.
Was put on heavy narcotics, which only aggravated my spiral down. We seem to have really bad luck, too. For instance, one time my husband was driving in a really remote part of the mountain when his car broke down. So I jumped out of my car to go pick him up, when suddenly my car blew a gasket through the hood, which no mechanic had ever seen or could explain. I had to hitchhike to where my husband was, and we had to tow both cars. My husband's car had absolutely nothing wrong with it and worked just fine after we had it towed. Yet, it would always break down periodically and always in a remote part of town with no cell service. We lived way off the beaten path deep in the woods. Something always seemed to go really wrong. Just before things would go wrong, I'd get that creepy where my hair
Down
would
to Lady Glow's daughter's place and
replace
replace a hot water tank for him.
One day after drinking and taking pills, I remember feeling pulled out into the forest.
Figures.
Sobbing and having an overwhelming urge to kill myself. I kept
That sounds about like a weekend project, don't it?
and it was as if I was in some kind of trance. I rode constantly feeling paralyzed with fear, sorrow, and despair. I kept feeling like my true self was gone, and I couldn't get to it.
As long as you didn't have to pay for it, put it in.
Much I was unraveling at home, I was still functional at work.
Wait, their hot water heater caught on fire? How did your hot water heater catch on fire?
Around this time, weird things
Well, I mean, it can happen, but
with the electrical
it's usually kind of very unusual.
all the lights and ceiling
Ah,
fans would turn on full blast all on their own.
well, that's quite generous of you,
Cause all the
I
lights.
have to say.
One time, I
Quite generous.
control button for the fan speed clicking on, and bam, all the lights and fans turned on. I would get out of bed and yell, "Stop it!" and hide the remotes for the fans and TV. It started bothering me. It would turn on all the electronics late at night.
Quite generous of the glug.
I was laying in my room feeling depressed. It was like it knew that pushed me over the edge. Around this time, we felt an oppressive presence, and like it was watching us sleep. It was then that one event
Oh, electrical.
there was a small wooden door at the
Electrical fire. That makes a little more sense.
nightmare. I felt incredible freedom, watching myself sleep on a different angle.
Ah, copper's easy, dude.
Shiny skin,
Copper's the simplest way to do it.
and was crouched down watching me sleep by my bedside while
Do it
breathing
all with a propane torch.
warming.
Soft solder, and you can get away with that.
Could reach for me once more,
Unless you're like me, and then you use hard silver and
and it appeared.
solid piping
Door was open.
into
Now,
big wire nuts and
very hard to open.
tape them up.
Really tug at it to
Hmm.
right, rubbing against the door.
So what you're trying to say is he didn't know what the fuck he was doing, and he just did it the way everybody used to do shit like that.
Sleep and would often stay up all night drinking and descending into madness. No matter where I was, I always had the sensation of being watched, but I was too afraid to sleep.
Oh yeah,
In our room. When all the electronics would turn
yeah.
on,
I prefer silver solder.
the demon was near.
I like hard solders,
That I couldn't see
but I mean it's not
what it looked like
cheaper,
when I
but
could see its presence.
soft solder
They even got
works just as well. I mean, it's not like water tanks are under a huge amount of pressure.
suicidal way. In heavy counseling, drinking heavily, and
It's not like an AC system. So,
relationship was on the rocks, and I'd become a regular at the bar.
but yeah, PEC system's cool too if you
Get evil in true
have the crimping tools.
One night, I
that's cool. Or if you can borrow them from a hardware store.
When I was begging him for forgiveness after he threatened to leave, he told me I didn't even look like myself, and that my eyes and face looked
Yeah.
the previous night while we argued. Then he told me that I'd shoved and hit him, and my heart broke into a million pieces.
Yeah, the PEX ones are cool because they've got the crimp style, and then they've also got the pop-in style, which is the tooth connectors. So you just push them in. Boop. You just cut everything to length and push the tubing in, and then they just automatically seal up into place. Yeah, shark bites. The shark bites are so simple and so fast now.
It clicked right then. Whatever was up there was evil and was affecting me deeply.
That's where we're gonna go next, just right there, because I seen that aura thing that's over there.
The second I got hired, I threw some clothes and my dog in my car and never looked back.
Oh, son of a
Pretty quickly because we priced it to sell ASAP.
son of a biscuit eater.
The dread slowly lifted as I made my way down the mountain back into the city, and I felt like I could breathe.
Son of a biscuit eater.
It felt suffocating. Within a month of moving away, I started to feel back to normal. At first, there was still some activity like the demonic dreams, and one time being woke up.
Yeah, they waller out, and the teeth get fucked up on them. So as long as you're not moving them around, which I mean a water heater, you shouldn't be moving anyways. But
Just as I saw it, and it even shook me to the core and scared her, frankly. It wasn't easy to remove. Moving away and abstaining from taking any.
not to mention, depending on how large the tank is. I mean, if the tank's large enough, they you can't move them. You have to drain them first. Yeah, 40 gallons. I mean, that's still quite a bit. 40 times 8 is what? Like 380 pounds or some shit like that. 340 pounds. Ugh. Sludge. Yeah. It's still quite a bit of weight.
I feel like part of my soul is gone forever. I can never take back what I put my poor husband through. I'll never do things the same. I know there is real evil out there, and it wanted my soul.
Ugh. Gross. Yeah. Take down the dolly. Put it out on the curb. Let the metal recycling dudes come by, pick it up. Junk collectors.
And this story is absolutely true. Feel free to edit this story however you see fit. I noticed that you edited a word out in my last story, and I apologize for having that in there. So I just wanted to give you the freedom to do with this story as you need to in order to read it comfortably. Thanks again, and I hope you enjoy this story, and I hope it's not too long.
Okay, we'll mark that one, and then we'll put a base square down so that just in case we die, we'll be able to pop right back up there. Then we'll come back over and mark all that shit down. And in the holler, the meth heads will take it off the porch. Yeah. Yep. Take it out there. Free water heater. It don't work, but you can recycle it for some meth money. Get your meth money right here. Drag us down to the old recycling center. Get you a few dollars for it. That way you can get doped up. Yeah. We know how you do down there in the holler. Not everybody does that in the holler, but it's pretty gross. Oh shit. That bear was anticipating my moves. You best get on it and get it before somebody else come by and get it, and then they'll get their hit, their teener of meth before you do. Pro glider, dude. That's me.
hold more clues to unlocking the mysteries of the unseen room. I personally believe that science fiction isn't really fiction. Anything is possible, and that makes life really exciting with an element of danger. Thank you again for presenting my story. Sincerely, Clifton.
Clifton.
Well, there you have it. Let us know what you think about these stories in the comments below.
Blah, 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 blah.
Hey everyone, what's up? I hope you're having so definitely make sure to follow the 3 So the scariest thing to ever happen to me happened when I was 18 years old. I used to walk through this local watershed quite regularly. I would scout it out for the upcoming deer season. And this one particular time that I'm speaking of, I ended up being out there for a lot longer than I thought I would be. So I decided to camp out for the night. I made this little teepee type shelter out of some big sticks that I found, and I had a few emergency blankets. I make a small fire, and I
Later, Will.
with me
Have,
the homemade
have a wonderful day at work.
powdered milk too. I spit that stuff out because it tastes like acid, but I pour the rest on the fire to put it out after I'm done. I go to sleep. The whole day has been uneventful. I wake up to a loud noise. It's not a howl, more like a roar. I run through the list of dangerous animals in this area in my head. A coyote? No. A bear? No. A wolf? No. A mountain lion? Definitely no. I look at my watch. It had a digital backward. It's 4:50 a.m. The sun is beginning to come up soon, so I sit in my teepee with my hand on my revolver. I unfortunately made the dumb decision of leaving my rifle up against a tree outside of my house. So the sun comes up without any further event. I'm thinking, thank God. So I slowly slink out of my teepee and grab my rifle. I chamber a round. I make the round to try and figure out just what made that noise. And then I see these weird, huge paw prints. I say paw prints because it's the only thing that I can think of that comes to mind. They weren't really paws. They weren't really. They were somewhere in between. They were huge. I put my size 14 boot next to them to see how big they are. They were twice the size of my boot. I was terrified, but my teenage confidence and my Irish Cuban infused cockiness kicks in. I have to follow these tracks. They stop in the middle of the forest. They stop with nothing around. And while I'm following them, I notice that whatever it is walking on two legs. And I'm trying to figure out how these prints can just stop in the middle of the forest with nothing around. I scan the area. I see blood around a large tree. It's an absolute murder scene for a deer, but it's just the head that's left. No body, just the head and a shit ton of blood. At this point, I decide that my hint has been received, and I just leave the area. I make it back to my camp. I pack up, and I get to my truck. But the whole area where I parked smells like sweaty, wet dog. I drive home spooked as hell after that, with nothing much else happening.
Food, glorious food.
So I had my own personal experience with a cryptid or unknown creature or monster or whatever you guys call them. I was camping with two close friends, and this happened in Hotspur, Victoria, Australia, if anybody was curious or wondering. We arrived on a Tuesday, set up the tent and campfire on a patch of flat land on the outskirts of the camp because it looks nice. There were 7 other people, but they wanted to stay in the center of the campsite, in a cabin, in a car. We talked about everything under the sun until about 1 a.m. when we decide to go to sleep. So we do just that. Then, somewhere in the night, about 5 meters from us, it ends up waking up myself and one of my friends, but then stops, and after a while, we're all tired, so we go back to sleep. And then later on, we're woken up to the most horrifying sound that I've ever heard in my life. It sounded like a mixture between gurgled laughter and a deep, throaty roaring or a scream. We all wake up. We're all scared shitless. We're all frozen with fear as this thing screams for 20 minutes until it stops dead like it's been cut off. Just as we start to calm down, these other things start making the same noise all over the forest. This goes on for ages. Finally, it dies down for a while. And then I realize I have to piss. After a while, I eventually get up the courage to go do that. I get back in my tent and sleep for a few more minutes until we hear movement again. This thing, seemingly, has been sitting close by our tent in the fern and scrub because it doesn't seem too far away. The thing seems to move around the tent, and it moves deeper into the scrub, away from the campsite. And then we hear the horrifying sound again.
Haha,
Still
Wolfie.
not far away, maybe 20 plus meters.
No snacking on my butt cheeks today.
Louder vocalizations around the scrub. We're all scared again. And then there's this howling or whooping and some kind of bipedal running in quick succession. And then whatever they are moves deeper into the scrub, followed by the sound of
Did it move? It moved, didn't it?
Eventually, we don't hear it anymore.
Bastard.
A sigh of relief, and eventually we calm down enough to sleep a little bit more. What do you think could have done this? What could have made that sound? Some people I know have told me yowies in a joking fashion. But I don't know. I feel like there's something else out there in the scrubland. I don't know what it is. This happened way back in December of 2019. I lived in eastern England at the time. I was living in a 3-story house, about 50 meters away from a river. It was pouring down with rain. There were no streetlights. It has been dark and miserable for the past few days by this point. I was up that night, really late. There was no flood warning yet, and I was not working at the time, so I had nothing better to do besides watch the rain.
Unless that's it right there.
Eventually, I begin to hear something outside my door. Once every few minutes, I hear this mechanical clicking noise. Now, my bedroom is on the 3rd floor, but past that door is a bathroom, and then
Unless
stairs
that's
until the
another
front door. I check outside my room.
windy vine.
I don't see anything, either in the stairway or in the window on the door.
Because the windy vine is in the... Oh, look where that one's at. That one's... That's not it. That's,
The click comes back.
I think that one might be the windy vine, the one that we've already defeated.
It's starting to sound twangy, like a tin switch being clicked loudly, close to the floor. I go to the kitchen to get a drink. The kitchen has a glass door that also leads to the backyard. I sit on the countertop and drink my Pepsi Max. It seems like the clicking has followed me to the kitchen corner. It happens on the stairway leading up there. I check the hallway, and there's there's no electricals other than the light, and when I check it, I don't hear the clicking near me. This house is fairly new, so the electricals shouldn't be screwing up from the rain. I head back upstairs, confused. The clicking trails off in intervals, and by 3 a.m., I
Flint.
almost get used to it and forget about it. The rain, however, got worse. I begin to hear noises outside the window of my bedroom that's facing the backyard. It sounds like mud being thrown around with swishing and squelching sound. The backyard is mostly paved cement and gravel. I assume it must be a hobo passing through. And then it suddenly sounds like rock being slammed against rock. And I think, this hobo is trying to tear down the house. The only thing I have is a butter knife, so I go into the kitchen and go out to confront the hobo. By the time I'm downstairs, I don't hear anything other than the rain. I only have a light on the front of my house. I turn that on and head toward the back entrance. I check outside with my butter knife, but I can't see anything. But I can make out that luckily everything is generally as it should be. I assume the menace has passed on to my neighbors. I check all the doors. I go back upstairs. I poke my head out the window and listen for maybe half an hour. And again, I hear the weirdest noise. It sounds like a slurping, but yet struggling for air almost. It sounds like a brain-damaged fish trying to slurp up soup really loudly, if that makes any sense. It's like 100 meters away, perpendicular to the river, and it's loud enough to hear over the rain. Morning comes, and it stops raining. My backyard looks like a toilet, but there's this greenish-brown gunk that's everywhere below an awning. A whole bunch of gravel has been scooped out and placed into small piles in the paved part. This same gunk is smeared across the glass door in large swipes, 3 big sausage finger swipes. Later that day, my neighbor came over and asked me if I was okay, if I had seen anything last night. I tell him about the clicking and about the weird gunk that I found in the backyard, even the gravel that's been scooped and placed into piles. This is when he tells me that there was something in my backyard last night. He talked about hearing a squelching noise, and he thought that for some reason I was outside in the rain. He stuck his head out the window to yell to me, to ask what the hell I was doing. But then, he didn't see me in my backyard. He saw this black humanoid shape that had large reflective eyes and 3 fingers. He said it was doing something to the ground, and he decided that it wasn't any of his business, and he shut the window. We both were a little unnerved by everything that happened, and I guess I didn't know that the North Sea had fishmen in it.
Fishman.
A few years ago, I was 15 and I was living in Alberta, and I was living in this small town. I was kind of out of shape, but trying to get into shape. I started going for runs. I was out one late night. It was super dark. I decided to go on a longer run since there was nobody around. I end up going out into this field, and while out there, I see a barbed wire fence that leads into another field. I start feeling uneasy. I remember something that I had been told about the field that I'm in. Something like someone's corpse was discovered stuffed in a couch in this field back in the 80s, or some kind of story like that. There was lots of old ruins there as well. There was a pioneer house that's somehow still standing. And for some reason, just seeing this house creeps me out. I decide to be brave and not run too fast by it. Don't want to draw attention to myself. But out of the corner of my eye, I catch something in the window of the house. It darts back in. I figured that it was some kind of animal, but I speed up running. I keep running for a bit and glance behind me. I can see an arm slide out from behind the house. A very white, sickly white reverse, in the wrong place. I start sprinting. I glance behind me again, and then this thing is running toward me, but it's running all weird. It's like it's missing frames when it runs. It was all elongated, really screwed up, naked, pale, white skin.
Whoa!
Its face was the first. The eyes were like human eyes, but turned on 90-degree angles, and bigger. Plus, they were black, and there was no nose to speak of. It had a massive mouth with bloody red lips and rows of sharp teeth that opened in an O. I'm sprinting as fast as
Well, that's kinda
hitting parkour moves and everything, but it catches
cool.
up, and quickly. Up ahead is an old church. It's still in use, but it's kind of dilapidated. I vault over the fence. I fall, and the thing tries to jump it as well, but shrieks as soon as it passes the property line. It stares at me with absolute malice
That's cool looking.
and then runs off back
Uh,
the way.
I have to say, that's actually very cool looking.
At home. I still live in the area. I think of trying to find out what it is and just why I wasn't able to pass over the property line to the church. What does that mean? Over the years, I've become floored by how many people have had experiences with crawlers. No doubt, a lot of reports and videos are either fakes or
Okay, so that's a forest. So we can put
it can be just another animal that appears weird.
base down there.
I've had two experiences that I absolutely cannot explain. And even though I browse the internet a lot, I'm not really one to take this stuff at face value. I've racked my brain trying to think of a known animal that fit the color, texture, and morphology of the game. I come up with nothing every time. Both of these are in Canada, one in Nova Scotia and another in Ontario. So first, for Nova Scotia. It's February 2021. I was living and working in Homestead, if you can remember. We run the South Shore outside of Nuremberg. One day, I decided to drive out to the Bay of Fundy across the province on Saturday. The bay is due north along a rural county highway, around 100 kilometers. Nova Scotia has the same geography as Maine. It's part of Appalachia. The highway rises toward the uplands and then plunges into a valley. Similar upland on the other side of the valley, and then the bay. Spring can come early down east. It's a mild, overcast day. The weather holds until we start to head back. At around 7 p.m., it starts to rain very hard. We climb the other
Hard.
side of uplands. The rain turns to sleet. Into the valley, it's now snowing quite hard. We cross the
Hard.
valley, and the snow is torrential. Walnut-sized East Coast snowflakes. I get over the second upland, and I'm beginning to worry. I was raised in Ontario. I was used to heavy snow. This is bad. At this point, it's very dark. We were
Dark.
cruising down the highway
Hard.
in my 4x4 truck with winter tires. Despite the equipment and experience, we were limping along at 10 feet of visibility. We were going about 40 kilometers an hour in an 80 zone. Nobody was around. We were well on our way home now, and the highway dips into a wetland area. It's a muskeg or bog type of environment, mire and black spruces. The highway passes over an area that has a huge culvert, and 10 feet ahead of us, something runs from my left side, my driver's side, to the right. A humanoid shape, emaciated, bright white, even against the snow. It looks between my height and my bros. He's 5'8", I'm 6'3", so somewhere in between there. It's loping, biped, on all fours, and it has a gait like a human bent over. Its ass is in the air, its
The cryptid with the zoomies.
I was genuinely terrified. I spent many years outdoors, and I'm very comfortable out on the sticks at night. Instinctively, I locked the doors. A 5 or 10 good seconds passed before I squeaked out, "Did you see that?" My bro says, "What did you see?" Clearly, we are both on the same page. He's the opposite of a paranormal guy like I am. He doesn't have any interest whatsoever in spooky shit. The whole trip now has a dark, eerie vibe. It's very oppressive and threatening. I speed up despite the road danger, the hair standing all over my body. We drive in silence most of the way home. Clearly, we're feeling the same. Once we're close to home,
Well, that thing just keeps moving around and
it's raining again.
from spot to spot to spot. What the
It's still
fuck?
not really spooky.
That has to be the windy one.
I could barely sleep that night. The next morning, I asked a Micmac medicine
I think.
friend if she had ever heard of that. She was very visibly bothered that we asked, and said that she didn't want to talk about it at all. I never did get an answer out of her. Nova Scotia is known for weird shit, but that was my first experience with such. I remember that it was just north of Springfield Lake that we had seen it. I felt a little better once I saw the lights of people's homes, and by Google mapping the terrain nearby to find the closest bog, I've settled on it being around 1933 Nova Scotia, Trunk 10. And now, the Ontario encounter. This happened a few years before the one in Nova Scotia. I was 19 or 20. I was drinking with some friends out in the woods. We were in southwestern Ontario, out of the side of Kitchener-Waterloo. My friends and family still live nearby, so I'm not going to give a precise location in case some weirdo decides to go looking for my family. So we were out behind my best friend's house. It's a damp cedar forest with lots of bogs. The whole gang is cooked and walking back from the Oak Savannah, where we have fires. We were moving along the boardwalk.
Oh, potato and egg? Is that what those are?
But most of the group is wasted and stoned. I bring up the rear for our safety. The woods are dark and hard to navigate. I feel fine. I'm enjoying the night and my 3-beer buzz. I happen to swing a flashlight to the right of the boardwalk. I catch something darting through the grassier part of the wetland. I thought it was a deer, but I stop when I realize that something strange. It's white. I thought for a moment that it was a piebald deer, and I stop again. It's simply too white. It appears to have skin, and it's man-sized. The gait and posture are wrong, but it looks bipedal.
Okay, we're gonna go over here,
Its ass is sticking up,
and we'll drop
trotting
a forest
like a happy dog.
base.
There was lots of
We'll drop a
rolling
forest
impacts,
base there.
almost like a skunk or marmot as it ambushed right from my light. Immediately, I feel my voice catch in my throat as immense primal fear grips me. Suddenly I realize that if I cry out, the whole group of drunk dumbasses will scatter. Creature aside, confused drunks are going to fall in and be swimming stuck in thickets. Horrified but silent, I keep following the group as they swing their flashlight. I'm constantly shoulder tapping and looking left and right until we get out of that forest and onto the road. I never saw it again. It never tried to pursue us. It seemed afraid, or at least avoidant of us. I told my buddy about it the next day, and we shot bricks about it together. Interestingly enough, while a lot of crawler reports seem to come from caves and mountainous areas, both of mine are from flatlands. Even though Nova Scotia is on the Appalachian Mountain, there's not much moving hills. It's mostly rocky plains and uplands. But both experiences were near the lakes and wetlands. It seems the areas favorite one. Let me know which one it was down in the comments. If you have a story of your own, or would like to donate to the channel in one of the various ways, there's an email, a PayPal, as long as Super Chat. And I found the Bay of Fundy one specifically.
She has been freed.
A few hours away from there. Of course, this is on the New Brunswick side of the Bay of Fundy. So, if at all possible, I could just go there sometime, and hopefully not get clapped out in the woods by a frog. But it might be fun just to go to the Bay of Fundy again. I've been there before, and I played hockey there when I was younger. But anyways, I hope you're having a good week and a good weekend, and I hope the next week is even better. And with that, make sure to follow the 3 H's of the channel. Thank you for pulling up a stone, and I will see you in the next one. Thanks for watching.
I figured I would share my own encounter with a strange being. This encounter happened some years back. At the time, I had just separated from the military. I moved back home, stayed at my parents' house for a short period. While staying at my parents' house, my time home was spent relaxing, transitioning back to civilian life. My parents just recently got a new cat. The cat really took to me, and at night, before I went to sleep, he would always snuggle up next to my legs. When I woke in the morning, my buddy was always there to greet me. One particular morning, though, my buddy would not be beside me, nor have the ability to greet me. The morning I woke within a dream, lying on my back. I had no awareness. I was dreaming. The dream felt totally real. I gazed up at a beautiful sunlit sky. I watched as clouds floated past, enjoying the peaceful scenery. Suddenly, and without notice, that peace of mind would soon turn to fear. I watched in shock as my view was filled with shadowy, towering spider creatures. As these creatures loomed overhead, they blocked out the sky. I tried to sit up, make my escape from these things, and could not move. My entire body was paralyzed. With no ability to rid myself of these dark creatures, I felt helpless. Suddenly, I felt something touching my left thigh. In this moment, I realized I was in a dream. I burst awake out of my dream, and a wave of relief washed over. Relieved it was all just a dream. Lying there on my bed, now looking up at my room ceiling, and I can't help but notice something still touching my upper thigh. I thought to myself, oh, what's crawling on me? And where is my buddy when I need him? Being that my parents' home is located out in the country, it's not unusual for mice and bugs to make their way into the house. Another great reason to have the cat around. Not feeling that alarmed, I sat up slightly in bed and slowly lifted my blanket. To my utter amazement, perched on my left thigh, sat a creature of unknown origin. The small thing was facing away from me, approximately 6 inches in height, crouching, dressed in a dark shade of one piece, tight-fitting jumpsuit. The head of the creature seemed hairless, and seemed rather large in its body. Because of limited light, I was unable to make out more detail. The being looked and felt to be busy doing something near my inner thigh groin area. Saying all about I could withstand, I looked out of bed, hollering at the top of my lungs. The little devil had vanished, and the house cat somehow made his way outside. My parents never let the cat out at night, and he was with me that previous evening when I turned in. I don't believe this was just me dreaming, in some kind of lucid state. I was totally awake after experiencing that nightmare, and I could feel this thing touching me. My husband gave me permission to post this story, so if anyone has any idea what he saw, and his friend saw as children. When my husband was a child, he used to see what he called little men in his house. He saw them a few times, about 8 years old, all the way till maybe 12. He would only ever see them at night, and only in his basement, never outside or in anyone else's home. He describes them as being about 7 or 8 inches tall, and they were all one solid color, as if they were wearing morph suits. He saw red ones, green ones, cream-colored ones. No facial features, no hair. He said they looked really like people in morph suits. They were completely silent. No sound at all, no talking. But he did hear them open and close doors, cabinets. Whenever one would see that he saw them, they ran off into a bathroom or the laundry room. He would follow, but they'd be gone by the time he got there. Once, he saw one going in the cabinet near his bathroom sink in the basement. When I looked, it was gone. They were always more than one at a time. He never saw just one. He said they used to be weird and not really scare him. They were just usually running along the walls, not really out in the middle of the room. The basement was well lit, and you could clearly see them. Of course, his family didn't believe him, because he was a child. He had a friend sleep over one night. They were in the basement, playing video games. His friend stops playing and asked my husband something like, "Did you see that? I just saw 2 small red people run into the bathroom." And that's when my husband got scared and told his friend how he was hoping it was only his imagination, and explained everything to him. The 2 of them saw them a few more times until they just weren't there anymore a few years later. My husband thinks they were collecting something or looking for something. They appeared very exploratory in nature, although nothing was ever missing that he noticed. He was a kid, so he hadn't been drinking or doing drugs or anything. My husband does not lie. His friend, though, sadly passed away, so I can't ask him about the little men, and no one else saw them.
I need the reverse of
My husband
that.
wasn't really good at talking about these things, but said it was okay if I told everybody else. He always got the feeling that they weren't malicious, but that he shouldn't go hunting for them too much. So, does anybody have any idea what these things may have been? We live in a small town, considered semi-rural, over an hour outside of Houston. My son is 14. My best friends are 13 and 14. They are country kids. They fish and explore the creeks here around our neighborhood, almost as much as they play video games. They're into fishing, camping, bushcraft, just really outdoorsy teens who keep out of trouble and go fishing a lot. Good, honest kids. Our neighborhood is about 150 acreage home sites, with the smallest being 1 acre and the largest around 20. Lots of tall pine trees and woods, and creeks. The neighborhood is basically surrounded by wooded floodplain where nothing can be built, and lots of intertwining creeks.
Why does that not?
Heavy rains. There are literally thousands of deer. The soil is sandy, and height above sea level might be 600 feet, so no caves that I'm aware of. Around 2 months ago, my son came home and told me that he had seen a glimpse of something in the woods. All 3 boys were at a part of the creek they had not frequented much before. My son glanced up, saw the nude, unusually light grayish-skinned back of an extremely thin humanoid. It seemed to be about 4 to 5 feet tall, moving away from them, slouching, moving in a weird, distinctive way, on all fours, with very long arms. He directed his friend's attention to it, but it was just a glimpse as it moved away from them, behind some brush, next to a large, thick old tree, and just seemed to be gone. They did not hear it move off or see anything else. The reason he felt comfortable telling me is because I had already warned him that there were things in the woods living that we share this planet with. My great-uncle, who lived to 83, spent his entire retirement deer hunting with little more than binoculars on his property in north-central Texas. He clocked literal decades sitting in tree stands in the woods. And once, I was in my early 20s, he told me that there were things in these old woods we don't even know about, but they're there. I'm certain he had seen things and creatures. I passed the verbal knowledge and warning onto my outdoor living son, around age 12, in the hopes it would help him stay calm and not fear nature forever if he ever saw anything out in the woods. Today, my son and 13-year-old friend were back fishing the creek, just the two of them. They'd been exploring the sandy creek bottom, crouched over looking at things in the water. They got hungry, so they packed up their small gear items to head home. My son stands up, while putting his day pack, locked eyes with this gray-skinned thing that was watching them. It was peeking out from behind a tree. As my son saw it, he said it ducked its head behind the tree, impossibly fast. My husband and I were outside our house when he rode up on his bike. The creek area is accessible from one of the neighborhood cul-de-sacs. His pants were fully drenched, and he looked like he had fallen in or scrambled through the water and sandy banks.
Or pissed himself.
I sent him into shower, suspecting nothing, and kind of distracted by my need to begin prepping Easter dinner. Later, when it was just us, he told me what had happened. This thing was watching my kid, my only child. He told his friend that he had just seen it watching them, and they immediately left the creek. His friend to my son's voice, not wanting to stick around. Yet again, he described it as looking to be 4 to 5 feet tall. He said it looked like it had no mouth, small enough that it hasn't terrified him, just kind of disturbed him. All three boys have told me the creek in that area feels creepy, but being teenagers, they seem to get curious again.
Oh, you
Overcome
worthless.
hesitations and go back, even though I request they fish elsewhere. We're looking for some serious input here. Are these things dangerous? Here's an update. I talked to my son tonight and made it clear that he's to stay out of that area. I asked him for any additional info that he could remember. He did go into a little more detail, and it is frankly quite troubling. He described it as bald, having kind of a long neck, reiterated that it moved impossibly fast. The image seems to be burned into his mind. He said the tree had 3 woodpecker-like holes in the trunk, and that this tree was what it was hiding behind. He said that there were some other weird sounds they had heard as they were down in that creek this afternoon. They heard 2 owls calling to each other in the middle of the day, which was not something he really thought about until I confirmed they were hooting multiple times back and forth. But midday, though? One was high in a tree somewhere, fairly nearby. So, the boys actually hooted back and mimicked crow calls, just being silly as they fished. The second owl was in front of them, in the direction of where that crawler thing peeked behind the tree was later spotted. My son said that the owl's hoots sounded very real, but he also noticed the woods had gone very quiet, very shortly before he saw this thing. He said that the woods were quiet when he saw the thing peek out from behind the tree, but that there had been the owls hooting somewhat before that, which is how the owls came up. The man that posted, also from Texas, had described fake owl noises, but these owl hoots sounded very real to my son. I'm mentioning it, but it could have literally been owls. It is springtime, nesting season. His watch had beeped, signaling the 4 o'clock hour, maybe 10 minutes before he saw the crawler, so he had a time reference for the event. The boys had heard a clicking noise a couple of times. They said it did not sound wet and spitty, like a human making a clicking noise, but more mechanical or dry, like a bug. He thought it was some kind of big bug, but it was weird enough that his ears picked up on it. They both heard a clicking at least twice, and agreed it was some species of weird, annoying bug. He asked me tonight if I thought it was a Morse code language of some kind. I have no idea, and have never heard of this clicking myself. I asked if he had felt strange, like he was being watched. He said no, but he had a mild gut feeling of something slightly amiss when the birds and squirrels were quiet or absent, which he halfway noticed about the time that he was shouldering his pack, only seconds before seeing this thing. But the guys had previously been goofing off, making racket and hooting like owls, which are predators, so. As a mom, the idea that, number one, there could have been more than one, what with the hooting and the clicking, and two, the things might have been making noise to get the boys' attention, which really bothers me. I'm not at all surprised the woods had gone quiet. My son said both eyes faced forward on this thing, which means it is a predator, not a vegetarian. I moved from California to Western New York to live with my boyfriend, and we moved into our own place. It's a very nice area, so I would say I live without a huge fear of anything really happening. We work nights, but I'm currently laid off due to COVID. My boyfriend still works, though, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., so I'm awake and alone during these hours. Only my dog and 2 cats are with me. It all began as knocks on my back door. It's always coming from the back door. I would sometimes get
Oh, someone's knocking on her back door.
One day, while I was playing PS4 online while in a party chat, I hear a lady sobbing outside. I tell my friends, and they tell me not to open the door, believing it could be a human trafficking trick. So I crawl to the window and peek outside, only to find nobody out there. So we all joke that my backyard is haunted. I don't think much of it, and eventually, I forget all about it. This one stands out to me, because I almost ran outside. I was on the phone with my family as my boyfriend was leaving to work. Usually, he lets the dog out before he leaves, and sometimes she doesn't come back in immediately. This is important because she has escaped from our yard as my boyfriend leaves, and we have to chase her down the block to catch her. So, while I'm on the phone, I clearly hear my boyfriend yell the F-bomb, and I immediately think, oh no, the dog escaped. So I hang up the phone and rush to the door, but I realize his car is gone, so I just stand confused and call him. Hey, what happened? Did Ruby, our dog, get out? He says no, she's inside. Why do you think that? I just heard you yell outside. Oh, that's weird. No, I'm like a few blocks away right now. I was left extremely confused. I've never experienced that. I keep hearing things since then. Knocks, bangs, even yelling ones. But I ignore them all because I don't want to go outside. Whoever or whatever it is wants me outside, I guess. So, at around 3:30 a.m. today, my boyfriend got out early and got home, as I was washing dishes. He went upstairs to get changed, and I continued doing my thing. I then hear him at the back door say, hello. For a moment, I'm thinking he's outside the door and needs me to unlock it and open it. But I quickly realize in fear that he is upstairs. So I freeze, immediately call him, and now I'm scared and confused. He tells me he didn't say hello, and that he's actually in the
Hello, hello.
I slowly walk away from the kitchen to the opposite side of the house, and I was shaking hard. It was definitely his voice and rhythm. Whatever it is mimicked his voice perfectly. I'm even shaking now, to be honest. Nothing else has happened, as now the sun is out. But I do worry for tomorrow, and every night after that. I luckily am not getting hurt by it or anything. It's just very scary to experience, and it's honestly giving me some anxiety now every time I open that door. One of my friends has told me to get my house blessed, although nothing ever happens in the house. It's only in my backyard. I was also told to put nickels on the window, or something like that. I don't know if I'm going crazy in imagining this. I wouldn't believe it, that it could be though, because it does not happen when I'm thinking about it. It's always random moments, when I'm too busy doing something, to be able to reimagine it. No, I'm not on any meds. I don't drink or do any drugs. I've looked online for anything similar, but haven't found a thing. What are your thoughts?
Think you're a wacko.
This isn't necessarily my own Skinwalker experience, as it is more of a general story surrounding my family and their background. My mother is full Navajo, just like her mother before her, and her father. So my great-grandfather apparently was, what I'm told, was a skinwalker. He died a pretty horrific death, probably in turn from his own black magic, or so I'm told. Now, even though he was supposedly a skinwalker, his daughter, my mother and I, are not anything like that. We do not dabble in magic, and only entertain good spirits. My mother and grandmother both have pretty terrible stories about this man. He was very wicked, very abusive, and very mean. It doesn't sound like he became a skinwalker until later on in life. But even when my grandmother was a little girl, he was just awful to her. And as my grandmother grew up and got into her later teens, her uncle, who she was very close with, somehow went missing and never showed up. She firmly believes that her own father murdered him in some sort of blood pact ritual to inherit the powers of a skinwalker. Because after that, her father turned incredibly dark, and sometime when my grandmother was in her early 30s, her father, aka my great-grandfather, passed away, and at that stage in her life, she was pretty detached from her own dad. He had stopped coming around, became even more evil and abusive than ever before, verbally and emotionally too. She had 3 kids at this point, one of them being my mother, and even her own children feared her father, even after he passed away. That was just the beginning. My grandmother claims that after he died, that was just the start of things. All of a sudden, this dark energy, or dark spirits, began following her family around, which she believes to be the spirits that possessed her own father, and once he passed, not having a body to control, they are now free to roam and come after her and her family, frequently attacking them in any way they can. My mother was witness to this multiple times growing up, seeing all sorts of horrible things happen. One of the most frightening was one night when my mother was about 10 years old. They were staying alone, just her and my mom. Her siblings, she believes, were off at a friend's house this night, when all of a sudden, these walking upright coyote-looking creatures began trying to break into her single trailer, doing everything they could to try and tear the door down. They were very aggressive, and even she remembers them very clearly, trying to look into the window, like they were searching for a weak point, trying to stare at it, and they had glowing red eyes, something that was incredibly evil. After her and her mother, or my grandmother, began praying, they pretty soon left. But that was just one of the many times that they endured this. Eventually, my mother grew up and moved away off the res, where my grandmother still lives. and still has these attacks every so often. They've definitely died down, and they don't happen near as much. She prays a lot, and she also has a medicine man frequently come out and bless her house and property. But after my mom moving away, down to Southern California, she doesn't now deal with that near as much. When she had me, and I grew up, I actually moved up north to New York State, and safe to say, I don't deal with any of that, thankfully. I call my mom every week, and we talk about it, sometimes. She hasn't had any experiences, not since leaving the res, and many times we'll do a three-way FaceTime call with my grandmother. She's usually in pretty good spirits, doing pretty well for herself. We only talk about what happens sometimes. She's still doing okay, though, not having anything too strong. But when she was younger, the attacks sure were frightening, as they were frequent. I'm sorry this wasn't my own personal skinwalker experience, or maybe it just wasn't that exciting. But I figured the information was unique, as it is interesting. I thought you'd like to hear it, so I shared it with you.
Sorry, just had to
tell this on your channel.
get some building out of the way.
Maybe what to tell my
Break
mom,
up the monotony.
and maybe give me some knowledge on if it's true that when my great-grandfather died, the spirits that possessed him and controlled him now still try and haunt my grandmother. But then I also wonder, why have they not attempted to come after me or my mom now that we've moved away?
'Cause you're too strong for that kind of crap. You're a super duper whatever.
After work, I was telling one of my coworkers about an encounter that I had in high school with some supernatural being. She seems to think it was either a skinwalker or a fae, and was even legitimately surprised that I'm still alive after it. But I don't know. Was wondering if any of you could help me out. So, for context, when I was about 16 or 17, I was hanging out with my group of friends at a friend's house near the Indian Reservation in Washington. This was around
A friend hanging out with friends?
right
Oh
behind
my
our house.
goodness.
So, naturally, we decided that we would play sardines, that hide-and-seek game where one person hides. When you find them, you hide with them, out in the orchard at night. So we had been playing for like 2 hours at this point, and I had found myself lost by myself in this orchard at like 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning. So I'm wandering around in the dark in an orchard, trying to find my way back to her house, when I noticed at the end of the row, I was standing in there was this super tall, probably 8 to 9 foot man-shaped thing, made of orange light, just standing there. So naturally, I thought it was an old street lamp, and the branches just made it look like a man. But I had to test my
He looked like a man.
about 8 to 9 rows in one direction. Looked down the row, and that thing was standing at the end of that row too. So I began walking back and forth, picking random numbers, and every time it was standing at the end of the row, probably like 300 to 500 feet away from me, it never got any closer. Until finally, I had proven to myself that it was not crazy, and decided that if it was going to kill me, it would. And simply, I wouldn't know how to defend myself, so no use worrying about it. I walked away, found my way back to my friend's house. When I told my coworker about the other night, she was genuinely surprised that I was still alive. It told me that to her knowledge, the only two things it could have been was a skinwalker or a fae. But everything I can find on the internet about skinwalkers says they usually present themselves as deer or coyote. I can't find anything on what a fae is. Apparently, the reason she was surprised that I didn't die was because a skinwalker usually will kill indiscriminately, because that's all it's looking to do. Apparently, if this was a fae, I had tried to offer it something that would kill me, but since it didn't, it definitely would have. Also, I know that Brood Raksha seeds can ward off negative energies and entities. It makes me wonder if that was a fae or a skinwalker. Would my mala protect me? is a useful category, but at times broad. I will only describe what he saw. When he and I and a few other students discussed what he saw, skinwalkers came up by name. So did Vindigo. We loosely refer to it as a skinwalker, but mostly just as it. I'm a high school teacher. I love my job. I teach math, which I love and the kids hate. So, to keep to the kids on my side, I frequently give them breaks to just do whatever. So, by now, my students know I love talking about certain topics, including the paranormal, but especially UFOs. We actually listened to the Hunt for the Skinwalker audiobook yesterday in class that this student was in. So today, this student, a super smart and talented kid, I might add, charming, witty, a great young person, says to me, "Hey, I have a story." He was driving to his home in the gym at about 9:30 p.m. Sunday last week. He said he was feeling great, had a great pump, everything. He was turning onto his street, and he saw a bipedal thing moving quickly in the direction of the road he was able to turn onto. It was in a open field. Said it was the color of my classroom wall, basically white. But when I said it was white, he would say no, say it was the color of the wall. He said it was tall and skinny, but not just skin and bones, skin muscle. He said it was moving at a speed similar with his car across this field, and said its legs were long and it had big feet. I'm struggling to exactly recall or mostly make sense of how he described its legs and locomotion. I'm gonna ask for clarification, but it also seemed like he was struggling to describe it in the first place. He mentioned its knees being prominent, but also that it seemed to have that weird classic dog leg thing going on, but only when its legs was back. He says when the leg was forward, it bent like a human leg. I'm kind of imagining it taking these fast tiptoe-looking steps, where its legs come down and back, maybe changes shape or something. He said its arms were long, and it had witch fingers. He did not see a head or neck and shoulders. We looked at that classic 4chan Skinwalker trap cam picture. It's looking at the camera. He said, "That's what I saw, but without a head." He said it left a tall, blurry trail of its own image as it moved. And the oddest thing of all, he said, it turned into a street sign. So I asked for clarification on this, but he was confused as I was. He watched it cross the street and blend into an existing street sign and disappear via this transformation. I've suggested he could return to the location of the sighting and see what he can find or remember. I find his report credible, and that he believes himself. I know a whole bunch more about stuff in the sky than I do on the ground, so I figured bringing this to light was important. Let me know what you think, especially if this rings similar to other encounters. I don't know if what I saw this night was a skinwalker, but it freaked me out pretty bad. So I'm getting off work pretty late. I'm a cook at a restaurant that I won't mention. I don't want any people driving around here, or for me to lose my job, since I still work there, or worse, for this place that I love to get bad publicity. I'm kind of family members with the owner, so we'll just keep it at that. I'm leaving for my car one night, and across the field from where the parking lot is, I see this really large coyote. I thought it was weird because usually you don't see a lot of farmlife out here. Maybe a cow or two, since we're surrounded by large pastures, and we are kind of out in the sticks. But we do get a lot of traffic, since we're near a large highway. Again, I don't want to give away too much. So I'm walking towards my car, and for whatever reason, the size of this thing just catches my eye. And I look at it, and it's maybe 50 to 70 feet away from me, just standing there, on four legs like you'd expect from a normal coyote, but it's just staring at me. And I thought it was weird, so I shrug my shoulders, walk to my car, unlock it, and I get in. And I just feel compelled to go look at it again, So I turn, and as soon as I turn
The
my
power
head,
of
this
cow
beast,
compels you.
it does something I can't even comprehend any animal could ever possibly do. Just like a person would, crouching down. It very casually just stands up on its back legs, very comfortable looking, like it wasn't struggling at all, and didn't even seem like it was even hard. It appeared so natural and fluid. And as soon as it stood up, it began just walking towards me, so naturally, just like a person would. And it had this smirk on its
Bagel with
face. It was
bacon.
so bad. So I started panicking, going as fast as I could to turn the car on, throw it in reverse, and as soon as I began
Making
reversing,
bacon bagels, making
this thing
bacon
outpaced its pace at
bagels.
top speed, and is now
Take the
sprinting towards
bacon
me.
and you put it on your
As soon as it
bagel.
passed, I put it in drive, and I floor it out of the parking lot onto
Doesn't
the
have
pavement.
quite the same rhyme as
Since this was around 11
bacon
p.m. at night,
pancakes,
there
but
wasn't a lot of traffic, so I
still
didn't have to worry about
good.
holding or watching for other cars. But man, as soon as I got out of the parking lot, I didn't see it anymore. So on the way home, I immediately phoned my boss, asked him if he's ever seen any strange animals in the restaurant before. Outside, I should say. He says no, wanting to know what's going on, if he should be concerned. And I told him I just saw a really large, aggressive coyote. He should be careful. He was still at the building, and so he went and checked outside but didn't see anything. I haven't seen it or anything like it since it happened. And this was back in October of last year, and I've been going there
Well, that
consistently
works
every
too.
night, since it's my
As
job.
long as you got the bacon.
Or what it could be. I told another family member about my experience. Very hesitant
Bacon.
to open up. He told me, or they told me, that it sounds like it could be a skinwalker, but I don't know anything about that stuff. So I posted it online and got minimal feedback. Somebody pointed out that I should reach out to you, and that you might have the answers I need. So I wanted to know your opinion on this situation. Was this a freak creature, or did I actually encounter a skinwalker? Maybe a wendigo? I would love for any opinions, thoughts, and advice you could offer. Thanks. I have grown up in the outdoors and have been hunting and fishing my entire life. From a childhood spent in North Georgia to stints in West Virginia, and now, for the past 16 years in Virginia, I have spent a great bit of time in
Meet
the woods.
Virginia.
I know animals and flora, and that is why what occurred back in the fall of 2003 has bothered me so much to this day, enough to finally submit this report. My former roommate's
Oh, it's a
father
report.
owns the property.
It's not just a story, it's a report.
I have had access to it since I was 15. It's a small sportsman's paradise, nearly 200 acres, and a 5-acre bass pond. I had visited it every fall since 1994 and had fished there for years before that. I hit the woods, completely scent-proof, right around 3:30 a.m., hiked from the farmhouse approximately 600 yards back to the deer stand that I was planning on using that morning. I stopped short, about 100 yards, to apply a drag rope, which is doe and rut scent, and then crossed the creek bridge, walked a wide pattern out in front of the stand, and put several scent markers on the game trails. This took perhaps 15 minutes, and the game animals were spooked. I then headed back towards the tree stand, tied off my rifle, and gear to a safety rope, climbed the stand, and pulled up my gear. This would give me a full hour and a half to let the woods settle down, and my presence go unnoticed. What happened next has cost me countless nights of sleep, and still gives me chills every time I think about it. Once in the stand, I went about the business of sorting out my gear, making sure everything was where I would need it. Binoculars, phone cover, etc. Out of nowhere came the most god-awful, blood-curdling scream, yell, growl that I ever heard in my life. The morning calm was completely shattered, and it sounded close. I immediately ran the mental list in my mind as to what it could be. But nothing I'd ever heard before could match this in either pitch, depth, or duration. It lasted for at least 5 to 7 seconds. I was scared. It started so high, and just kept expanding in pitch into a howl that ended in a menacing guttural growl.
It was gonna eat
Before the
you,
sound was even
but
over,
it got high.
I realized felt extreme danger. The real fear was from the fact that the volume was so loud. It came upon me so suddenly that I knew it was close. Too close. Within, say, 25 yards. Following the howl, there was total silence. Immediately, I felt too close to the ground, for whatever reason, and a 17-foot tree stand, and carefully stood up so that my feet were not dangling off the seat. I pulled out my mag light and began scanning the area to my front and right that seemed to
Oh,
where it was coming
hello.
from. I had
Hello,
taken
Moto.
while scanning, but realizing that my ears were actually ringing from this howl. I remember thinking, from previous survival training, to keep cool and not panic. Figuring this out, I quickly changed around, checked to make sure the safety was on my rifle, a Winchester Model 70. I then continued scanning between the woods to my front. And a pine
It's a
forest
Daisy
with a
rifle.
flashlight. I just felt so vulnerable, and remember thinking that this rifle might not be enough. So I fetched my Smith & Wesson 40 handgun from my backpack and secured it tightly to my belt. I know that it's unlawful to carry a sidearm during rifle season, but there are black bear on this property. I wasn't going to leave myself without any option. It took several moments for my hearing to return, and when it did, I heard distinctive movement back in the pine thicket to my right and front, maybe 20 yards into the trees. Then nothing. That's when the smell hit me. I'm not sure I noticed it at first, because I've been handling deer scents.
Smelly dog. Smelly dog.
Or a ripe Dempster. It didn't last long, and there was no noticeable wind at the time of the incident to carry this scent toward me. I stood there in that tree stand for the next 2 hours until first light, then got out of there. I'm not the type to scare easily, and I was right back out there 2 days later, but did not think to check for tracks or any other evidence. The game was still scarce. I've been back several times since to fish the pond. Nothing out of the ordinary ever occurred during those trips. I totally forgot about this incident for nearly a year. It bothered me, so I just didn't think about it. That changed when I caught a documentary on TV concerning Bigfoot and Sasquatch. The BFRO was mentioned, and I found this website. I also read a report near this in Franklin County, but was even further stunned when I listened to some of the recordings that are found in this database. They sounded very similar to the very beginning of the howl during my incident, but the sound I heard was so close and loud, and went so deep at the end, that they are tough to compare. Whatever made that noise had one hell of a set of lungs, though. I was also surprised about that smell they supposedly emit when threatened. I had no idea. That was the icing on the cake that made me think that I might have possibly had an encounter. I've always been somebody comfortable in the woods, and for the most part, I'm still him. Just a little more aware of what could possibly be out there. Everything that deer season had an odd feel to it, come to think
What is
of it.
that?
And as I previously stated, I had been hunting and fishing this property for well over 10
Cooked
years.
meat.
The place was absolutely eerie.
Cooked meat? I
In the
do.
previous 2 deer and turkey seasons, I had harvested 6 and 8 deers,
What did I
several
need
does, and numerous turkeys.
to
In the
make
fall of 2003,
fireplace?
however,
I need
the
gravel,
wildlife just
huh?
seemed to be gone or in hiding. Even during the early muzzleloader archery season, The deer seemed very scarce.
Gravel is by the streams.
You can't drive
Is there
fast.
any water around
I
here?
started down the road, looking down, then looking up.
Oh, there is.
Something caught
That's
my
a
eye.
stream right there.
Around 200 yards down this road, the sun was to my left, shining across this road to the right. As I looked down this narrow road, there was a reflection of light coming off the fur of something that I've never seen before. It was tall and massive. For that split second that I saw it, the way the sun's reflection came off this thing, it looked almost silver. But being a hunter, since I hunt this land all the time, there is not anything silver in color, and that the sun coming off the back of a black turkey can look silver. So that's what caught my eye. This animal went back into the woods, back to the right. So I worked my way down to where I thought I saw it. I turned my TV off and smoked a cigarette, listening for anything for about 5 minutes. Had passed, and I heard something big, running away from my direction, breaking tree limbs. It was way louder than a deer running through the thickets. I could hear this for about 1 to 2 seconds. Then it went quiet again. If I had to guess how far away it was, I would say about 50 to 60 yards away from me when I first heard the running. You can't see more than 2 yards in this thicket from where I was at. Hunting season ends for general firearms 10 days before this, so the deer are still alert. Then, it seemed like a few minutes later, I heard 2 big bangs, like somebody hitting a stick against a tree or a log. Then, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Then, there was the snorting of the deer that came from the thicket right after that. When a deer snorts, from my experience in the woods during the day, they see you and snort once or twice. Then they take off, leaving you, just to see their white tail waving at you as they go out of sight. But there must have been 4 or 5 whitetail in there, all of them snorting and stomping the ground, and they were real loud. The deer did this for about what seemed to be more than a minute. Then I heard them take off running. That's when I decided it was time for me to leave too. I got home and told my mom what just happened. She couldn't believe it, was surprised at what I had told her, and asked if it was a bear. I told her I never saw a bear in the woods, and it seemed way too big to be a black bear. So the next day, Wednesday the 22nd, I wasn't going back that day. I took a camera in where I heard this animal, and took pictures of what I believed to be footprints and some hair that was left on a tree limb about 5.5 feet off the ground. In college, my social club would go camping twice a year for a bonding event with our newer members. We would go in late November after the Thanksgiving holiday, and again in early April. A group of about 40 to 50 of us would sit at a campsite with a large bonfire. We would spend the night in the woods, just doing guy things, like drinking, telling stories. Invariably, we'd get louder as the night went on, but you have to understand, it was a very remote area, not suitable for camping of any type of excursion. We camped at the bottom of a large, steep descent that was a very dangerous, rocky climb down. Once we left the cars, even in full moonlight, the trees would be so thick, it was pitch black, and nearly impossible to see our way down. So, we were equipped with flashlights at all times. All 3 incidents occurred in the same area, in the fall of '94 and spring and fall of '95. The most unnerving occurred in the fall of '95, causing most of our members to go home early, because most feared we'd be shot at by hunters. We observed, audibly, not visually, rock throwing and very strange howling noises that got closer and closer until we quieted down. Then, the noises seemed to abate somewhat. On the night of fall of 95, we camped next to a small stream that ran down the mountain and could hear rocks being tossed into downstream. We all assumed it was some of our guys, since, usually, someone would wander off in hopes of scaring us. This night, though, it kept occurring, so we sent out some of our guys to make sure we had accounted for everybody, and we had. We had to keep a head count, because we took as few cars as possible. Didn't want to leave anybody stranded. Once we were all accounted for, the noises got louder and closer, and it was unmistakably the large rocks that dominated the hillside, being tossed into each other and into the stream. We all fell silent, and the few hunters in the group told us it might be a buck, just wandering the stream. But then we heard a loud, continuous wailing sound. Nobody could identify for certain. We all, despite our intoxication and testosterone levels, got very, very quiet. Tried communicating back in hopes it was a hunter who was just lost. As we were calling out into the night, more rocks were thrown, more odd noises occurring. They were long wails, or howls, and the occasional grunt, similar to what a large ape sounds like when agitated. Whatever or whoever it was agitated, and was definitely attempting to frighten us. After some time had passed, most of our guys decided they wanted no part of what we thought was a few hunters out to scare us. So, most left. About 10 or 15 of us remained through dawn, knowing that running wildly in the dark would be more dangerous than fending off some drunks. We remained far, far quieter, heard more rocks being tossed in our direction, along with a few grunts, but only intermittently, and they seemed to grow more distant as the night wore on. On the previous 2 trips, I didn't stay the entire night, but on each one, we heard the same odd cries and rocks being tossed nearby at other rocks and trees. We always chalked it up to hunters trying to scare the college kids away. Nobody ever replied, and the screams and cries we heard were definitely not from a dog. The fall of 95 trip was one that is most clear in my mind, and one that scared a big group of burly guys into heading home at around 2 in the morning, instead of staying the entire night, like usual. It wasn't until recently, when my friend Randy told me about this thing called the BFRO expedition in that region of Virginia, that I even considered it being a Bigfoot. It always had just been a scary night in the black woods of West Virginia. But once he sent me a howl, I had chills up and down my spine when I heard it. Let me add that I am the world's biggest skeptic, and I have routinely dismissed all Bigfoot talk as fantasy. I don't know what it was out there, but after reading about the rock throwing, the grunts, the growls, the expo, and hearing that chilling howl sound bite, my brain tells me it had all the earmarks of a Bigfoot sighting. It was eerie recounting it for Randy, because each telltale question he asked me, I apparently answered in such a way that he was sure it was a Bigfoot sighting. I am in no way convinced, but the circumstantial evidence is overwhelming. George Washington and Jefferson National Forest off the Blue Ridge Parkway in Amherst County, Virginia, White Oaks Flats area. Deer hunting from a tree stand, approximately 15 feet high. I arrived way too early, maybe an hour or more before daylight. I climbed into my tree stand and reversed the batteries in my flashlight to keep it from coming back on my pack, as I usually hunt all day until after dark in the evening. I settled down and was waiting for shooting light. Quite some time passed, enough time for everything to grow quiet and me to cool off from the hike to my tree stand. Without any warning, directly underneath my stand came the most started as a low guttural roar, somewhat as a lion or a large cat might make, then ascended in scale until it was a horrifying, piercing scream, lasting several seconds, or at least seemed to. I cannot describe how scary, unnerving this scream was. No proper words to convey it, really. It was awful. After gathering my wits, I comforted myself that I had loaded my 30-06. Nothing on earth could survive a 15-foot fall into that tree. I sat very still, stared every sense I had before bursting into itself. I made no attempt to try to get it, I really felt as though I would attempt to recite that only the word monster could convey. That night was a totally moonless night. Absolutely dark. But the leaves, they were very, very dry, crunching underfoot. I absolutely knew that nothing could move that close to me without revealing its whereabouts via sound.
Fortnite tactics.
I said nothing. The area was set on top of the maple, the laurel. My tree stand was above the growth. I'm a lifelong hunter, and spent thousands of hours in the mountains. Nothing could have moved that closely under that condition, without sound. But it not only approached my tree stand, it also left without sound. After daylight, I searched for tracks, spoor, hair in the area. There was nothing. Up until the day I always walked to my tree stands with my rifle unloaded. Never loaded it until I was in my stand. Needless to say that I would walk no more in those woods with an unloaded gun than I would attempt to fly. I was embarrassed. Did not wish to be labeled as somebody that told tall tales. But I did tell those that hunted with me in that area. And for one reason, genuine concern for their safety. I know what I heard. It was large, horrible, menacing. The thing I heard was no longer mad. Words can't convey the seriousness of what I heard. I also drove to the peaks of Otter and told the ranger there. Asked if anyone had ever heard of or reported of strange sounds, as I had heard a monster. They had reports, he told me, then tried to convince me that I just heard an owl. This was insulting. I've hunted all my life, killed most every type of animal in Virginia. This was no owl. Even if it was a large bird of some kind, I was so close. The wing beats, or the rush of air as it flapped to get airborne. I heard nothing but the roar. I might add that it became a matter of courage to continue hunting in that area, but I did. And in the general area, killed a deer and a black bear that year. No one hunted with me anything that day, but later on in the season, I think the same week, 2 people heard the same thing on the bridge above the car after hunting all day and returning to the car after dark. The reason I am supplying my story now is that it recently happened one afternoon. Working out, I overheard a conversation about somebody encountering what they thought was a Bigfoot. Apparently, they also smelled the same thing, but I didn't smell anything. What I heard was more than enough. Me and my brother saw something on this day that neither of us can explain, but it sure left both of us quite spooked, and we haven't gone back to this spot on the creek since this day. Usually, it's our brotherly ritual to go fishing together every June. We blot out a couple of weekends together on the calendar and make it our thing to go to one of our favorite creeks, all along in different spots, and spend the entire day fishing. I think it's more of an excuse to spend time than it is to really catch anything. Although we've caught some great salmon, the biggest I've ever caught, actually. This day, it was closer to the beginning of summer, the summer solstice. I remember, it was a clear, beautiful day. The birds chirping, everything was alive. The sky was clear and the sun was bright. It was going to be a fantastic a couple 100 yards down the creek, where it's more shaded, heavily forested by oak trees. Once we spend about 10 minutes getting to this new spot and getting situated, we get ready to cast our lines into the water. But that's when we hear the sound of an animal coming towards us. My brother and I both stop and look in the direction of what's coming. We think it might be a big male buck, judging by the size and how loud it sounds. It wasn't trying at all to be quiet, making its way to the tree line. But because it was June, the brush was very thick, and we couldn't exactly see what it was approaching. My brother and I remained there quiet, standing still. We didn't want to spook this deer, or what we thought was a deer, and in that moment, it pokes its head out, followed by its body, in probably a half-second delay. What we were staring at was not a deer at all, but this canine-looking animal. It had a very huge head, and the most terrifying part of all is that it
Okay,
had these
so
long,
that
strong red
is.
eyes and large fangs, kind of like a saber-toothed cat does, hanging down from its muzzle. It was walking on 4 legs at the time, but was easily the largest canine I've ever seen. My brother and I were frozen, not in total fear yet, but more so shock at what we were seeing. I've heard and read fantasy books before, and in that moment I was convinced we were looking at a real-life direwolf. The second it steps out into the open, we're probably no more than 40 feet away. It realizes we're there instantly, locks eyes with me and my brother, darting back and forth between us, and in one motion, stands up on its back hind legs. When it did this, it was incredibly tall, and even pumped out its chest, like it was taunting us to come and make a move. And I swear to you, it even had a slight smirk on its face, kind of like an expression that would read, "Yeah, right, you guys are no match for me." It was far too human in intelligence than it was animal, and I think that's one of the things that was very
Is there a
scary. As it did this,
fucking wind
my
vine
brother and I
over
had
there?
basic common sense of the woods.
Two of them in one
We were
area?
predators,
That
and we
seems
both took off running.
a
Our
bit
legs just
weird.
about us, and we took off, going far down the creek,
That seems a
back
little
and back down the trail
odd.
where our vehicle was, leaving everything behind. Our equipment, our fishing
Oh,
rods,
unless
our
that one just showed up and
never
this one
chase,
disappeared?
although it could have easily caught up to us if it wanted to, judging by how muscular it was, how lean and in shape it was, and how incredibly large it was. If the big bad wolf from Little Red Riding Hood was real, this was it. Now, let's talk a little bit about the description of
Because
this
that
creature,
seems to be
since
clearing
it's a
up.
clear
So
day,
we're going
and my brother and
to
I got a really good look
do
at
a
this
little
one. Later, we found exactly what the
observations.
others saw,
Or
and we
maybe
thought
it's
it was
changing
exactly what they
color
saw.
due to
So, we know
sunset?
we're not crazy. We know we didn't just
Oh,
hallucinate it or make
sunset.
it up. My brother and I firmly believe
But
that if this
that's
thing wanted to, it could have torn
that
us shred to shred.
marker right
But it
there.
didn't.
The little
It's
glowing
judging by its expression
witch
and body
fire over
language,
there.
we were clearly no match for it.
That's the wind
It seemed as if it
vine,
taunted
or the
us,
windy
wanting us
vine.
to make the next move.
This one
But we
is
disappointed it.
the
Its face and
frostbitten
upper chest were just
vine,
like a large gray wolf, except the head was much larger, and its face was
and
different.
my
I
force
don't know how to
base
put it into words,
is
but it
way
just
the
looked much
fuck
larger
over
face.
here.
The ears were also sharper and more pointed, and it was a little more smoky in color than your typical wolf. And we're not sure why it had that glow to its eyes, but it did. It was a very faint glow, kind of like when you have candles behind something. They kind of just give off this warm glow. And that's what this was like too. One of the things that my brother and I both noted of is just how muscular this thing was, like it was going to the gym frequently. I mean, when it pumped out its chest, you could really see its biceps. Even under the fur, which was not as thick as a regular wolf's fur, it was much thinner. Its arms and upper body seemed to be much larger in proportion to its lower body. It's kind of like its chest down to its butt, tapered down. And its legs, although muscular, were just like that of a dog's, which is why it looked so silly once it stood up. But it didn't appear to have any balancing issues, like at all. The last thing I wanted to point out was its hands. It did not have hands like a person, or like what you'd expect with any other canine creature. Paws. Its hands looked more like raccoon hands. It had a visible opposable thumb, and 4 fingers, with a small black claw at the end of each. It didn't really move them, though, during our encounter. It stayed pretty still, except for the hair on its chest. The size of it, that was more than enough that I ever wanted to see of this animal. My brother and I have since not returned to that exact fishing spot. Although we have returned to that river, it's just we try and stay far away from that little spot, covered by the heavy shade of trees. We prefer more open areas. They feel much safer. There's no predicting what that animal is capable of, and we've never seen or heard anything like it since that day.
We
Just wanted to give you a quick shout out.
just
The stories you tell and what you're doing. I believe that what you're doing is really helping many of us come to terms with what it is we saw. And for that, I thank you. You see, I have a sighting all of my own. I kind of live up in the mountains. To get anywhere, you have to drive down this long 35-mile mountain road. It's pretty windy, very rocky, with loose woods all around. It's very scenic, but it can also be very deadly if you're not paying attention. The road is not very big. It used to be an old logging road, and has since been roughly converted to a paved road, with minimal guard railing. So, again, in wintertime, you really need to be paying attention. As you're driving, though, looking out all around you is beautiful flat sloped land leading down the side of the mountain, which leads us right to our sighting. It's really no surprise that around here, I see a ton of white-tailed deer. They're everywhere. At least the does are. Then, come hunting season, the males start rutting, and the bucks will show up. But mainly, it's just a ton of doe. So when I see them off in the distance, I don't even bat an eye. I'm so used to seeing them. But when I looked over and saw this shape pursuing a deer, I was pretty confused at what I was looking at. And as I slowed the car down and began gawking at this animal pursuing this doe, it's clear to me that this was the largest wolf I had ever seen in my life. This thing kind of resembled more of a lion than it did a canine. It had a massive black hairy mane all around its head, and its entire color was jet black. Very tall, cropped, pointed ears, and a very long muzzle. It seemed really focused and driven on catching this runaway doe, but it happened so fast that I never saw the end of the chase. They just appeared between a small grouping of trees, off into the next, only briefly being out in the open. I'll admit that I've never seen an animal quite like this one. So, after some time had passed, I decided to try and dig a little deeper, find out what exactly this was. Everything points in the direction of something called a dogman, something that sounds incredibly fictional and something out of folklore. But having seen this animal myself, and every description matches what I saw, I guess I'm left with no choice but to believe. What is your opinion on this? This happened when I was in high school. I was staying up late one night, probably working on math homework or something that I hated. Because this was near the end of the school year, I had my window open at night, and it was probably closer to midnight, since in high school I used to stay up to all the late morning hours. It was a hot day. That much I do remember.
This will be my stash hole.
So my ritual was I would goof off and procrastinate all evening, and then finally, about 10 or 11, open my window, let a cool breeze come in, and relax, put some music on, and do some homework. This night was not any different than any other night, except for what would occur. So I'm at my desk, lost in studying or doing homework, and I notice that there's a light blockage coming from the direction of my window. Where my desk is directly up against the wall. To my left is the bedroom window in question, To my right is a wall, and behind me is the bedroom door, because the window to my bedroom is all the way open, and the blinds are open. There's a near full moon pouring into my room, illuminating my room even more than the small desk lamp that I have on.
Okay.
Because of this creature that stepped in from my window blocked all light from coming in, and that's how I knew something was standing there. As soon as something blocked the light, I turned to see what it was, thinking somebody was outside my window. And when I turned, I just see this large black body, and my eyes literally follow up to the head. And while the face and the feet
Sucker.
is dark, I see these fierce-looking dog eyes.
Suck it,
staring at me.
bear.
They were glowing, kind of like a yellow golden glow, and as soon as I make eye contact with these eyes, I
Okay.
see the mouth begin to frown, and slowly the lips recede back and reveal a mouth full of these crazy teeth I could have never imagined seeing on whatever it was I was looking at. And along with that came this deep-toned guttural growl that sounded very angry. His expression on his face was that of, I hate you, and I'm going to kill you if I get the chance. The only thing separating me from this thing was a small screen in my window, since the window was wide open. After staring at me for maybe 5 seconds, but it felt like forever, and here I am at my desk, completely petrified, frozen in place like a statue. I see this thing look down, reach its hand, as if to try and go through my window, and realize there's a screen there. As soon as it touches it, it looks back up at me, smirks, looks back down, and shoves its entire hand through the screen, like a person would if they were punching a hole through a sheet of paper. Completely effortless. Now, I'll say that punching a hole in a screen isn't a huge or impressive feat, but the fact that it did this with the intention of getting into my room to do whatever it wanted to me, that's what scares me. As soon as he did this, or it did this, I just jumped up, ran out of my room, and ran down the hallway to my parents' room, hyperventilating and on the verge of passing out. I explained to my parents there's somebody outside my window trying to break in. My dad, in a panic, jumps up, grabs his 12 gauge, cocks it, and goes to the room, where he busts the door open and looks inside, points it right at the window. Nobody's there, but what's left in place is a large gaping hole in my screen that looks like somebody had punched a hole on the outside in, and this awful stench was lingering. It smelled like rotting meat and wet dog, really, really bad. I must have not smelled it in a minute, probably due to being frozen in fear, but something or someone was there. My dad, being incredibly concerned, phoned the police, and we had somebody come out, take a statement. But after looking around, there wasn't much they can do. No traces, no tracks, no evidence of who was here, why, or where they went. My dad, being such a great dad, stayed up with me the rest of that night, and we slept in the living room together. He kept the shotgun nearby in case this person tried to come back to break in. I didn't tell him or my mom what it was that I saw. I just said there was a person that was trying to break in my room, and so they were probably expecting some intruder or robber to come back. The very next day, my father replaces the screen in the window, and from now on, we both agreed, keep the window closed, keep the blinds shut at all times. We don't want to be giving an invitation to anybody who wants to come in. And for a good week or two after that incident, I was very nervous alone at night, expecting this thing to come back. Not to include all the nightmares that thing gave me. It looked terrible. If that gives you any idea of what I saw. It looked like a monster out of a horror movie or something. It really scared me for a long time. My location isn't anything special. I live in a pretty big, expansive neighborhood north of Cincinnati. I was in one of the last houses in the cul-de-sac, so there were neighbors all around. We did not have much of a backyard, but nowhere I could see this thing hiding at. Even just taking the time to write this out, it brings back really bad memories. Memories I would prefer stay suppressed, but I guess this is probably helpful. Okay, First off, long-time listener. So, you would think somebody like me would know all the warning signs when there's a dogman in the area. Well, I've been an avid listener to the entire channel's life, and I know a lot about dogmen, learning everything about dogman encounters on your show, and just my love and fascination with cryptids. I've never actually fully believed that they're a real entity, until probably the last month. I live in a pretty small rural community, and within the last 2 weeks, all of our animals have completely disappeared. On top of that, much of the
Oh, fuck, he's coming this way.
too. I usually have a family of skunks that I feed at the back side of my property by the barn. They haven't been there for the last week, and I've been leaving food out. A lot of times too, I'll see coyotes running around, but haven't seen them either. Not a lot of deer either, which is usually rare. There's always deer in these parts. Now, what I'm not saying is that there is indeed a dogman in the area, but it definitely is a strange coincidence, considering a lot of the encounters I heard off your show all talk about a dogman being in the area and people's pets gone missing. Just about everybody I know, since I'm close with most of my neighbors, all their pets have vanished. Dogs, cats, no traces of them anywhere. Not even a body. Nothing. There's missing signs all over, and there's just far too many cats and dogs that have gone missing suddenly for anybody to write it off as a coyote, or that any of them have been hit or run over by a car. It just doesn't make sense. Maybe they've all been abducted. I don't know. What I'm terrified about is if there is a dogman in the area, I'm sure there's more than just one, because I don't think they work alone. They're not lone wolves. They're pack animals. And who knows what will happen next? Hopefully not people, because if people start disappearing, then we're really going to have a large issue on our hands that only us residents can deal with. My safety. And I'm ready to defend my fortress or my life. I'll meet this dogman with my bullets, but it doesn't mean the anticipation of not knowing is killing me.
Ow. Ooh, I hope I got enough potions and shit. I may not have brought enough stuff. May have to learn to make some really, really good stuff. I may not have what it takes to last this out. Oh, motherfucker. Babs. Oh, it's so slow to eat stuff. Oh, the potion things are, yeah. You have to make a whole bunch of kebabs to defeat this son of a bitch. Oh my god, he's at 97% again? Oh, fuck's sakes. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to defeat this guy with a dagger. Wait, where the fuck did he go? Goddamn wolf. I'm out of here. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go make a whole shitload of kebabs and stuff. There's just, I can't. There's nothing I can do about it. He's back at 100%. It takes so long to regen and refill my life bar that he just regens all the way. So we're gonna. Where's my raw cat? There it is. It takes too long. I can't. Where's my stash box at? Oh, it's up over there. Okay. Yeah, it takes way too long. So I'd have to go back and create a whole bunch of kebabs and some other stuff that's quickly consumable. But gives me like almost a full regen. Because there's no way. There's nothing I can do about that. And then I have to find a spot where I can easily defend that he can't destroy, like one of the big rock faces or something. All that shit there. But at least now I know where the vine's at, so so at least now I know where he's at. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna have to figure something else out for that dude. I used up all my fucking potions and spells and shit, so. Yeah, in order to defeat that dude, I need something much better than the Iron Dagger. I don't think the Iron Dagger's gonna cut it. I need something like a fire axe or something. Or an iron axe. Because this dude is way too OP. I gotta be able to knock him down. Seriously farther. Way farther than what I was doing. Oh, yeah, he definitely heals. He regens his health faster than I can regen mine because it takes so long to eat my food. So much longer than it takes for him to regen his health. So I need a weapon that I can knock him down with low enough so that I can heal fast enough to start attacking again before he starts to regen his health. So we're gonna go back to the mountain base. Bing! And we're gonna have to figure out what food gives me the most. Gold mushroom, gray mushroom, red mushroom, meat stew. The meat stew does pretty good, but shit like that just doesn't do anything. Kebab does 40, but it takes so long to eat the goddamn thing. Berry pie sandwich. The meat bun is fast. Pies and stuff. I think the gum's pretty quick. And I had one of those, but yeah, we're gonna have to. Like meat stew. Meat stew's pretty quick, and it's faster than the kebab. And the kebab only does 40. So meat stew or the mushroom, but it takes 10 meat to just to make one bowl and then 2 eggs. So we're gonna have to cook some eggs. Oh, and the shitty thing is my health points they don't. It doesn't naturally go back up. I have to physically use a potion, or I gotta eat food, or do that kind of thing. It's kind of like Valheim in that way. You have to actually consume something to get your health back up there. The hearty soup is just mushrooms and an egg, but it only gives you 20, but it consumes pretty quick. The only problem is it doesn't do enough. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go like this. We're gonna store similar. Or same. Um, I'll have to take all but a couple of my anema gums. They don't do a whole lot, but I'm pretty sure they consume pretty quick. I mean, they do 33, which is kind of a weird number. And then I'm going to have to make a bunch of separate soups. That way I can make stuff that works better. Chicken egg. Make some more eggs. Eggs. Crocodile egg. Eagle eggs. The dieters. Thyme. 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 You would think honeycomb would give you some decent health, you know? And too bad I can't put like a second layer of armor. Oh, I wasn't wearing my armor either. Fuck. Dumbass. Salt is a dumbass. He needs to put his armor on before he goes into battle. Derp. Duh. Damn it. No wonder I was having such a hard time. gravel. Pebbles can be found among the desert shoreline. That should be like just around any kind of water. You should be able to get gravel. Okay, so I need to make my colored soups. Let's see. Eggs. Cook up some eggs. Got plenty of eggs to cook up. Holy cow, 4 minutes. Well, that's quite the chore. But at least now I've got back into the fighting the vine thing. Might be able to make a couple of the seasoned soups. We'll do the gold, blue, and the gray mushroom soups, which I think they all do 50. See, the small potion only does 25, and then it's on like a 60-second cooldown, which is, it's too long. It's way too long. I need one that does like 200. I need a large potion of health. Yeah, those are the bosses in there. The vines. They're 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 tough. And the progression system in here is a little lacking at the moment. They really need to make it so you can update your armors and your weapons a little more simply. I mean, you can get them. You can get like better weapons and stuff, killing certain animals, but it only goes to a certain point, and not really enough to take on more than like the first two bosses. And then you gotta get a better, find like a really decent weapon to take on the next two. And then this dude, this last one that I was fighting, he's way tougher than the other ones. So Okay, so we got lots of eggs. Got 176 eggs. Gray mushroom soups. We can make 20 of those. And they produce 50 health. Oh, I can make one. It takes 20 mushrooms to make each of the soups, I think. Wow. I can produce it in 8 seconds, but it takes me like 30 seconds to consume it. Oh, it takes 10 seconds to consume it. 25 out of 20. Okay, well. I think that's why I originally made the kebabs, was because it doesn't take as much. You get less for it, but okay. Cooked meat 34. Wow. Meat cooks way faster.
The Shermans were elated when they found a 500-acre abandoned property for a small portion of its price. Without doing much research on the property and its creepy nickname, the family moved into their newly purchased ranch in 1994. But within the first
And I
few
gotta
months,
remember to
the
wear
property
my
was
armor.
finally nicknamed the Skinwalker Ranch. An abnormally huge, bewitching wolf greeted the family on their very first day at the property, and this would turn out to be just the beginning. The family got a mild dose of peculiarity during the first couple of weeks at the ranch, after which Terry Sherman saw a strange flying mass on the property.
Oh, AI. Really? Have AI read your story? You're too lazy to read it yourself?
Hey everyone, how's it going? I hope you're all doing great, following the 3 H's of the channel. And in this video, it's all about those strange encounters that don't really have an explanation, or shouldn't exist. If that sounds like something you're interested in, pull up a stump with me, and let's jump into it. Thank you for watching. I have this weird story. It happened to me and my friend. We were 17 and 16 respectively. We were in a park that's next to the woods. It was around 11 p.m. Warm. It was a beautiful summer night. We were playing frisbee. There was no one else around. We were trying to make each other laugh by doing tricks, doing the behind the back throw, or catching it without looking. We're having a really good time. But as I'm about to throw the frisbee, I see a glint of light, so I shift my position. Around the edge of the short stone wall, there's a person crouched or sitting down hard to tell. I call my friend over, and we get a better view. It looks almost like a really pale bald guy who's kind of crouched down. I'm confused. I say, "What's up?" in the confused tone. He doesn't say anything. Instead, he stands up while giving us a death stare. The next thing that happens is one of the weirdest things that I've ever seen. While the guy's staring at us, he stands up and then begins to blend in with the background, almost like a chameleon. We can still just barely see his outline. He turns and makes his way back into the bushes around the stone wall. Me and my friend try to follow, but we quickly lose the outline in the dark woods. We decide to turn around, go back to our car, and head home. It only happened the one time. We've even been back to that spot like 100 times since then, and nothing. Super weird. So this may not be as scary as some of the other stories you might hear, but keep in mind that it was scary as hell to me. So I grew up in Alaska. I was born there, and I didn't move down to the mainland USA until I was a teenager. My mother and father weren't from there, but they had been living there for almost a decade before I was born. Anyway, this happened when I was a little younger than a teenager. My father and I had just finished a day of visiting some friends of his who live out in the wilderness a bit, and the road home took us through some forest. It's in November, so there's already plenty of snow, and it's really dark in general. It's also around 10:30 p.m., if I remember right. He's driving, and I'm in the passenger seat. It's one two-lane road with woods on either side. As we're driving, I notice something out of the corner of my eye. It makes my heart skip a beat. On the right side of the road, in the trees, briefly illuminated by the headlights, is a man. He's clearly visible
He
between the
look
trees.
he look
He's stumbling
he
quickly
look
through the
like a
snow
man.
toward the road, with arms stretched out, not in a necessarily menacing way, but still trying to
See, and then
grab
I
at
should be
something.
able to make like a meat
His
stew that has
face looked like a horrible
cooked meat,
rendition of a
baked
human.
potato, and
Everything
eggs in it.
was covered
And
in
then
blood,
that should be like a
his eyes
super
definitely
stew.
not human.
And that
I
should
looked
give
at
you
him
like,
and
you
what
know,
seemed to be a scowl.
75
I
or
immediately turn
100.
as the car passes him, covering my face with my hands. My dad looks at me and asks what's wrong. All I can get out is that there was a man trying to get us on my side of the road. My dad puts his car in reverse while locking the doors and getting a gun out of the glove box. We quickly get back to where I saw him, and he's gone. There aren't even any tracks in the snow that I can see. My dad slightly rolls the window down and calls out, "Does anybody need help?" No one answers, so we eventually drive away. My dad is wearing a grimace now, and it's my turn to ask him what's wrong. He replies, puzzled. He says he feels really sad and has no idea why. He assures me that I must have been mistaken, that it was something else that I saw.
Ugh.
When I was a kid, we lived in a long, dead-end street in the middle of nowhere. Before more houses were built, the sole purpose for that street was to serve as a long driveway to a farm that was a good 2 miles back off the main road. By the time I was born, there was still only a cluster of 3 houses up at the intersection. Our house about a mile further down, and then the old, original farmhouse at the end. On the whole street, there were only 4 kids that were around my age. 2 up at the start, myself, And then
That and I wish the
my best friend
shooting the
had
bow
farm. Most of the days of
was
summer,
wasn't
we'd
so
ride
weird.
his bike to my house, and together we'd ride the other mile up the tree canopied road to join the two others till sundown. One day, as we were riding up toward the intersection, there was a house off in the woods on our left, probably a good 50 yards back through the trees. The house had never been there, but it looked like it had. It looked like it had always been there, like that natural feeling, if you can get what I mean. There was an old swing set off to the side, an above ground pool covered up with a tarp, etc. The odd thing about this house, aside from its inexplicable, sudden existence,
It can
was
make
that there was no yard.
4
It looked
meat
almost abandoned,
stews.
but the yard was cut, and the front door looked ajar behind its screen. We were trying to talk ourselves into going back there to look.
I may have
Then we saw someone walk over and stand
to
in the
do
dark
some
doorway.
hunting
We got freaked out
and
took off.
build up my reserves for this
My
kind of
sister was
thing.
full of it, so we convinced them to come and see. The house
So that I
was
have plenty of stews
after
to
we
fight
kept
him
saying it
with.
to them, until one of them saw the house a week later. Only, he claimed, it now had a driveway and a mailbox when he saw it.
Black Friday
By then,
sales
we
suck
were almost
already this
totally out
year.
of summer break. We kept
It's
this
a good thing I
as a
don't
secret
celebrate
because
Christmas.
the one kid who had told a couple of others until
I gotta
suspicion
tell
spread
you,
like wildfire.
dealing with the
However,
public
soon
is
more
already
others
bad
started
enough.
to quote
But
ghost
to
hunt,
have to
claiming to have
go
seen them.
through all that
One kid
crap,
claimed to have gone inside, but he was a notorious kid who would just make things up to fit in, so nobody believed him. I saw it again that same fall, looking exactly as the other kid had described it, complete with the driveway and the mailbox. Only the mailbox was weird. No name, no number. Then
yeah,
the kid
grandkids.
and his family moved away. Come that Halloween, there was talk of some kids going out there on a dare, and they saw it. By then, some other kids had heard about it, and some teenagers supposedly said that they were going to look for it after midnight. I never knew if this was true or not, or if it just got added to the story later, but those 4 kids disappeared. The mode of disappearance or death varies, but the fact remains that 4 kids are now missing. This kind of soured any more talk about the ghost house. The school year ground to a close, and come one day that following summer, that house suddenly became a permanent fixture of our little rural neighborhood. Everybody, my parents included, were now acting like it had always been there, complete with old couple with grown kids and its complete backstory. The only 2 people who remember any differently are myself and my best friend. We spent our entire childhood trying to find reasons not to interact with those creepy people, those people that after seeing them led to the disappearance of 4 people that we knew. But they always looked at us with those odd, knowing look in their eyes, a look that seemed to imply 2 things. They knew that we knew, and number 2, that nobody was ever going to believe us.
Right back, chat.
So this didn't happen at my job, but it happened just after I got off night shift. So I figured it fits. I'm a science teacher. I work at a school in one of the most rural parts of a fairly urban city. It's the last official event of the year. We have this social thing on a Saturday night. where awards are given and whatnot. It runs super late into the night. I had some final stuff to do, like administrative stuff, so I decided to just stay and do it so I can enjoy my weekend before the 3 day week of nothing. I'm sitting in an empty classroom, filling out paperwork, stuff like monthly goal sheets and all that other stuff. This takes about 45 minutes. I finish quite late, and I turn the lights out and start to head home. The place is dark and silent. It's very surreal without kids. So I get in my car and I pull out to go home. I'm about to pull it onto the road when a car flying past at like 150
Light
kilometers an
flurry
hour.
of snow last night.
It's a straight road, so I just dismiss it as the local villager
Well,
drives down
snow
the road
slash freezing rain.
to see if any of his mates are following him. Standing under the streetlight at the crossroads, about 100 meters away, is a figure about 8 to 10 feet tall, black as the darkness behind it. It's moving in a way that I can only describe as heavy, rapid breathing, as if it had just been sprinting. Its head is emitting an orange light. I fumble for my phone to try and take a picture, but it turns and runs back the way it came from. It's gone before I can even open the camera. I go home thinking about it, but I try to dismiss it as me being tired. But I can't help but thinking that the guy who was driving 150 kilometers down that street might have been
It's
at least
supposed to
as crazy as
rain
he was.
for the next couple of days too. Ugh.
This happened when I was younger. We were on a family vacation across the pond to England. We were taking a tour of some old medieval
Across
buildings.
the pond
I
to
wander off to some,
England.
I don't know, kid stuff. Probably play on the rocks or something. I come across this really ancient looking well with the heavily rusted metal grate covering the opening, a couple of rusted ladder rungs attached to the outside. I'm enchanted with my discovery. I proceed to throw rocks and grass and stuff through the grate. From below, I hear, "Hello?" The voice is quiet,
Vampiric
clear to hear,
potion.
and
See, I'm kind of afraid to
I jump,
take that.
but otherwise I think nothing of the
I
situation
don't know
or
what it
anything.
does.
All people seem to do when they're younger.
I don't know what
So
the
I
effect
ponder.
is.
The
Does it
well
give me like
speaks back.
fucking super
It says,
vampire power?
"What is your name?"
Because if it
I
does,
tell the voice my
I've
name
got two of
and my
those.
question. The voice
I could
responds with a name
definitely
that I
kick
can
that
never remember,
Vine's
no matter how hard
ass
I try to think. The person
using
moves
that
on.
kind of stuff. God
"Well, it's
damn it,
really nice
pick it
to
up.
meet you. I never get to see anyone anymore." I say, "Why not?" The well says, "Because I'm stuck." "Being a kid," I say, "how come?" The voice speaks back. "I fell here a long time ago. I think someone may have pushed me." I start to notice a sloshing sound at the bottom of the well, but I'm not tall enough to see over the edge. But it sounds quite far to the bottom. I say, "Okay, I'll go tell my mother
Hmm.
and we can help you come out." The
Well,
sloshing
we can
stops
give it one
and
more
I say,
shot
"Please don't go away. I'm scared. It's hard for me to stay here."
and
I try
see
to ask
if we
why she's
can
scared at the
kick
episode.
this guy's
I don't get a
ass.
straight answer. Instead, I get, "I like you. Do you like me?" I say that I do, but I'm starting to get nervous. Even though I was a kid, the red flags were starting to pop up in my head. The well says, "It's dark and empty down here. It doesn't ever change. But there are places we can go. We can make things." I was scared, but
Oh,
curious.
scared of
I
chicken.
begin to clamber up the iron rungs to see over the edge of the well. It says again, "I've been lonely for a long time. You can help me." My eyes clear the edge of the well in time to see the metal grate slowly swing open of its own accord. hinges, squealing. I fall off the wall onto my side. I tear off across the room looking for my mom. Behind me, I can hear notes speaking, splashing, shrieking, and screaming. Someone yelling, "No, come back." It's by far one of the events in my life that still sticks with me. This was commented by Michael. A few weeks ago, I wrote to you about a cryptid I've seen during my 4:30 a.m. e-bike commute. At first, I would just catch a random glimpse, but then it started to wait for me. It's a skinny, rake-like crawler thing. When I last wrote you, it had chased me that morning at 30 miles per hour. And if we were not closing in on a well-lit intersection, it would have caught me. I started taking a longer route to avoid this thing. It was hideously ugly. It smelled like a dumpster, and I could feel that it wanted to hurt or kill me. Since then, two things have changed. I liked the e-bike, but I wanted it to go faster. It had a 750-watt motor, so I bought a 2,000-watt motor. So now, on flat ground, it goes up to 47 miles per hour. Not just because of the crawler, but I do ride in some bad neighborhoods, so I got a can of pepper spray. I stayed away from that road, but it was cold yesterday morning, so I took the wooded route. I was thinking it's probably moved on by now, since it's been about a month. But halfway through, it jumped out of a ditch. I was going 30, and as soon as I saw it, I pegged the throttle and pulled the pepper spray out. In just a couple of bounds, it paced me, and its bony fingers were reaching for my arm. This spray is supposed to be good at 10 feet, but I unloaded it right in its black, soulless eyes. At first, it slowed a little, and I'm thinking, great, all I did was piss it off. But then it fell and screamed so loud that it hurt my ears. I also managed to get a decent amount in my own face. It hurt like hell, my vision blurred, and it felt like my face was on fire. The thing was still moving toward me, but it was mostly clawing at its own face and wailing. I slowed down enough so I could take aim and nail him with the rest of it. 2 minutes later, I was at work. You could hear it screaming, like it was a few feet away. Stopped across the street, and I came out to see what the noise was. I go to the eye wash station, and my boss asks about it. I just said that somebody tried to steal my bike and sprayed me. She asks about the screaming. I say, I don't know about that. For a good 40 minutes, he could hear it until the cops started checking it out. It was a rough morning. And this was another comment from Michael. I like the Arizona story. In 1975, I was just graduated in Maryland, and my cousin invited me to spend the summer in Arizona. Leaving the lush greenery of Maryland for the Arizona desert was like going to the moon. After making some friends, I was invited on a night ride in an open jeep in the desert on a crystal clear moonless night. After about an hour, we were in the middle of nowhere, zero light pollution.
See how tough the iron stuff is? The only problem is it's a dagger and it's so short.
A crack of thunder. Three of us thought it was cool, but the guy with the jeep, who was part Native American, said that we should leave. We all whined. The sky's clear. It's not going to storm. A few seconds later, another crack, and then, ever so faintly, we could hear what sounded like the drums from those old westerns. Okay, they are coming. Either you ride back with me, or you have to leave because I'm leaving. I was complaining, but the driver pointed, and faintly, backlit from the sky, was a crowd of dark figures shuffling our way. The driver called them some name that I've forgotten since. I asked what they were doing in the middle of the desert. He said, they're ghosts. If anyone knows about these things, what they're called, let me know. So thank you to Michael for commenting those. I couldn't find your original comment, but I still hope I could do your story. I was just outside the ghost town, Bombay Beach. It was a great day, a blast. But when night rolled around, things got a little weird. I got my fire going to warm me up. It was getting women screaming. The sound of women screaming is initially foxes. So I kind of just WTF'd myself with a campfire. And I just kind of went off a few yards to hide in my tent. I was hoping there's no break. I'm starting to think that these aren't foxes. Holding on to my baby. Ready to cut somebody if they come close, even though I'm really hoping that they don't. Eventually, I get a little bit braver. I pop my head outside the tent, and then I see a little red dot. The eyes are several feet off the ground. I note back, zip it up, just lay there. Luck was on my side that night, as the screaming eventually ceased. I was on guard all night. Some training skills. Not great, but they're there. My head is the eyes. There's tracks everywhere. They're human. 6 toes. They're all moving in a circular pattern. I was initially supposed to be on this trip for 3 days, but after that experience, I just packed everything up and set to go somewhere else entirely. As I've said, the tracks animal. They were unlike human variety. There was something odd that I remember. You would have your typical heel, half arc, toes, which again there were 6 of, but 2 to 3 inches. Almost there were multiples of these. Given the size and depth of the pattern, a couple with that as I had seen, I could easily come to the conclusion that there were multiple. I don't know what to call them out there that night screaming.
See, that sucker should do something too. That sucker should give you like all kinds of shit.
Below, you can send them to if you'd like to. Some people also comment them. And in the description as well is a PayPal and a Patreon if you would like to support the channel that way. And with that, I think I will wish you a happy new year. I hope you stay safe, happy, healthy, and hydrated. And I'll see you in the new year. Thank you for watching. Thank you for pulling up a stump with me.
Well, we'll try to outdo this guy one last time. Otherwise, I'm going to have to come up with a new strategy to take on this dude.
I looked kind of like a ween. The third night is when we had this crazy experience. A loud sound had woken me up a little after midnight, and then it woke my wife as our kids and baby soon were sound asleep. They can sleep through anything. Whatever we heard wasn't that far from our campsite, and it could have easily been about 10 to 15 yards away. It let out this strange whooping sound. It smelled like hot garbage and roadkill combined. It was unbearable. Do you know how most campers have those dim yellow lights on outside? Well, we could see the lights from the inside window, and the smell got worse as this thing walked right in front of the yellow light of our camper. Now, my first thought was a bear, but bears don't typically stand on 2 feet for no good reason. All the food we ate we made sure to cover up and had all the leftovers because there were grizzly bears around. We even cleaned the grill so they won't smell the food from it. This creature had to be standing at around 7 or maybe even 8 feet tall, and we heard it make this low growling sound. Now, I've been around quite a few bears in my life, and make a noise like this. So at this point, we're about 100% certain this was not bear. My wife and I were frozen solid, and I could see tears running down her cheeks. I whispered as silently as I could. Then quiet. Out of nowhere, this thing suddenly makes a loud whooping sound again. This time it does it in groups of 2, and it sounds much louder because it's right in front of the RV. Our camper even shook a little bit as it was walking around us. It had eventually left about 30 or so minutes later, and we could eventually go to sleep. The next day we woke up at about 7 a.m. We stepped out of the camper and saw other people outside gathered around, looking at these absolutely massive footprints that the creature left behind in front of us. I asked them, "Excuse me, we heard this thing last night. Most everybody said they did. But this is your guys' camper." I looked at the set of footprints in total shock while everybody else was getting pictures of it. Everybody packed up and went home, even us. We even got our money back for the spot. I decided to inform the BFRO team to investigate the prints, and they got negative results, saying there weren't any known prints of the local wildlife, so it was likely 100% a Bigfoot. We personally decided to never go back there again, but the BFRO teams have been doing more investigations in that area, so hopefully we'll get more good hard evidence of these things. Thanks for sharing my story. Bigfoot in Alabama by Bradley G. Hello, Swamp Dweller. I'm a big fan and have been listening for quite some time. Anyway, this is my encounter with what I believe to be a Bigfoot. A bit of background. I am a pretty avid outdoorsman. I grew up in the woods and always knew about Bigfoot and never thought I'd see one. So to set the scene, it was 2016, maybe 2017, around New Year's time. Also, my birthday, and my family decided to take my best friend Lorenzo and myself to Alabama. I live in Texas. To visit some distant relatives for my birthday. We hung
So I
out with
also
friends
need
for
to
a while
be
eventually
closer.
hang out in the woods like we always did.
So I need
Anyway,
obstructions to
my cousin
put
Tyler
in
and I
front
went
of
into
him.
the woods.
I'm
This
thinking
was an
that
old
cliffside
abandoned
right
house.
there.
So we looked around and anyway, breaking typical teen stuff, we finished exploring the house and walked into the master bedroom, where we found a massive nest made from pine branches. We were in the mobile home for about 25 or 30 minutes when suddenly we heard an ungodly roar come from right outside. Then, the home started to rock back and forth violently, to the point it felt like it was going to tip over with us in it. So we crawled out of a hole in the ceiling and started running. As we returned to the house, I turned my head, and I swear, on everything I know that's true, I saw Bigfoot. As I looked at this massive creature, it locked its eyes with me and it started chasing us back to the house. We even cut through 3 yards between my cousin's house and the woods, and it stopped at the edge of it and watched us walk into the house. I wish I could say that was the end, but unfortunately, it's not. In the middle of the night, I awoke to my cousin in the window telling me that, "Shh, it's right outside the window." So I go to peek through the blind, and when I part them there, I was staring face to face with this thing, and it looked
Yeah.
to say the least.
Jeez.
So we grabbed the guns and went outside where we
Yeah. Take it. Oh, that hurt.
alternative cigarettes and stare into the woods. We go to the abandoned mobile home about halfway in there, and I feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I slowly turned around, and there it is, only a couple of feet away. This thing again looks absolutely angry. So, being a bit inebriated now after my alternative cigarette, I do the only thing that I can assume to do. I run. I book it all the way back to the house with my friends as we're hooting and hollering.
Yeah.
Absolutely scared out of my mind. And yes, we're loaded to the teeth with guns, but running was honestly probably the best option. Eventually, once we all made it to the house and calmed down and got our wits about ourselves, we decided that we would never talk about this again. We don't want to sound crazy. We don't want people to think that we're some crazy yahoos out there. But I know what I saw, and I know what we experienced. The Tickle Monster by Hauntingly Familiar 2. It all started when I was just a wee lass. Now, I've been dealing with ghost-related stuff for most of my life, but this is the strangest occurrence. Every night from the age of 4 to 7, maybe even 8, I would have chronic sleep paralysis. Anyone who has ever experienced sleep paralysis knows how frightening this can be. My experiences were just a little different. I would be visited by a creature that I named the Tickle Monster. It was always the same thing. The first thing that would happen would be a sign pounding over the bed meets the wall. It was generally written in blood. The sign would say, "He's coming, he's here," or something ominous. Then, the window or door would be open, and he would appear. I'm trying to remember his exact appearance. However, I remember that he had long dreadlocks, a pale complexion, and long, bony fingers that were more like claws. He would approach my bed and proceed to quote-unquote tickle me. Being a child, I didn't know how to describe what he was doing, but that was the closest description I could come up with. This was kind of a cool experience, though. I wouldn't be able to move or scream, and once he finished tickling me, he would just leave. I would fully wake up and call my father or my mother, and this happened almost every single night, and the sequence of events would mostly stay the same. My mother would try to get me to communicate with the Tickle Monster as if he were real. This thing, it had an ungodly mouth. Its mouth was full of razor-sharp, sharp-looking teeth. She never doubted what I was experiencing was legitimate, but nothing really ever came of it. I don't know if she thought it was just something in my brain and it would go away after a while, or if it was a legitimate experience. One night, it just stopped and never happened again. I've only had 2 instances of sleep paralysis since that time, and neither of them had anything to do with the Tickle Monster. I've looked this up online to see if anybody else had this experience, but I'm not having any luck finding it. My manager told me of a voodoo demon who would steal children in the middle of the night or something like that, but I'm not sure it's an exact match. Part of me thinks that this was a product of an overactive imagination, but there's still a part of me that believes it could have been something more, maybe some sort of cryptid, paranormal entity, or some other otherworldly creature. The Blob Monster by Anonymous. So it was around February of 2017. I was 15 years old and had a dry throat at the time. For that year, I wanted to build a shed in the middle of the woods in my backyard, to go hang out in as a fun project to do for myself. So on a cold, dry, windy, but sunny day, probably around noonish or late morning, I started the hike alone in the woods of my backyard to find the perfect spot to put down the shed. The shape and the geography of the property section of the woods are weird. The woods part of the property pokes out like the Oklahoma Panhandle, and to get to the deepest woods of the property where I wanted to build the shed, we must walk up a hill, and then that hill eventually plateaus. Also, that hill is easily the tallest in the general area, and on the day my encounter happened, I was able to see some woods if not thousands, especially since there were no leaves. It's a 2-minute hike. You can see things like rusty barrels and metal fences in the woods, mainly because my backyard woods were a popular hunting spot back in the day. This is evident with the rusty metal barrels and beer cans I can find dating back to the 1980s. I hiked through the property and reached the plateau hill part. Also note that someone's house was probably 100 feet from where I was. I had a pretty good view of the entire property, and there was also a barn in someone's house quite far from us where I could see way out in the distance. So, for a few minutes, I started looking for a good spot to put this shed. I eventually picked one and imagined how to build the shed. I wanted to start from scratch. While doing this, I heard a 5-note whistle, song type thing in the distance. Now, I'm no musician, but I will try to describe it. It was like 2 long flat notes with a short break between the next note, a higher pitched swing at the low, then quickly an elevated note, back to a long flat higher pitch than the first 2, and whoever was whistling kept repeating it and had lungs of steel. Now, I honestly looked around for quite a few minutes to see if I could find whoever was whistling. It sounded like it was coming from deeper into the woods, way downhill, but I didn't see anyone. I also checked the house and the barn to see if I could see anyone, and sure enough, there was not a living, breathing soul. I also thought that I didn't hear the rustling of leaves either. The whole woods were covered in them, and the rustling of leaves was loud and could easily give away your location. There wasn't any rustling. I immediately ignored it, as probably one of my neighbors or something. Also, please note that the whistling was not an animal, but a human. It had to be. Birds have chirp-like whistles, but this was a lot more breathy like a human. I got to my spot, content that it was a person probably just walking through the woods. That was a logical conclusion. The whistling kept getting closer and louder, still playing the same song. And still, I could not see a single person, heard no rustling of leaves or anything like that. I was very stubborn that it wasn't something paranormal and had to be a human. Even though whatever was whistling was coming towards me, I still had no clue who or what was whistling. The whistling was going on for
Take care of the little minions.
It sounded so close to me that it felt like somebody was literally on top of me. It sounded like the whistling was also coming from all directions at this point. So now I started to get a little bit spooked. I concluded that whatever this whistling was coming from had to be a threat. So I started returning to my house. It was only like a 2 or 3 minute hike. It's not like I was terribly far out like I said. I didn't run out of there or anything like that. I walked back as home as possibly calm as I could. I was spooked but not terrified. I also felt like if I ran, then whatever was whistling at me would pop out. So I walked and stayed calm to keep whatever it was at a stalking, taunting phase. It sure did feel like whatever was whistling at me was stalking and taunting me. Now, I must be honest, this next part of my experience felt quite trance-like, so I could have just hallucinated this part and the whistling. I've had things like sleep paralysis episodes several times in my life, and when I'm exhausted, I do sometimes hallucinate stuff. But I wasn't tired at the time, nor had I had an hallucination episode for quite a long time. All of my tired hallucinations and sleep paralysis episodes last from a fraction of a second to several seconds. So if this were a hallucination, this would be the most crazy, in-depth, longest one I've ever had. So back to my story. I'm about a minute away from making it to my house's backyard, still hearing the whistling. I decided to look up, and there it was. Something that was all gray, blurry, with no facial features. A humanoid-looking thing, It was flying above me counterclockwise. It could have been about 5 to 6 feet in height, with a wingspan around the thing. The thing had the silhouette of a person, with a head, 2 arms, torso, and legs. It looks like a T with a circle on top, like its head. It was almost like a blob. It almost had like no body definition. I trusted my gut, and instead of running, I kept walking, despite the threats. It kept me as safe for this long, I thought I'd keep doing it. Then finally, I took one step onto the grass in my backyard, and suddenly everything weird stopped. There was no more whistling. The flying thing was gone, and that feeling of foreboding and being in a trance absolutely dissipated. I would remember smelling roses, though, like it was peaceful. After that experience, I wanted to build something other than a shed in the woods. For years, even a little bit to this day, I hate being in that backyard alone. I took a long time to discuss this story because I honestly just ruled it as some sort of paranormal ghost encounter. The gray thing was possibly an angel or something like that. But after I looked on this thing called Cryptid Wiki and heard about the Kinderhook blob monster, there were kind of similarities to what I had experienced, and I did notice that there were other things called blob sightings. First, I don't live crazy far from Kinderhook. I could easily take a drive over there in like 30 minutes. 2, I saw a blob that sounds exactly like that. So I'm not saying that's what it was, but I have a good idea that I met the blob monster.
You have graciously shared some of my stories in the past, so I wanted to send you in another. My name is Evan, and I think I just had the weirdest encounter of my entire life. In one of my previous stories, I mentioned me and my friend were heading to Ocean City, a popular beach in Maryland, about 3 hours from where I live. Well, I decided to go down again and spend some time at our condo, just relaxing and taking a load off. Summer has been very wacky due to the pandemic, so I did not plan on spending a lot of time down on the beach. I am one of those people who enjoy the beach vibes but do not like going down on the sand or getting in the water all that much. Well, unless I am more alone and there are not loads of people clogging up the beach. Chevy Nova. First, it was just me this time, although my family was planning later. I sped all the way there, wanting to stop the dog. Without shutting the Nova's door, heading up to the condo. I loaded all of my bags onto one of those hotel wheel carts that sometimes have elevators. I was for whatever reason. Shifted running up the stairs carrying my bags. Everything was good. I stepped up to the balcony. We were on floor 5 of the complex. It was a beachfront.
Right in your balls, homie.
The sound of crashing waves every morning. Anyway, the ocean was very choppy, but there are loads of people down on the beach, not carrying their 6 foot of space at all. Not going to be me, I think. Outside. It began to rain 2 a.m. Basically clear. I jumped on this opportunity and ran down, and surf fished for about an hour and a half, rain pouring down on me the entire time. I caught nothing, but when I fish, I feel alive. It is one of those things like bow hunting for me that just sends me to my happy place. So the first night passes, I order some seafood for dinner and go back to bed under freshly changed sheets. I wake up and make some coffee. I had brought down my Nintendo Switch, but I felt like I was being called to get off my butt and do something outdoors. That feeling won over. I decided what better way to spend a nice day at the beach than to go to Assateague Island. For those who don't know, Ocean City is basically a massive sandbar, and several islands and specs of land are surrounding it. One such place is Assateague. It is a national park, and my next-door neighbor who is studying to be a park ranger really got me into going to national parks. The great thing about Assateague is that it's basically multiple environments in one. Easy to explain. The island has protected marshland, as well as beaches. It is also small, and is rather big, with forested sections. Basically, one massive natural playground for those who like being in the great outdoors. There are also horses, for generations living on the island wild. They have a dune trail for off-road vehicles like jeeps and certain type of pickup trucks. But since my Nova is from 1970, and sand basically equals rust on a classic car like that, it was a no-go. But I drove down and parked in one of the visitor lots. I hopped out and decided to go. I first hit the swamp trails and the mosquitoes destroyed me. Cursing at my stupid choice not to bring bug spray, I finished the trail.
Ow.
I then took the marsh and waded into the waters, seeing crabs and small fish dart by my legs. No, I know nothing scary has happened yet. I'm sorry about that. But this stretch of I did manage to remember to bring this up, so I laid out on the sand. My bag and my nose were next to me, but I was trying to figure out this thievery. One, it's empty. It's my pocket. And two, I'm 16. I look like a madman when I'm not properly. I would never know why. Anyway, I lost track of time. I probably got to the beach and laid down around 12. Well, my stupid self wakes up and it's already getting dark. I cursed my stupidity as I began to sit up.
Shit, where's my...
I was sunburned so badly. I had put on sunblock, but I guess it had worn off. My body felt like it was flaming, and tears welled up in my eyes. I have had some horrendous injuries in my time, but sunburns are bad. If you have not ever had one, imagine your skin bubbling and peeling away before your eyes, as you are as red as a dang. Now, here's where the scary stuff begins. As I'm trying to figure out how to hobble back to my car, I hear a loud splash. Normally, I would not think much of anything about it. There are some exceptionally large fish and even sharks off the coast of Ocean City and Assateague. I even once caught a 9-foot sand tiger shark near Assateague 2 years prior. But that is beside the point. I realized that this splashing was maybe 7 feet out. That was very odd. The chances of a big fish being that close to shore and making that much noise were slim, to say the least. I dropped my bag and my keys as I slowly and painfully got to my feet. It took maybe 5 steps to get to the water when it made a sound I will never forget. Picture the cries of a mountain lion mixed with the low calls of a large whale. It was scary, sad, and entrancing all in one. Extremely hard to explain, honestly. My mind immediately went to tales of sirens and mermaids, whose haunting calls would lure in unsuspecting sailors to their demise.
Oh, that's fucking bullshit, dude. He's already fucking healed up? Fuck this. Fuck you.
Rolled around my brain as I backed farther and farther away from the crashing waves. The waves were much smaller now, and whatever made that noise was splashing my way. I began to hurry back and grab my bag. I sped out of there like a bat out of hell, back towards my car in safety. I spat profanities as I realized my keys to the Nova were back on the beach. I half hobbled, half sprinted to the spot I had just left, all the while feeling my skin peel and burn. I shone my phone light on the spot in the sand where I had just been. I saw them, baseball sleds scraping my knees, and snatched the keys. As I went to get up, I met its gaze. It was the strangest thing I had ever seen. It was pale, almost translucent, like a jellyfish. Its skin looked aged but strong and muscular. Its legs were long and strangely tall, like a basketball player. But there was not an inch of hair. The hands looked enormous, and it had what almost resembled a tail. Its face was a real horror, though. It was like a creepy face that you would see being hung on in a department store. Except for a nose
Yeah, fuck this.
My heart was in my throat as I felt sweat pouring down my face. I, for whatever reason, smiled at it like a fool, maybe thinking this thing had some sort of emotions. And then smiled back. Although it was all wrong, the tiny slit of a mouth began to expand, the face ripping and tearing apart to form an abnormally large grin. Blood trickled down this thing's face as it smiled back at me, with razor-sharp teeth glinting in my phone's flashlight. It is something that will haunt me to my dying day. I ran, screaming like a little girl. I was surprised no park ranger had heard my scream. As I ran back to my car yelling, I heard it scream back, almost mocking me in a way. I got into my car and
Yeah,
drove
hit
out of
that
there.
tree,
When I got to my
Dingleberry.
condo, I ran upstairs as fast as I could. I locked the door behind me and began breathing erratically. When I composed myself, I sat down on the couch and basically passed out. The next day, I went to the local clinic and got my burns checked out. They gave me a prescription lotion to help with the burns, and I went home immediately. I looked into an explanation of what I saw. It cannot be a simple one, because I'm almost certain they do not go into the water and do not live in marshes like that. Could it be aliens? Maybe some other shapeshifting cryptid? I don't know. Thanks again, Swamp Dweller, for sharing my story and encounter. I really like your channel. It has kept me going through these rough times. If anybody in the comments has any idea what this thing could be, please let me know. I have always kept an open mind about the creatures that can roam our world. Partly because I'm inquisitive by nature, and partly because of my mother. She always taught us to be aware of our surroundings and respect nature. One of the first things she taught me was to listen to the animals. They will tell you if something is out there. One time, years ago when I was a teenager, we had traveled to my dad's hometown in Texas for a family reunion. His hometown is small. You can walk through the central part of the town in less than an hour, and everyone else lived in homes further out usually. They usually had about an acre or more of land around their homes, which was very nice and private. In the evening, we had joined my dad's large family at a hoedown near the edge of town.
A hoedown.
Drinking and having a good time, while me, my brother, and one of our cousins and her friend just
Yeah,
hung out with
fuck
us festivity.
this. I'm not.
These teenager things that you'd always talk about,
I'm not wasting my fucking time with this dude any fucking more. Not till I have something to fucking truly combat him with. This dude can fucking suck my nutsack.
We could not see far out since night had fallen. The fence and the brush around it. As I looked out, I noticed something. An object that was half hidden by a small tree, but odd in that it was not swaying in the breeze like the rest of the foliage. I pointed it out to my brother and cousin.
I need some, I need a serious weapon
A few things became clear. It was a creature
to take this dude on. This dude's fucking savage.
One of us asked if what it was a coyote, but we could definitely tell it wasn't. It was just too big. We cautiously,
Yeah.
made our way closer to the fence to
Piss and rain.
yards away from it. This thing was a further 10 yards from the fence on its side, just far enough to be out of the range of the light. We stopped in our tracks as we could see enough to make out that this creature wasn't something we'd ever seen in our lives. It was a creature, covered in fur, hunched over on long legs, with human-like arms. Long, gnarled hands ending in sharp claws. Its head was half hidden by the tree, but we could see a canine-like head, with a long snout and pointed ears, just like a coyote. It was staring at us, and we were staring at it.
Somebody mentioned something about there's a blizzard when this dude's happening.
No obstacle for this thing to get
Or maybe it's a blizzard when it's the best time to attack him?
Once we were back from the hoedown,
I'm not sure.
each other. Did we just
Anyway,
do creatures like that really exist? We were simply stunned by this encounter.
we're out of here.
We didn't even know
Fuck that
what would
guy.
leave us, so we just said nothing. The next day, my family
Fuck
was heading back to
that.
Oklahoma. My brother and I were secretly
We are not messing with that, dude.
My cousin and her friend lived in Texas, in my dad's hometown, which was part of that thing's territory. I hope she never had to see it again. I quickly moved on from that night, but that encounter has always been in the back of my mind. As time went on, and I learned about creatures that people have seen in the woods, I heard at least a name put to what we had seen, and I hoped I'd never see anything like that again. But as they say, careful what you wish for. In 2019, I was out on my boss's farm for a 3-day work excursion in the summer. His farm is about an hour away from Oklahoma City. And
Use up all my fucking eggs? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay.
His nearest neighbor is probably over a mile.
That almost tripped me out a little bit. Seeing these suckers, they should do, like, some serious health fair. But they don't actually do anything for you. That sucks. Is that ice? Snow? Let's see. That can go in there.
Towards the trail in the late afternoon, his dog Buddy right at my side. The trail was not exactly well traveled, and it was more grass than dirt. Halfway down the trail, where it was more open ground, I could already see a few deer tracks, some raccoons, even an armadillo scrape in the ground. As I was counting the different tracks, Buddy wandered off the trail into the trees to sniff at something that caught his attention or find a place to pee. I called out to him to not wander far, stepping towards the edge of the trail to do so. As I did, I looked down and saw something that made my heart stop. Right at the edge of the trail, right where the bare earth gave way to grass, was a large canine-like footprint. Bigger than any footprint Buddy could ever hope to make. As he was a 75-pound German Shepherd, and I have a 150-pound Great Dane at home, and even his paws aren't this big. I put my size 10 boot next to it, and the track was over half the size of my boot. It was decently fresh, no more than 24 hours old if I had to take an educated guess. I looked back from where the track led, but could not find any more tracks of this thing. It's like this thing jumped over the trail to avoid leaving prints in the dirt. Something jumped 15 feet across the trail to avoid leaving any trace of itself. I quickly looked around and strained my ears, but I could still hear the birds singing, insects chirping, and even Buddy was calm and relaxed. I called Buddy back to my side.
Even the cactus fruit at least gives you 5.
I did not want to stay any longer in case whatever made those footprints was still in the area. Further along the trail, I'm seeing more surrounded by trees and leaves cover the trail. It's only because I have walked this trail so many times that I knew how not to get lost. But as I navigated the trail, I noticed a large branch that was right on the edge of it. Branches were nothing new on the trail, of course, and with the ice storm that had occurred over the winter, many trees had lost a lot of branches.
Yeah,
This
so
12 feet long and the size of my forearm at its thinnest, and larger than my thigh at its thickest. But what made me notice this one was that it had been turned over. I could tell by the imprint in the leaves and dirt. While hogs could and would turn logs over for food, hogs did not do this. There were no hog tracks or scrapes around it, and I was mentally traced back to the trail behind me where I had seen that footprint. I realized that this branch was right in the line with the footprint.
yeah, I gotta be geared up to take on that, dude.
No birds, no bugs. I looked at Buddy, but he was no longer at my side. He had continued up the trail and was now 10 yards ahead of me, looking back at me with a nervous posture and seemed to say, We need to go now. I briefly looked around me but saw nothing in the woods. But I remember my mom telling me that old phrase, you may not see them, but they can see you. I put a hustle in my step and caught up with Buddy, and we continued up the trail, and all but ran to the barn since I cleared the tree line. I couldn't help but think in the back of my mind, once I was back inside, they're here. They're here in Oklahoma. It's foolish to assume
They're here. They're here in Oklahoma.
For some reason, I thought they may just stay in Texas because of the range or whatever. Despite me only actually seeing one in Texas and only a track of one here. This week, my brother had told me that his coworker thinks he saw a dog man on the edge of his property.
Lunchtime?
His coworker
Is it your
lives in
lunchtime?
Eldon Mill, Oklahoma. My boss's farm is only 10 miles.
Oklahoma.
The Creature from the Ritual by Braxton P. Hi, Swamp Dweller. It's been about a month
Braxton B. peeing his pants.
I've been having. Recently, I've been having
Yeah, I gotta.
on my property. I live in one of the most secluded areas in Georgia.
I'm gonna have to get geared up a little bit better.
50-acre lake and no neighbors except the local wildlife. It's been family owned since 1810. As houses have been built and rebuilt, I have had to do further research to discover why these experiences are happening to me and my family. It always appears safe during the daytime, but becomes incredibly different when night comes.
Definitely need to get geared up more.
Occasionally, I hear knocking on wood, knocking on the house, possible rocks being thrown below the windows, and so on. My last experience was just last night.
And I need to unlock this shit, but I don't.
Coyotes just started becoming more active. I hear them howling, and the birds are always whistling. It came to a point when all the animals suddenly went quiet, and the only thing I heard was footsteps crunching on leaves. There are no bears in this area of Georgia, but whatever it was huge, and our giant animal is usually a deer. This is central Georgia, not too far south of Lake Sinclair. We don't really have alligators either. I could scratch off every possible animal because those footsteps were massive. You would know it was much louder
Pulverizer.
if you heard them. Like an elephant walking through.
Smelter. Yeah, all this shit's fucking locked up, and I don't know how
The next thing I hear is what sounded like some kind
to get it unlocked.
but it wasn't quite in words. I had never heard anything like this before.
I mean, I need to mine shit, but I don't know what to mine to get the materials.
When we heard this thing speaking in what I can only assume was tongues. I tried using a battery-powered spotlight to see where this thing was, but with no success, as it kept saying something over and over. The next thing I know, something was thrown towards us, landing on the porch. It was about 2 to 3 pounds. It was a rock, and it was pretty big. I picked it up carefully and placed it on a small sandwich bag. It might have had some sort of fingerprint evidence, I don't know. I turned it over to professionals to get a good look at it, but I don't think anything really ever came of it. I know it might sound weird to do that, but I need to find out what's going on here and what this creature is. Earlier this morning, I began searching for professionals and only found something called cryptozoologist. Since no other known studies are based on this experience, I never told my daughters or my family about this because they wouldn't understand. My daughters are only 5 years old, and I don't want them to be traumatized by this. When cryptozoology appeared on my computer, it talked about the legendary Bigfoot, their biggest passion, and a few others known as cryptids. I'm hoping to go into the woods with my wife tomorrow to see if I can find any fingerprints, and I would love to share some pics with you if we can get anything on camera. The Weirdest Halloween Ever by Pample Moose. Here in England, we don't do Halloween like you do in the United States. At least we don't in Bolton, a sub-district of Manchester. A few children dressed in bin bag capes with witches' hats on or skeleton masks will knock on your door, holding up little pumpkin buckets out for sweets, and some neighbors will put out some sort of paper gravestones in their windows. They go a little bit with it, but that's about it. Last October 31st, 2020, however, the weirdest thing happened at our home. Our family were all sitting at the front of the TV watching the Exorcist movie when a hammer was at the back door. We all stopped and looked at it, and then looked at each other. To knock at the back door, you would have had to got through a wrought iron side gate, which is always firmly locked. The knocking continued, getting louder and more urgent. My grandson, who was 15, got up and went to the kitchen window to investigate. I heard a stifled gasp and went to join him to see what was happening. Despite being a teenager, he is 6 feet tall and does boxing training, so he's no real little weakling. I joined him at the window and asked what was the matter. Face pale and confused, he said a massive bird-like creature had crawled along the lawn and crept into the corner of the garden near the back fencing. He was visibly shaken. The car park to a country park nature trail is at the back of our fence, so I immediately thought some local kids were having a Halloween joke and jumped the wall. Despite it being 8 feet high, I thought maybe they were just pranking us. I told my grandson to tell the rest of the family what we had seen, and I told him I would check it out. He panicked, and I heard him shout to the rest of them still watching TV. He was shaken up at the crawling creature he had thought he had seen, truly. I grabbed a torch and went out into the garden. We have a lot of mature trees, shrubs, and bushes, and at the corner of the garden, I heard a rustling. I pointed the torch toward the noise and walked towards it. There, with its back against the fence, was a bird-like creature about the size of a small child. It was perched on a grassy mound with eagle-like talons for feet, a smooth body, outstretched wings, and a pointy face that resembled a giant rat. I was confused and walked towards it while it looked at me, with its head downwards but eyes looking up at me. It spread its wings and they fluttered like a bird when it was ready to take off. Then there was a prolonged hissing sound. I stopped and looked behind me for backup. I saw a few family members coming out into the garden. The thing gave one last hiss, rose into the air, looking more like a gargoyle than a bird at this point, and disappeared over the fence. It made some of the shrubs waver as it went. My grandson and I described what we had seen, but the rest of them
Bone
it was just our imagination. They admitted to seeing the shrubs
pickaxe.
giant kestrel or something. They didn't believe a word of it. To this day, I do not go into the back garden after dark. That was not a local kid enjoying a Halloween prank, nor was it a visiting kestrel. It looked like a church gargoyle. It's never been back, and I don't want it to return. So this year, if there's a knocking at our back door, my husband or son can investigate this time. I prefer lavender and lilac in my garden over cryptid creatures. Visions of Death by
Visions of Death.
This story takes place when
Bone
I was 8 years old.
and
I had just been dropped off at
something
school
else.
and I was
What?
heading to the cafeteria. I went to sit with my best friend, Jack. When I looked at Jack, I saw this creature that resembled a person but was covered in darkness. It had no face or discernible features. He was standing right behind him with his hands on his shoulder, not forcefully, but just like resting. Its head then turned to me and followed me as I approached him. He asked me why I looked so spooked. I told him nothing because he didn't believe in the paranormal. He was a firm Christian, so anything I would have said, he would have just called me crazy. We went throughout the day, and every time I saw him, it was right there with his hands on his shoulder. When I got home, I asked my mom what it could be, or if my great-grandma might know. My mom told me she calls them reapers. They're not necessarily malicious or anything, they just comfort those who are going to die. I broke into tears after hearing this and ran to my room. I ended up passing out, and while I was asleep, I had a dream of my friend's point of view, who was in our friend Todd's vehicle, and he looked like he was listening to a speaker in the back seat, not buckled in. Todd crashed into a tree, Jack went through the windshield and snapped his neck, and then I woke up screaming. My mom and sister came in to see if I was okay. I said I was fine, and I just had a bad dream. Nothing to worry about. The next day was a Friday, and the Reaper followed Jack. I told Jack about my dream, thinking maybe I could warn him about what would happen, but I thought he would just call me crazy. The Reaper looked at me and shook its head. I wonder why it did this. Maybe it was telling me that I couldn't or shouldn't interfere. I ignored that it was there for the rest of the day and went about my business until around 5 p.m. My friend called me and asked if I wanted to go to a party. I said, yeah, just come get me, and we'll go. He told me he had a ride, and Todd would be there. I screamed at him, no.
Bone sword,
He told me to
bone
he said
dagger,
hung up. So I went on my way to
bone
the
watering
hoping my
can,
dream wouldn't be real. But after an hour of waiting, my
obsidian,
mom got a call and told me what I hoped not to hear. He had died to
a
basically
black mineral found commonly underneath the mountain around
it put a hand on my
stone,
chest. I screamed at it to leave me
used to
alone.
craft
It just
a
as it appeared. I
variety of tools, can be mined with bone pickaxe
it's something I'll always
or
scratch my head.
stronger.
I don't know what that creature was, if it really was a reaper, quote unquote, or some sort of like afterlife messenger. I don't know. But I don't want to find out. Good evening, and thank you for sharing my story.
Okay, so I have to look for.
It was the summer of 2011. I recently had turned 12, and my family thought it would be a great summer for a cabin trip.
I have to look for obsidian.
Sort of Boy Scout camp. Since we are from Florida,
So I have to discover obsidian, and that's in the mountain around stone.
When we first
So
arrived, I was first out of the car and running around in excitement. I was greeted by a man looking to be in his late 50s, the cabin owner. He smiled at me with happiness, which slowly grew into a nervous grin. Finding it quite odd and being a shy kid, I moved along. As I searched around the area, being curious and wanting to see everything, I noticed almost a circular pit under the house. It was off
mountains around stone.
I noticed a treehouse that the owner was building on the beach. As I ran to it, he yelled out, "Watch yourself, son. It's still dangerous." I steamed onwards and climbed up the ladder. The man was correct, as the top there were so many nails poking out all around. But since I was small, I found a place to stand and gaze back at the cabin. The wood seems old but sturdy, with a big porch and outside storage underneath, where once again I stared at the circular pit, which now had my full attention. It was nothing that I've ever seen before, and I don't think I've seen something like this
Actually,
before. I love the woods, and would like to say I am experienced, but it almost looked like a big spinning ball was dipped into the earth. I pointed it out to my father and the owner, who was talking. The owner responded with,
so iron is like top tier.
I didn't like his answer, because it seemed strange where it looked. I brushed it off and went into the cabin, picking up one of the bunk beds before my siblings could.
Now, is that stone right there?
Hiking and swimming and everyday things that you would do, because we knew when our grandparents arrived, we would be hanging out most of the time. When they did arrive, we sat by the fire at night and enjoyed animal watching. It's important to note the area's geography at this point. The front of the cabin faced a wide strip of dirt leading to the beach with thick trees on either side. To the left of the cabin was the dirt road we used to get to it. Behind and on the left of the cabin were thick, dense woods with a steep slope. Now, it was the 7th night that we were there. I was awoken up by weird sounds outside. dirt shifting underweight to the left side of the cabin. The trash bins were there next to the door from the kitchen. I heard something pushing them around. Thinking it was most likely raccoons or some sort of interested animal, I should do my Boy Scout duty and shoo them off. I dropped down from my bunk and the noises went silent. I noticed a few rays of sunlight were streaking through the air. I walked over to the kitchen to look out the window, but before I could reach it, suddenly, these long, scratching noises were coming out from against the walls of the cabin. It sounded like long nails, digging deep into the sheets of a bed. Terrified at this point, I slowly back away. Then a bang shook the door and I jumped. Since it was only me, my brother, and my dog who were downstairs, we were the only ones who heard it. Instantly, my dog
Okay, well,
and growling viciously like he was the death. This woke up my brother, who panicked and grabbed me and pulled out his hunting knife. He looked down at me with reassurance and told me to get to my parents' room. He then pushed me upwards towards the stairs and ran to the door and opened it. He then went away with my dog, the barks and running getting distance as I ran upstairs, and I woke up my father. He ran out into the forest with his Colt 45. About 30 minutes later, they both came back, including my dog, who was limping. I've never seen my brother, the look he had on his face before that day, and he never had that look ever again. He's typically a very brave and capable older brother, and seeing him like that unnerved me to the bone. He was an Eagle Scout, and I was a Boy Scout. We had been in the woods, and we weren't really scared to get dirty. My dog had a stick through his front left leg, but he's a good strong boy and took it like a champ. My mother and grandmother quickly drove our animal over to the local vet. While they were gone, my father...
Okay, so I'm just guessing, but this should be the stone over here.
The trash bins had gashed holes in them, almost like they had been punched open, and the wall above had deep long roots in it, which standing from the level of the trash bin was about 6 feet into the air. That's when I noticed a smell, an odd smell that wasn't coming from the trash cans. I slowly crouched down between peering underneath the cabin and where the strange pit was. There was a dead fox, shredded into literal pieces. I told my father, and him and my brother quickly cleaned it up by using a shovel and tossing it into a bag and then into the trash. My dad contacted the owner, who assured us that there was nothing to be worried about, but brought us a flare gun and bear mace. A couple of days go by, and my parents take everyone to a restaurant aside from myself, my oldest brother who chased the perpetrator, and my injured but stable dog. An hour after they left, I looked out the second floor window in the direction where my brother ran a few nights prior. I was petting my dog at the same time. That's when the main encounter took place. My dog raised his head alert and sniffed the air. I glanced out the window and noticed this huge bear-like creature high up in one of the trees. It was matching my level and was staring at me. I say bear-like because it had human-like features. Instead of the fat, round body bears usually have, their body was toned, sharp, and muscular. The eyes were the worst part. They were piercing. They were yellow, almost like perfect human eyes that locked eye contact with me. Fear flooded my brain and forced me into a fight or flight mindset. My dog, picking up on this, started growling and howling at the window. I turned to run into the room and looked back at the creature, who was now rapidly descending the tree, using its claw as hand to climb. I sprinted to my brother's room in tears, yelling about this beast that I just saw. My brother looked at me with worried eyes and said, "This territory doesn't belong to us." Then he got out of his bed, grabbed his knife and baseball bat, and walked downstairs. I armed myself with a flare gun and bear mace, and prepared myself for the possibility of this thing breaking in and attacking us. A great slam into the back of the wall knocked the cabin around. It made it rock like a boat and sent my dog into a frenzy. Between the growls and barks, I could hear heavy breathing from outside and things being thrown at the cabin. A rock broke one of the front windows, striking my left leg. I turned and fired the flare gun out of the window, which was followed by many profanities and yelling. After this, it all stopped, My dog was still growling and pointing at the corner of the room. There was no window facing that direction, so I couldn't see, but I could assume it was right there. A few minutes of silence went by when my brother and I decided to call the police and our parents. Then, being idiots, we walked out of the front door and slowly walked around to the right side of the cabin. We started to hear a slow snarl coming from behind a bush, and my dog inside started going ballistic and jumping at the door. My brother started yelling at this creature and threw his baseball bat towards the bush, striking it. It sounded like it hit a tree, but we both know that we hit the creature because it let out a pained grunt. The black, furry mass sprung out from behind the bush and bolted down the dirt road, and we quickly lost sight of it. We hurried back inside the cabin, barricaded the doors, and ran upstairs. We heard gunshots ring out moments later, and my father's truck pulls in. I fly downstairs and open the door. The rest of my family ran inside, and my father claimed a huge bear ran down the road, and he fired a couple of rounds at it. The police eventually came after having a hard time finding the cabin. We gave them the story about the aggressive bear attacking the cabin. We left that night, and my family likes to recall the story of how myself and my oldest brother fended off a hungry bear. But for me and my brother, that was not the case. When we arrived back in Florida, I went straight to my room, still shaken up by what happened. When my brother came in, he looked me dead in the eyes and said, "It looked human, didn't it?" I just nodded and asked him about his territory remark when he looked down and responded, "Every animal has its territory, and usually can keep it until something bigger comes along and takes it." Well, something bigger came and it took its own territory. What he said still makes me wonder to this day. It's burned into my mind. Looking back on it, the owner was so shaky around me, almost like he knew there was more danger in the area than he was letting on, and that he knew that we would be a target. This happened to me when I was a teenager. I think it was in the spring of 1998 when I was 14 years old. My Boy Scout troop went hiking in the Ozark Mountains in Arkansas. I grew up in a very small town in Tennessee, and the boys in my troop were people I'd known my entire life. We were all very close and knew each other very, very well, and trusted each other. We had been hiking for 5 days or so at this point, and it was pretty miserable. Every single day, and we were all exhausted and sore, and hungry. We were covered with blisters and anything else you can imagine. The adults realized we had bitten off a bit more than we could chew in trying to do a 60-mile trail, especially with the awful weather. So we changed course and had gotten off trail to spend the night in a drive-in campground, the kind of place with hookups for RVs and picnic tables and fire pits and such. There's also a central bathhouse with showers and toilets. It was in a very remote area, far from a town or any other house. There may have been a few other small groups there, but if there were, we never interacted with them or saw any of them. We were all filthy and wet, and thus very excited about taking a hot shower. It was dark and we had finished dinner. A group of 5 of my friends, including myself and my friend Jeremy, who, like everyone else in our group we had known since we were babies, headed up to the bathhouse, which was maybe a quarter-mile walk through the pitch-dark woods, up a worn-down gravel walking trail. I stayed behind to clean up, and about 10 or 15 minutes later, I followed them by myself. I had a weak little flashlight, the old incandescent kind, pre-LED. I remember the woods were totally silent. When I got about halfway to the bathhouse, I could see the light from it off in the distance of the woods, and I heard a noise from my left. I looked over and saw my friend Jeremy standing by an old-school manual water pump about 20 feet off the trail. The kind of pump where you raise and lower a handle to pump up water from a well. There was a
Okay, well,
like the moon had come out from behind the cloud.
not sure how to locate this.
I asked him if he was already done with the shower.
There a specific
kind of,
type of stone?
He said, "Yeah, it's all yours." I said okay and didn't think much of it until I got to the bathhouse. When I walked in the door, my friends were all in there, and I heard Jeremy talking in from the shower. All the blood drained out of my head, and all the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I had to sit down before I passed out. My friends were freaked out and wanted to know what was wrong. I told them exactly what happened, They nervously made jokes about how I must have been smoking pot. This was long before any of us had experience with any kind of mind-altering substances, but I could tell that they believed me. Like I said, we had known each other forever. We knew that we wouldn't exaggerate or play a joke on each other like this, at least not to this extent. I was physically shaking. It was almost impossible for this to be a joke. We all waited together until everyone was finished showering and brushing teeth and whatnot. Then we all walked back together in total silence. When we got to the spot, whoever I had seen was gone without a trace. The water pump was there, though. No one had noticed it before because it was way off the trail and obviously not in use. We got back to our campsite and went to bed thoroughly freaked out. I remember not sleeping much that night. In all my years since then, I've never been able to figure out what happened. Was there a random teenage boy in the woods who looked just like my friend? This is unlikely. Did I hallucinate? Unlikely, but possible. Who's to say? I was in the Boy Scouts as a kid in South Carolina Low Country. We'd go on campouts about once a month, and one of the campouts that we used to go to regularly belonged to a local man who owned some land way out in the country and let our troop use it for camping. The actual campsite was in a wooded area in the center of a big open field that was maybe 20 acres or so. The guy who owned the land wasn't a full-time farmer, so he had plowed the field but never really planted anything, and the dirt was kind of settled and scrubby, and grass had started to grow. I'm not really sure, I'm not a farmer, maybe there's a name for that or something. Anyway, the western edge of the field was a dirt road that eventually led to the highway. The northern edge was an old field that was planted with trees along enough to go where the trees were fully grown. And it was basically a forest. The southern part used to be a forest, but it was now in the process of being turned into farmland. The trees had all been torn down, but not removed quite yet, so it was just a wasteland of fallen tree trunks and roots. The eastern edge was a swamp, and there's some nasty stuff in swamps in South Carolina, so we never really explored it too much. One night, after the post-dinner cleanup, everyone was kind of settling down for the night, so a few friends and I decided to go for a walk. We found a tree out in the field about halfway between the campsite and the western edge of the big field, so we walked out and sat under it. There was a full moon out, and the whole field was lit in this sort of luminescent type of glow, and we could see the edges of the field, but not into the forest, swamp, or whatever was beyond. It was creepy but kind of cool. We hung out for a while, just kind of talking, and then we could see lights in our campsite across the field going out, as people started to go to sleep. So, we decided to head back. We got up and started walking, and I heard one of my friends say, "Who's that?" We all turned to look, and there's this guy standing perfectly still about 100 feet away from us. We could see his silhouette very well thanks to the full moon, but it was too dark to make out any details of his face. We hadn't seen anyone come from the campsite, but the guy looked like an adult, so we assumed one of the 4 adults who had been on the trip with us was out looking for us. My friend called out to him, and then, this is where it gets really weird. Something that looked kind
Well,
of
at least that's the nice thing about this. You just teleport back to your base. You got a bunch of shit to fucking drop off.
Low growling and hooting sound. Like imagine if a guy was trying to sound like a dog was trying to imitate an owl. We all took off running towards the campsite as fast as we could and did not stop until we got there. I looked back out into the field to see if we were being followed, but it was empty. There was nothing in the field at all. We walked around the campsite trying to figure out which adult was messing with us, but they were all in their tents and nobody had left the campsite. Nobody believed us, of course. They just assumed we had been out telling scary stories and freaked ourselves out. But I know what I saw. No, actually, I don't know what I saw. But I know it was nothing that was with us. No More Camping by Draven. My name is Draven. It's 2 a.m. at the time of writing this, which is keeping me up. So I'm telling somebody, hoping it will take my mind off of it. I live in Idaho, but at the time of the incident I was living in Alaska. about 16 miles southwest of Fairbanks. I lived in the middle of a forest. I loved the woods. That's why I moved out here. I was big on camping. I would always be in a tent with Barkley, my 2-year-old German Shepherd. I didn't have a good week, so I went camping to try to take a load off. We went to our favorite spot next to a lake about 7 miles from the house. Instead of taking the car, we decided to jog. I grabbed my gear, Barkley's harness, and leash, and left. I was a wildland firefighter, so flying with weight was easy. It took around 2 hours. Once I got there, I first set up camp, and then we went upstream to cast a line to see if we could catch anything. I caught a rainbow trout. When I got to the camp, the tent collapsed. If you have ever set up a tent, you know they don't just collapse. You have to take the tent pole out in the hole and take every corner out for it to go down. I thought this is weird, so I set it up again and got the campfire going. I cooked the rainbow trout, and it was honestly delicious. After that, I cooked some marshmallows. Not s'mores, just plain marshmallows. I don't really like that other stuff. I put the fire out, went into the tent with Barkley, and I found the sound of nature always knocked me out. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night to Barkley growling. At first, I was annoyed with him, but then I realized that the forest was dead silent other than Barkley. I grabbed my backpack and grabbed my 9mm out of it because we all know one thing. If the forest is quiet, something is out there. I sat there with my gun for a couple of minutes. It honestly felt like an hour. Then I heard the sound that still freaked me out. It sounded like a caribou, but was lower and kind of gargling. I heard a stick break like it was stepped on, and that it was very close to the tent. I fired a warning shot in the air.
All right.
It seemed
We're gonna call it
I
a
felt it was
day
following
right here. I will be back on tomorrow morning, just like usual. Till then, everybody, thank you for hanging out and chilling. Gonna send you all over to Bobby, but it looks like Bobby ended early, so we'll send you over to someone else. Send you over to Babushka. She's doing some PvP action. She's getting her kill on. You guys will probably enjoy that. Till tomorrow, I love y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the rage. Thanks for the subs, the resubs, all that kind of stuff. Till tomorrow, I love y'all. Peace out, and y'all have a great time zone wherever you're at. And remember, everybody, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody. Bye.